weeks away.
The Cleveland Browns select.
Hear all the latest rumors on the Browns' first-round picks right here. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Precise Men's Medical Center, Cleveland's leader in men's health. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call 216-201-9992. Browns continue their offseason workout program today in Berea. Among those who showed up on Tuesday, Deshaun Watson, who has either been suspended or injured or just not played well while here in Cleveland. However, new head coach Tom Monken thinks Watson's issues, well, not all on him.
I don't know what they were asking him to do. I just know what I've seen over the years. I've seen a really good football player, and we're hoping to be able to tap into that. I know he's excited, and we're excited to work with him, like we are with Dylan, like we are with Shedeur.
Watson and Sanders expect to be battling for the starting quarterback job this afternoon. We'll hear more from the new head coach. Monken will talk at 12:15. Hear the presser live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Guardians closed out their series with the Royals this afternoon at Press Field. It's the rubber game as the Guardians beat Kansas City 2-1 on Tuesday. Brian Rocchio won the game, RBI single in the bottom of the ninth. Joey Cantillo getting the start today for the Guardians. First pitch is set for 1:10. Cavaliers back to work tonight, going to entertain the Atlanta Hawks at Rocket Arena. Cavs have won 3 in a row following Monday night's victory down in Memphis. Now, tonight's game could be a preview of the first round of the playoffs. The Cavs right now number 4 in the East, the Hawks at number 5. The Cavs might be getting some players back for tonight's game against Atlanta. Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Tyson, and Dean Wade all listed as questionable. Mitchell and Wade have been dealing with sprained right ankles. Tyson's been out because of a bruised left big toe. Thomas Bryant is out. He's got a strained left calf. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Here we go, baby. Bring on the 2026 NFL season. Why do I say that today? Because Todd Monken speaks. He's going to be looking at his own players. He's going to be coaching guys up in the facility, in the building, and he's going to speak.
Wow.
12:15 today.
Men, let's get things started off on the right foot here. We're a community, we're a group, we are a team, and we are a team destined for greatness. It all starts today, even though our best players are probably not here, right? Miles. Anyone, let's take attendance.
Voluntary.
Garrett.
It's voluntary.
Garrett.
It's voluntary.
Okay.
Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. That's Andy Baskin.
Yeah.
Voluntary workouts, involuntary speaking by the head coach. They're throwing them out there at 12:15. We will hear it right here on the Fan. Looking forward to that. In the 11 o'clock hour today, get ready. You know, Dan's producing his you-know-what off.
Oh, he's amazing.
We're bouncing around the country talking to play-by-play guys who have been keeping an eye on guys who could be Browns draft choices in the first round. So coming up at 11, Andrew Monaco, who is the Texas A&M play-by-play guy. Why Texas A&M? Because wide receiver Casey Concepcion might be there at 24, and the Browns might be interested.
I like it.
And then at 11:20, USC sideline reporter Jordan Moore. Talking about Mekhi Lemon, who, if he's there at 24, I think everybody would be surprised. But he might be there at 6, and the Browns might have an interest. All that's coming up in the show. And Chris Rose, our buddy, joining us at 1 o'clock. Won't that be nice?
It's always nice when Chris Rose joins us, especially when it's not contentious.
That's what I...
Jeff, I don't really, with who? With who? You would say.
Really?
No, he wouldn't.
That's where we're going on this?
No, I love him, though. Good dude.
Let's
Man of the people.
Let's throw this out, shall we? Mm-hmm. The Guardians are 29th in Major League Baseball in batting average. 197. They're 24th in on-base percentage. They're 25th in slugging percentage. They're 25th in OPS. They're tied for last in runs per game. They've scored 2 or fewer runs in half their games. And by golly, they're in first place in the American League Central
why
with a
you set
record of
this up?
7-5. Way to go, fellas!
Does it matter?
Hey, there's only one stat that matters, Andy.
That is what is in the win column.
7-5, baby.
So what? What if you get blown out like 20-0 once every 2 weeks, but you win every other game? Who cares? Or you win every game. You don't have to win every other game.
Got to win the series.
That's all you have to do.
Got to
Win
go
the se-
wedgie.
Like today, you go down 0-1 in this series against Kansas City. Boom, you got a chance to take it today.
That's the way to do it.
Take the next 2.
I think that's the way to do it, don't you?
Yeah, that's how you. I mean, what are they? 2-0-1, 3-4, or 3-0-1? What are they in series? I forgot. Something like that. They've won their series. That's all that matters.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
And isn't that what counts?
yeah. They should do a little column called series victories at the end.
Should they really?
Is it more important than diff? Yes, it is.
Yesterday, they win by scoring 2 runs. Why? Because you had hitting when you had to have it, and you had Gavin Williams looking like an absolute ace of the staff again. They have something here, Andy. Gavin looks to me like the next Corey Kluber. Like the next Trevor Bauer when Trevor had it going. He looks like that kind of a guy. And he's just been nothing but impressive so far this year.
Trevor Bauer is not the first guy I think of when I think of him.
Yeah, except Trevor. I'm not saying the type of pitcher. What I'm saying is that's a guy that you know this guy's going to give you a chance to win every game, and you're not going to need a whole lot of runs to do it most days. He's made 3 starts this year. He's given up 5 hits. 5 hits in 3 starts. This guy looks like the anchor of that rotation to me.
Yeah, I think
and that's
so, too.
no disrespect to Tanner Bybee. I think Tanner's terrific, but 5 hits in 3 starts
in cold weather, though. That's the only, I like to see how these guys. I mean, look, it's tough to hit in this weather. There's no question. It's freezing.
It's not real easy to pitch either.
I actually do. You think it's easier to pitch or hit in this weather? I mean, just looking at the numbers over the weekend, seems to me it'd be easier to pitch.
I would think it's easier to pitch.
Okay. Especially once you get warm, you're good. You're in the groove. You're like, let's go. I mean, we had a game with 3 hits the other day. It was a ballpark record for fewest hits in a game.
That's great,
3.
isn't it?
No, it's not. As a fan, unless you love pitching, it's not.
What if you love pitching?
I don't know. I've never. I almost said something worse, but I've never once heard. I was going to do they would say chicks dig the homer. I was trying to figure. I was going to say a pitch that goes along with it, but every one of them is kind of like crossing the line.
Would have been creepy.
Yeah, it would have been really weird. So I'm learning restraint in my old age.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. No idea.
The Guardians offense, we threw out the numbers. It's not good. They do have the 8th best earned run average in baseball. Are we surprised at that? Nope.
No.
That's what they're supposed to do. They have the 4th best batting average against in Major League Baseball. Opposing, and it's okay if the Guardians are hitting 198, I guess, because opponents are only hitting 201 against the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll just go ahead and readily admit, though I enjoy watching great pitching, I'd prefer not to watch a couple of teams hitting 200 basically play baseball all season long. And I'm sure the Guardians will find a little more offense. They're not going to continue to hit 198. What they might do is continue to be 28th, 27th, 29th in batting average in Major League Baseball. As we saw last year,
Jeff, they're the only team over 500 in the Central.
Well, it doesn't.
That's all
that's
that
what
matters.
I'm saying. It doesn't keep you from getting to where you want to be in the season, does it?
Nope.
As long as everything else happens.
Win series. If you get blown out 20-0 the first game, who cares? Come back and win 1-0, 1-0. So your plus minus is 18, minus 18. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter as long as you win.
I think fans kind of care. To be honest, I honestly think that and here's the issue. They do draw they're putting people in the seats. That's good. They're doing a nice job there.
Right.
I think diehard baseball fans can love this team. Love this team because the pitching is so good. And the way they do score runs when they score runs is kind of, I think you kind of have to have a really good understanding of the game and know how to play the game to appreciate this offense. Because it's not a good offense, but they do things that can lead to winning baseball games. The casual fan, I think, loves to just see people hit the ball like crazy.
For sure.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, they like to see your team hit the ball like crazy.
Yeah, I think that's true. But oddly enough, they put people in the seats without doing that. I mean, truly, I do think it's a team that a baseball nut can really appreciate. I don't know that a casual fan can really appreciate the Guardians. What they can appreciate, is coming back from 15.5 down and getting into the playoffs, which is what they did last year, and they have the same kind of team now.
But the casual fan can also appreciate a walk-off win.
Sure, absolutely.
You sit around all game, you wait, you build up the excitement, the energy, all of that, and then, you get a Rocchio. I'll just start calling it a Rocchio.
Did you see the play he made at shortstop where he threw from the hole and put a lot of arc on it and made it? Brian can play shortstop. He can play short.
Just need to add a little more hitting to that.
Well, you're probably adding a little more hitting with him at short and, without Gabe Arias.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't always expect great hitters at shortstop. Like catcher and shortstop are the two positions I can kind of give a pass because they're so important. But when nobody else is hitting, it's a problem.
Well, Andy, let me just tell you, the catches are hitting because Austin Hedges is at 455.
Oh, he's down?
Way to go,
hitting
Hedgie.
500.
Way to go, Hedgie. He's 5 for 11.
I told you he needs to be honest. You don't listen to me sometimes.
Seriously, he's been key so far. Because
he's come up with big hits.
Somebody's hitting a little bit.
Maybe he enjoys the cold.
He's it. I don't know. He's it. Combine that with Chase DeLauder, and that's what you're looking at.
Was it too cold to play baseball yesterday?
No.
They're saying yesterday was one of the coldest games in history for us.
That's great.
I think as long as the sun's out, play. Especially, right? As long as it's not snowing.
Look, the Major League season starts in late March. You got to deal with it. Look at college baseball all around Northeast Ohio and everywhere else. They started playing in late February.
Yeah, you mean where they go to Florida and go on a trip and go play down there? There is no reason for the Guardians to be home before the 15th. They should spend the first 3 series on the road, somewhere warm or in a dome. We do this in the middle of the season. We take 2-week road trips. There's no reason not to start the season like that. It's bad for the players. It's bad for the fans. It's not good. I've said this for years. There's no reason for them to be at home for the first 2 weeks of the season. Start the season on the road. Who cares? There's a reason they don't have spring training in Cleveland. They go to Arizona. Teams go to Florida. Why are they here? The home opener, we got super lucky this year, and you all know it. The warmest home opener since, 93? There's just no reason for them to be home the first 2 weeks of the season. And even if you start on the 10th, you're doing yourself a favor by doing that. Major League Baseball doesn't need to be here live and in person until the middle of the month.
Just to be factually correct here.
Yeah.
Yes, colleges do take spring trips, but Kent State has played 30 games, and 23 of them have been in cold weather.
You mean at home or where?
At home or in Connecticut or in Columbus.
Columbus is cold weather in Columbus is different than cold weather here.
It's still cold weather, Andy.
But it's not. There's a little bit of a difference.
Not much. And they're not playing 30 games in Florida, and that's the point. So as long as the Guardians have to play in the cold weather, you might as well win. Did we see the beginning of something yesterday that could disrupt what looks to be a big-time plan?
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
We'll discuss next, and it involves an Andy favorite next on Baskin and Phelps.
toe. Thomas Bryant is out tonight. He's got a strained left calf. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$12:15 today, Browns head coach Todd Monken. Press conference 2026 gets going. Yeah, voluntary workouts, baby. Here we go.
I wish you had a picture of yourself.
I'm pumped.
You are.
We do have pictures. We're on YouTube.
Yeah, I know, but you got to go back and watch it. It's a lot of hassle. You got to
pumped.
rewind.
No, you can do that.
Radio rewind is easy.
Well, if you miss a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature.
You can.
On the Odyssey app, it's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Nice.
Got that out of the way.
Good job.
We love our folks at Integrated Restoration, and we thank them for being with us.
If I get an issue, I'm calling them.
I'm Jeff Phelps. That's Andy Baskin.
Yeah.
Guardians a winner yesterday, 2-1. What happened yesterday?
They won.
And more than that, I'm looking deep on this. And by the way, I put all this together last night while watching The Firm on television.
The movie, The Firm?
Yeah, it was on, and I just thought, this movie's too good, and I ended up staying up late. I've watched it before, but I haven't seen it from beginning to end in a while, and so I did. And I put all this together, and I woke up this morning, and I saw that Terry Pluto did something very similar. So it's
amazing. We all have like minds.
This is what happened yesterday.
We're in the group. We're in the
guy.
What are we in, Jeff? What are we in? Come on. The Browns used to do it.
Oh, in the circle of trust?
Well, it's kind of sort of thought partners.
We're
kind of thought partners.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Paul's an incredible thought partner.
A guy who was at one point one of the top prospects in the Guardians organization made his major league debut yesterday.
Nice.
And Juan Brito went 2 for 4 in his major league debut, including a double.
That double happened right here as we were sitting here.
And
very exciting.
Juan, congratulations. He also, with Gabe Arias on the shelf, they moved Rocchio over to shortstop, and they played Juan Brito at the position he probably plays best, second base.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another second baseman in this organization who's a highly thought-of prospect, and that's Travis Bazzana.
Yeah, there it is.
And Terry's story was, did they make the right choice bringing up Brito over Bazzana? And Terry had some really interesting stuff in it.
Brito was one of 4 guys in Columbus hitting over 300.
And I took a look at everything, and it just made me think a couple of things that we need to discuss.
Okay.
First of all, let me throw this out. And here's the general concept of this. What if Brito's really good? He finally gets the chance now. What if he's actually really good?
Okay.
You're not sending him down.
Is this overreaction theater after one game? I just want to make sure.
No, I'm not overreacting to going 2 for 4. Any guy who's good enough to get to the major leagues can go 2 for 4 in a game.
Okay.
Okay. And anybody who's good enough, and remember, guys who are at the end of the bench in the major leagues are phenomenal baseball players. I mean, it's unbelievable how good they are. But if you're good enough to get to the majors, you're good enough to go 2 for 4 in a game. But what if Juan Brito hits on a team that's 29th in batting average, second to last? And I think it gives you pause. And let me explain. Brito, and you might remember, back before the 2023 season, the Guardians made what we thought at the time was a very strange trade and traded a power hitter, which they didn't have very many of in Nolan Jones, for yet another middle infielder, which they had tons of.
Right.
And they pick up Juan Brito.
Right.
So he comes in, he goes to 2023 and flies through the minor league system.
Right.
He hit A ball, he hit double A ball, and then even hit triple A for 5 games in 2023.
Okay.
You roll him out in 2024, and he's really good. He's ranked 7th on the prospect list by MLB.com. Best prospect in the Guardians organization. He was hitting 21 home runs and 84 runs batted in.
Okay.
Okay. Now, he hit only 256, but he had good power numbers. drove in a lot of runs. Last year, and he was on the cusp after 2024 of coming up, right? In 2025, he played only 24 games in Columbus because he was dinged up.
Right.
He had thumb surgery. He was out 2 months. Remember that? And then he had a hamstring injury once he came back from the thumb. So he played in only 24 games.
Okay.
But he hit the same thing he hit the year before, 256. This season, good start, 9 games, hitting 314. He's still ranked this year, after last year playing only 24 games, as the 16th best prospect in the Guardians organization. What if he comes up and he hits? He's not going to play shortstop. That's not his defensive strong suit. Second base is his strong suit. And Travis Bazzana is sitting in Columbus right now, trying to develop. Travis is yet to hit to where I'm sure he wants to and the organization wants him to, yet as a minor leaguer. Keyword is yet. I think he will.
And if you're talking big picture, I can live with that. If you're talking about this year, it's hard for me to get too fired up about what's going on. For this year, he's played in, 7 games, 5?
This year you can't worry about it.
Yeah, he's played in,
Jose Ramirez is off to a slow start. Anybody worried? No.
He's played in 9 games. You want to guess how many times he's been on base in those 9 games? Not in every. How many games do you think he's been on base?
I don't.
Every game.
Great.
Every game he's been on base.
That's outstanding. The organization obviously thought that Juan Brito was either A, more deserving, or B, more ready to come up to the major leagues.
I had a theory yesterday about why. So yesterday we talked about this, okay? Brito over Bazzana. Why? Well, I'm okay with bringing up Brito over Bazzana right now. I don't have a problem with it. He was hitting better than he was. And I'm sitting here defending Bazzana, saying that he's been on base in every game that he's played so far for the Clippers.
Which honestly is great.
Yeah.
We want to see him develop, and we want to see him develop fast.
You know me, I see more than just what's going on here.
Sure.
I'm not bringing Bazzana up on a 1:00 game in the middle of the week in the first, in the first week of the season when it's ice cold and no one's there. And you tell me, do you think Bazzana's worth? And I know you're going to hate this theory. I know you're going to hate it. But do you think Bazzana's worth?
Yes, he's coming up.
You're absolutely going to sell some tickets if you bring him up.
Okay.
I know you don't want to. We've had this conversation 1,000 times.
However,
and the baseball guy in you is like, that's blasphemy. But there's a reason all those ads are on the outfield wall.
However, what have we been saying? Just like at the late part of spring training and so far early this year, the minute with the way that the middle of the infield is, we all kind of thought, okay, the minute that Arias or Rocchio gets hurt, that's Bazzana's chance. Well, guess what? It wasn't. And I just find...
I didn't think it was.
I find it interesting that he wasn't the call-up and that Brito was. And I get it. Your point is valid.
Okay, well, that makes me feel better because I thought you were going to hate everything I just said.
I don't think the selling ticket aspect is the valid part. The idea of, okay, not swinging the bat exactly the way you want him to, but Brito's a little better start right now. So let's not bring Travis up in the middle of the week on a cold day. And I get all that, except Juan Brito did, and Juan Brito delivered.
Yeah.
And what if Juan Brito continues to play well? And what if Andy, this guy was the 7th best prospect in the organization 2 years ago. And he hit 21 balls out in AAA with 84 runs batted in, spent the whole season there, and was good. What if he's a player? What do you do?
Well, someone's going to have to learn how to play outfield, maybe, between Bazzana. It depends what you think about Rocchio, too. You easily could go with the B&B infield here, right? Couldn't you go Bazzana and Brito? Why couldn't you do that?
Who's going to play shortstop?
One of those two?
Neither one of them is Bazzana's a mediocre defensive second baseman. So you're not putting him at short. And Brito is not a shortstop. And Rocchio is a really good shortstop. And Arias might be even better. You're not, with the emphasis that this team places on pitching, you're not going to put a defensive liability at shortstop. So that means Rocchio or Arias is playing short. And it means somebody else is playing second base, whether it be Rocchio Bazana or Brito.
Okay.
It would appear, how about this? Let's hope Juan Brito becomes an absolute stud, and they have tough decisions to make. And I love the idea of perhaps turning Travis Bazana into a left fielder. I love it. That'd be great. But I also, could Juan Brito be that guy? Maybe. You know, what this team needs is some offense. So if Brito comes up and hits, great. Then figure it out. If Bazana warms up in AAA and they deem him ready, great, get him up here. But if you're athletic enough to play second base, and you don't have to be a great athlete to play second base, John Hart's determination when he and Dan O'Dowd were putting things together in the 90s, they deemed second base as an offensive position, which is why Carlos Baerga became a second baseman. He was at third, if you remember, when he came up. It's why Jeff Kent became the guy they went out and brought in, to replace Carlos, because it was an offensive position. If this group deems it an offensive position, then it really doesn't matter what Brito's glove is like, and it really doesn't matter what Bazana's glove is like. Whichever guy is hitting is going to play second base.
I have another idea. It's a bad idea.
Oh, good.
It's a bad idea. And I say it based on one of the best guys to ever play. I mean, if you had Alex Rodriguez and he had to move positions because you had Derek Jeter, would you do it?
They moved him to third.
Would you take your best player and move him over? He has played other positions.
Move Jose to second?
I know. I said it was a horrible idea.
No, you're not touching Jose.
I know.
You're not going to touch him.
Although I wouldn't put it past the organization.
You wouldn't?
I don't know if they felt like if analytics spit back out at them and said, if this guy can do here, we'd be better here, he'd be better there. I would not do it. Please do not think for a minute I would do it. But if you don't think about it, you're not doing your job. I think you have to think and then go, it's a stupid idea. Don't do it. But it's a thought.
They obviously think highly of Juan Brito because he's continued to be on their radar.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy they just called up. They gave up a guy they drafted in the second round back in 2023 to get him. And now he gets his opportunity. And he came through in day number one. If he can hit, Andy, you got to play him somewhere. And I wonder if it leads to difficult decisions down the road.
You have a first baseman that's struggling at the plate early on in the season, too.
Well, you have another one that I would like to see more of in Rhys Hoskins.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Brito could play first. But, the worry about Manzardo defensively was that he wasn't a good defensive first baseman. You're going to put a guy in the majors on the job training at first base when you have Rhys Hoskins, who's not bad at first base.
No, but then
you're not giving Rhys at bats, at least in my estimation, enough of them.
I mean, you got a DH too. I don't know. I'm not real keen on a 5'11" first baseman either.
No, but so what?
I don't know. Much like my wide receivers, I like my first baseman over 6'1", 6'2".
You know what I like my first baseman to do?
Make plays.
Hit.
Yeah, same thing.
What if Brito's good, folks? I mean, what if he's really good? And there sits the number one overall pick in the draft, sitting behind somebody at second base.
Well, maybe you're looking at a trade then.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. Jeff just said it. Todd Monken, 12:15. You'll hear him right here on The Fan. Coming up in about 18 minutes, we start our look at some wide receivers who might be of interest to the Browns when we get to the draft later this month. We'll talk to play-by-play men from Texas A&M and the sideline reporter from USC about their respective wide receivers who might be of interest, Casey Concepcion and Mekhi Lemon. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. We're looking at the Guardians, team that's not hitting, but yet had a top prospect come up yesterday. And I say top prospect because he's still on those lists, even though he's been around a while. One thing about Juan Brito that you might be surprised about, Andy, he's only 11 months older than Travis Bazzana. It's not like he's an old guy who's been around forever. He's only 24 years old. And Bazzana's 23, and Bazzana turns 24 in August, and then Brito turns 25 in September. So there's less than a year difference there. These are two young guys. And we're just wondering, what if Bazzana hits? What if he hits? I'd love to have that kind of a problem for this team, Andy, because anybody who could hit, I would think, hey, terrific. That's what we're looking for right there.
I think we're all looking for that. I don't, Jeff, I go back though, and how do you figure this thing out? I think you just, someone's going to have to get traded at some point. Isn't that what you think? Or if somebody gets hurt, you kind of toe the line here and then you wait for a contract. I don't know the best way to
Can
kind
I
of
make you
maneuver
cringe?
this. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me make you cringe. On MLB.com's list of top prospects, they have these little pop-down windows where you can read more about that individual guy.
Mm-hmm.
They threw out the words about Brito, super utility player. And I thought, oh, dear God, no, not another one.
Come on down.
Hang on.
Come on in.
Hey, I got to call Schneeman real quick. If I know what he's doing.
Well, there's Schneeman. Okay, that's great. There's Gabe Arias, who was on that path until they, had to put him back at shortstop. Can't have enough of those guys, can we?
Everyone move one position left.
Super utility player.
Musical chairs.
Oh, dear God, no.
So I think your solution to this problem is that one of these guys ends up taking over left field. I think that just becomes the easiest solution.
I would think, and you tell me, is that guy Bazzana?
Might be.
I think it might be.
Because the reason Travis Bazzana's at second base to begin with is that he doesn't have the strongest arm.
Exactly. So you could play left field. You certainly couldn't play right without a strong arm. But you could play left, and he has the athleticism to pull that off. Brito, so far, he hadn't played very much in AAA, only 9 games because they just got going. But he had played first, second, and third. Okay? Over winter ball, he played first and second. Last year, and he didn't play a whole lot last year, remember, because of the injuries. But he played first a little bit, second, and out in the Arizona League, played a couple of games in the outfield. And the year before, in 2024, when he was actually pretty, he was hitting the ball, 21 homers and over 80 runs batted in. He played first, he played second, mainly second, but he also played third, and he played some outfield. So there you go. Maybe you have another super utility guy. And you know what? The way the game is played today, versatility is a big thing. More so than it's been over the last 20, 30 years, where you've got guys bouncing all over the place and helping your team out. If that's what you want, fine. I do think, though, if he turns into the super utility guy, that means you're sold on Bazzana at second base, which, of course, you should be because you drafted him number 1 overall.
I would hope so.
Yep. And then you're probably getting rid of somebody because you don't need Schneeman and Arias and Brito being utility guys. It would seem to be there's one too many of those.
Yeah.
And David Fry, for that matter.
You have to. It's a weird balance because you're. What if somebody gets hurt? Now all of a sudden the attrition rate now kind of evens things out. And
somebody did get hurt, and it just brought Brito up.
Right, but what's going to happen when he's healthy again?
Yeah, I know.
So
and if Brito's hitting, maybe that's your first decision.
I just feel like a lot of this is put bubble gum in the hole in the dam and try to figure out who can hit, and then pray that you get another Jose, a guy that you didn't think was going to be in the spot and they could stick forever, right? Like where does when you look at Brito based on history of this organization, what do you see?
I see a guy that you're not quite sure about at this point, but they like his potential, and which is what Jose's situation was many years ago. Not saying he's the next Jose because I don't believe he is.
I wish there's a way to make it easy. There isn't. Like, these are tough decisions. You have to, but by the way, they're good decisions if you think these guys can hit somewhere down the road. Now, you're also you knew this was coming when you decided to load up on middle infielders. You knew this was coming, just like they just started to try to load up on bats. They know that's an issue, and they've got to figure out a way to fix that problem. They saw that coming, and now you've got young bats in the system that you're kind of waiting for. It's hard to look at a guy who got drafted with Bazzana, play for Kansas City, and wonder where your guy is. And it's FOMO. That's all it is. You wonder why, right? Like, other guys have been called up from that draft, and you're waiting for your guy.
Six of the top 9 picks have been called up.
I know.
And one of them, Connor Griffin, is cashing in.
He got paid.
So that long-term contract is happening. And good for him. If you're the Guardians, are you thinking that with Travis Bazzana? I would think absolutely not. Connor Griffin is 19, not even 20 yet, and flew through the minor league system at a young age. And Bazzana's still trying to figure out maybe the best way to approach hitting in the minor leagues. So you're not going to do that if you're the Guardians with Travis. But if he comes up and shows that he's pretty good and that he's everything he's expected to be, I would think you might think about something like that. But right now, I don't think you make the preemptive strike.
Not now. It doesn't feel that way. No. Yeah, I think you kind of. Although I wouldn't have a problem doing it early, like within the year.
Can I give you a real fun one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Would you do it with Chase the Water?
No.
Explain. Please show your work.
Yeah.
He's older, and he's not shown he can stay healthy. I'm not going to invest a huge contract. And Connor Griffin just got a 9-year contract. Think about that. 9-year deal. Okay? 9 years. And it's worth $140 million. $140 million for a 19-year-old kid. Good for you. Way to go. But I'm not doing that until Chase DeLauder shows me he can stay healthy for any period of time. And I think there's a difference in signing a guy who's really young to a deal like that, as opposed to signing a guy who went the college route and might be a little older. You know, 9 years for Connor Griffin will take him to 28, 29 years old. 9 years for Chase DeLauder will take him to, 33?
Yeah, I understand that. I just don't know where you – I mean, the one thing about the organization is they hate arbitration, right? Trevor Bauer's like one of the few guys that ever make it there. So they'll seem to figure out a way, or they throw up the white flag if you're too good for their payroll.
You can't bank on DeLauder staying healthy for 9 years, based on his injury history.
Well,
that might not be fair.
How long does DeLauder need to make you think that he can stay healthy? 1 season, 2 full seasons?
I'd give him 2.
2 full seasons.
Yeah. And remember, he can't go anywhere for a while anyway.
Right.
Because he's 24, and he's 24. So I don't think I would have that talk with him unless it was something like a 3 or a 5 year deal. I wouldn't do the monster 8 or 9 year deal with a guy who's 24 and has not been able to stay on the field. But man, I sure like him.
I like him so far too. And you know who else likes him? Everybody who sits in the ballpark when they start singing, "Take Me Home, Country Roads."
Well, it helps that you have the greatest sing-along song of NFL Europe, and you happen to actually be from West Virginia. That works.
Is that really the greatest sing-along song of
NFL
Europe? Are you kidding?
Those 9:00 games?
Okay. I thought you were talking about
not
the old
back
NFL
in the old
Europe.
World League
like,
of American Football, the WLAF,
which was actually renamed to NFL Europe.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. But when they play those 9:00 games, they play that, and the people go absolutely nuts. Well, people are going to go absolutely nuts here. That or Sweet Caroline, go.
You can't tell. Isn't it awesome? I mean, it's right up there with Jose.
I'm not trying to pander to the person answering our phones on this one. I was talking with the lady friend about this yesterday. I still think my all-time favorite is the 2019 Nationals with Geraldo Parra doing Baby Shark and having the entire crowd doing the hand motions to the Baby Shark song. I think that one might be up there, and I think second then is SpongeBob.
I am
and the Oscar Gonzalez, everybody yelling SpongeBob SquarePants.
I am absolutely
especially in the 18-inning game when it went from being a bunch of people going, "Yay, SpongeBob!"
Are you ready for your
to like a serious war cry.
Who are you talking about?
Your guy, the guy who was renting your upstairs room. Have you heard from him? Has he written you a letter?
No, but the room's still waiting for him.
I can't. You're going to be mad at yourself.
Sure.
You really or is this just at a different level? Jump around at Camp Randall?
No. We were talking player intros.
Oh,
not
it's just player.
Yeah, because you would throw Roll Out the Barrel in there, and you'd throw Jump Around at Camp Randall, and you'd throw out Mr. Brightside at Michigan, and you'd throw out Hang On Sloopy at Ohio Stadium. Like, yes, we're throwing all those out the window.
All I know is that it's a really good thing for Chase DeLauder and Guardian fans and folks who love the NFL in Europe.
I got to throw one more out there.
John Denver changed the working name of the song from, Take Me Home, Country Roads.
It's a little retro.
To West Virginia because it was originally supposed to be Massachusetts. So there you go.
Trevor Hoffman, Hell's Bells.
Yeah, it was good.
That was
Enter Sandman, Mariano Rivera. I mean, you could even do Edwin Diaz now.
The Browns will be taking a wide receiver in the NFL draft. Which one will it be?
Baby Shark was
Could it be Casey Concepcion of Texas A&M, the Aggies? Their play-by-play man is Andrew Monaco, and he joins us next to talk about Casey Concepcion And then coming up at 11:20, Jordan Moore from USC, sideline reporter, about Mekhi Lemon. We're going wide receiver next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for my friends at FanDuel. That's right.
Good morning. Gary on the road. Hello, Gary.
Ted, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature, she can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Later this month, the Browns will be on the board at number 6, and then they'll be on the board at number 24. And if they don't take a wide receiver with one of those picks, I think everybody's going to be stunned. Who will it be? Who will it be? Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin. We're looking for insight into some of the wide receivers who could end up here in Cleveland. And when we thought of the young man who plays for the Aggies of Texas A&M, Casey Concepcion, we thought, who better than a guy who has watched him play like absolute crazy? We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, the play-by-play voice of Texas A&M sports. Guy has done play-by-play for all kinds of things over the years. Andrew Monaco joins us right now. Andrew, thanks for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So here we go. Casey Concepcion has appeared in more than a few mock drafts coming to the Browns, mainly at 24. First of all, what kind of a kid is he, Andrew?
Oh, unbelievable. I think we saw a little bit more about KC when he addressed the stuttering problem that came out of the blue. An innocuous comment, right? That's social media in this day and age. And he stepped right up and he admitted it. And it's something that he did when he was here. He was actually asked by our sports information if he wanted to do interviews or was he going to be guarded? And he was like, no, I'll answer any question anybody has. It's just that kind of stand-up guy for that. Now on the field, I think he makes everybody better. I just think that was such a welcome addition. And Mike Elko joked that he had a little bit of an insight because he had to try to defend that guy when he was at Duke. So it's much better calling plays for him here at Texas A&M. The one thing he can't do is get taller, right? Everybody loves a tall receiver. But Mike Elko raves about elite route running and the hands. And he just raves about Casey Concepcion when it comes to that. And I like the versatility of Casey, that there's way fewer spots in the NFL, right? The special teams, I think, is something as well. He's a game changer and a game breaker. It's something Texas A&M hasn't had in a while, and he definitely added to this Aggie offense.
What did you think when he came over? You talked about Duke when he was at NC State. What were your initial thoughts when he got there? And then, I mean, especially when you look at his numbers, and he was able to, he played one less game at North Carolina State that last year, but he only had 460 yards, and then, boom, he doubled with you guys.
Yeah. His freshman year was outstanding at NC State. And you guys know, once the secret gets out, what do you do as a receiver? Like now he became the number one guy, and you want to shut down the number one guy. And that's where he's I don't want to say struggled. I don't think the kid's ever struggled. But then with A&M, when he came over, if you remember in the offseason, Marcel Reed was going to be the starting quarterback, and the quote-unquote knock on Marcel was, he doesn't have a great arm. And Casey's first practice, he just turned to Mike Elko and said, that kid can spin it. And then that became the connection. It helped having Mario Craver come over from Mississippi State as well. But it gave the Aggies a number one receiver. Texas A&M, so my time here is Jimbo Fisher and Mike Elko. There wasn't that elite number one for Texas A&M. As much as I love Ainias Smith, and he's an NFLer, he was more of a slot guy, and really he could evade you, and loved Ainias and could go over the middle. But you never had that number one. KC was that. And Mike Elko has said this also. He goes, look, you not only have to have all SEC talent, he goes, you've got to have guys who are going into the league. And he wants to have 10 guys being drafted every year. That's the kind of talent to succeed in the SEC and compete for a national title. And KC, I think, was that guy that elevated that entire wide receiver room. And he was a number one, and I thought he played exactly like a number one.
Andrew, how did the Aggies use him most? Was he in the slot? Was he lined up wide? No. Where do you like him?
Mostly wide. When he was in the slot, I think there's a play that turns the game against Missouri Marcel sees the mismatch, and he doesn't audible very much, but it was the bubble screen, and that's where KC was in the middle. But I think he's going to be mostly on the outside is where he had the most success. again, like I said, it's a precise route runner, and I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. I don't think people understand that difference in college. In the pros, it has to be precise. I remember Jimbo Fisher doing this here, where he asked one of his receivers to run a route, and it was an exact number of steps, and you put your right foot on, in the turf at this exact moment. It was for the quarterbacks, and it was eye-opening, I think, for even our quarterbacks and our receivers. KC is that. It will be precise on the outside, great along the sidelines. But I remember when he came here, Mike just talked about the hands. They're so strong. So if the ball is near him, he will make that grab. But I think he's more of an outside guy than an inside guy.
How ready is he for the NFL?
I think he is ready. I think he is. I think he understood from his first year at NC State that he had a chance to play in the league. And I don't know if you guys know, but now in college, a lot of guys coming out, they're not even waiting 4 years. It's 3. Yeah. He wasn't one of those where, I'm just going to play until I could go there. He was going to have himself ready, but I think he has prepared himself. There's a maturity to KC Concepcion as well. If you talk with him, I think the way he carries himself, his demeanor, the way he is with teammates, I think the way he was here on campus with everybody who wanted his attention, he gave them some attention. I think it's just very mature of him. And I think it comes a little bit from the personal life, and I think there's that confidence in him. Again, I don't want to stick on the stuttering, but I think it says a lot about him that there's a confidence in this is who I am. And I think he can get better and better. And I think he did that at Texas A&M. And I think it was another level for as good as he was at NC State. I think it was another level at Texas A&M. So I think he is ready for this next stage.
Andrew Monaco joining us. He is the play-by-play man at Texas A&M for football and basketball and baseball as well. The one thing that is a little bit of a knock on Concepcion, hands. Do you like his hands? Does he? I
love his hands.
Okay.
I actually do. Yeah, and I thought that. And again, the combine, you can get fooled. Tape will always win. I think the combine's nice, and you get to see. But watching that one drill where they just fire those balls at you, that to me was KC, and that's what you saw every practice, not just games. I think you saw it in practice, and I think that's what's impressive is you see how hard he works on practice. Again, Saturday's not easier because, you're playing in the SEC. It's not but with the preparation that he did over the course of the week, he was ready for whatever moment he could do. I like his hands. I think they're really strong. And if there's a ball around, like he's mad if he drops one or doesn't have the handle, or a defensive back or a safety is trying to knock it out of his hands. You just did not see that a lot during practice and in games of KC. When he had it, he had good ball security. I'll say this also. The one thing I loved about this team was they called it the men of the 10. What do the other 10 do on offense besides the ball handler? And he was one of those receivers who blocked for other receivers or blocked downfield for a running back. There was also that unselfishness of KC Concepcion, which I think was very, very helpful in this Aggie offense this past year.
Andrew, before we let you go, can you do me a favor? Can you just kind of take a look around the office for Johnny Manziel's receipt? We're kind of see if we can get our cash back on that. Hey, but I guarantee you this: if you want to go into the archives, I guarantee you his playbook has never been opened. You could sell that; it's pristine.
Wow.
At least that's what he said here. He never opened the playbook here.
Mint condition on that, right? Mint condition. Yeah. He learned the hard way, didn't he? He learned the hard way.
Oh, amen, man. Amen.
Hey, Andrew, thank you very much. We appreciate the insight. And if KC ends up in Cleveland, we'll be talking again.
I'm telling you, I'm getting a Browns jersey if KC ends up in Cleveland. He's a wonderful kid, and I think he'd be a great addition to the organization.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the insight,
Thanks for having me.
Andrew Monaco from Texas A&M joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Too soon on the Manziel joke, or no?
No,
okay.
Probably not. KC's speed, not bad. He ran like a 4.38 40. The issue here to me is this, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
There appear to be a number of guys. I saw a story today that had 8 wide receivers going in at least the first 2 rounds. So there are a bunch of wide receivers who are going to come off the board early.
And it may not, where you get picked might not
be any indication as to how good you are. It might just be what the team wants, what the team interprets. The one thing that I think we're all real sure of is this team has not drafted wide receivers well. It's traded for wide receivers. That Amari Cooper deal worked out. The Jerry Jeudy deal, say what you want about Jerry. Jerry can play.
Mm-hmm.
But this team has not drafted wide receivers well. And I sure hope that because they're going to take one. And I sure hope they get the right one.
Have you watched, I'm sure like you're great at this, like looking at, going back and trying to find film on these guys, because you always seem to do that. So on him, I went back and watched, and he has a quality that we all love about Harold Fannin. It's the yak stuff that
well, that's what it's all about.
I mean, when and again, I question it because I didn't watch A&M games in their entirety, right?
No.
So you're watching these highlight reels, and it's hard. You can't fake that. You can't fake what happens after you make the catch. And his ability to move the ball forward afterwards, especially when he has 2 defenders on him, is impressive in these highlight reels. Now, of course, you're going to put your best plays on there. So
yeah, but you know what though? That it shows you what you're capable of.
It gives you the bar. Yeah.
When you get something that's just all like highlights of good plays, to me those are very insightful because they show what you're actually capable of. Now, you can't fill up 15 minutes if you can't make plays. So if you have 15 minutes of highlights, okay, well, you did some things. But we'll see. Mekhi Lemon is another guy who could be on the board for the Browns, could be a guy that they are interested in. He plays for the Trojans of USC, and he's about the same size as Concepcion. Concepcion listed at 5'11" or 6 foot, depending on what you look at. To me, that means 5'11".
Yeah.
Anytime you see,
especially in the new ABS system.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, thank you. But guess what? Odell Beckham wasn't very tall. Odell's like 5'10", 5'11". So if you can catch and you can get open and you can run after the catch, you can play wide receiver. Mekhi Lemon, about the same height, 5'11", about just a little shade under 200 pounds. He went to Southern California. His sideline reporter was Jordan Moore. He joins us next with some insight into Mekhi Lemon. It's Baskin and Phelps looking at wide receivers.
This winter might not.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You know, the nice thing about Mennigan is he's, thinking out of the box. How can we learn more about these players that the Browns could end up drafting in the first round of the draft? The nicer part is that the guys that he thinks of calling are nice enough to join us. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin over there. And we're going to look at the guy who coming out of USC just might be the 6th overall pick in the draft coming to the Browns. Joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, the sideline reporter for USC football. He does play-by-play like crazy. He is the chief creative officer, actually, at USC as well. Jordan Moore joining us. Jordan, thank you for your time today. It's early out there where you are.
Yeah, it's bright and early here in the morning, but after spending the year in the Midwest, it's nice to be back here in the West. But always happy to talk to you guys.
Yeah, that whole Big Ten thing. How's that going over?
Living in Big Ten country now, you are, my friend.
Yeah, plenty of frequent flyer miles, but certainly have seen some places that I haven't spent a whole lot of time in before. But the hospitality's been excellent.
Beautiful. It's a great place to live other than, like January. Well,
yeah, well, that's the time I spend there the most. So that's January in Minnesota and Michigan was certainly eye-opening.
Yeah, February is not real good either, just FYI, as you know. Mekhi Lemon, an outstanding wide receiver. We've seen him come into the Browns in mock drafts as high as number 6. I get the feeling, Jordan, he's not going to be on the board for an NFL team to take in the 20s. What do you think?
I don't think he'll be there in the 20s. I don't know. To me, it seems like there's the clear top 3 from everything that I've been seeing in terms of the receiver group. And I think that there's differentiators between the 3. I think Mekhi is not what I would call your prototypical NFL number 1. He's not 6'4", big X receiver. So, to me, it'll be a little bit in terms of team need or what the team is looking for, because we have seen, the comp that we always give Mekhi in the sort of USC universe is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, Amon-Ra was a guy who fell in the draft famously because he made a big deal about it. But just to the north of you guys, he has turned into a number 1 receiver and one of the best receivers in the league. But a guy in stature who's also not that big, obvious top 10 pick kind of receiver. So it'll be interesting to see whether, some in the league kind of don't want to make the same mistake twice after they all let Amon-Ra slip through their fingers.
What would you say is his best quality?
I think probably his toughness and just sort of his desire. He only, I think they recorded him officially as 1 drop. So, he has tremendous hands, but not in a way where you're, talking about like an Odell Beckham or even, we had Drake London who's just making these ridiculous one-handed catches. He is just really disciplined in everything he does, in his work, in his mentality. Just kind of a pit bull of a receiver. And hard not to bet on a guy like that to succeed.
Jordan Moore joining us from the University of Southern California. The one thing, and if you want to look at this as a plus, I think it can be. You'll have more insight than we will. Other people will look at it as a negative. Mekhi was the kind of guy who came on, as a freshman, played a little corner as well, correct? And didn't catch many passes, only 6. And then as a sophomore, a little more productive. And then last year, boom, over 1,100 yards. Is coming on the scene maybe in year number 3 a good thing because there's so much more to go? Or is it like, should you be concerned because he had just 1 really knockout year in college?
Yeah, it's a good question to sort of talk about his development a little bit. He was a pedigree player. He was a highly recruited player. But as you said, the reason he played corner as a freshman because I think he came in a little bit with that athlete tag, that they give some of these recruits coming in. So, I mean, I remember when he came into USC not knowing whether he was a DB or a wide receiver, and, just being a general good football player is what he was. Now, he was a great high school receiver, but obviously a lot of those guys play both sides of the ball down there. Yeah, his freshman year, his freshman and sophomore year, the way our receiver room worked, it was a little overcrowded. It's funny. There's lots of complaints about the NIL era, but one of the things it's done is it's forced teams to have a little bit more of a NFL mentality where you can't just pay 6 receivers. But in the old days, that's kind of what teams were doing. A team like Ohio State in your neck of the woods, it's like you don't just have 2 guys. You just have guy after guy after guy. And that's kind of how the receiver room was at USC. So they had all these 5 stars, and they were trying to feed everybody equally and keep everybody happy so no one transferred and let them sort of develop. Last year, they just picked 2 guys. And it's the 2 guys in the draft this year, Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane. Then we saw, Zachariah Branch, who's in this draft. He transferred, and Deuce Robinson transferred, went to Florida State. So there's these talented guys that went all over the place, and it left sort of Mekhi as like the clear one. So it was really his junior year and last year was the only year where he was featured. So it's hard to say, how much of the progression was simply, a matter of opportunity versus, saying a guy is just sort of a one-hit wonder, if you will.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a basic question, but I ask everybody, how NFL ready is he?
I can't imagine, being more NFL ready. He's come in a system that's produced wide receivers, from a school that's produced wide receivers. He has a tremendous work ethic and mentality. I think he is as ready to go as you can be.
Jordan, one thing about him, when you see him on tape, he looks like he's just on fire when it comes to contested catches.
Yeah, I think if the fun game to go watch, particularly for Big Ten fans, is Iowa came out to USC, and the funny thing about that game was it never really rains out here, and it poured that day. So we had Iowa out here in a muddy, rainy game, and Iowa, one of the best defenses in the country, one of the highest rated pass defenses in the country, and everyone immediately said, well, what a huge break and advantage for Iowa. And he absolutely just dominated them. I mean, just contested catch after contested catch on a gross day. And so, if you are a Cleveland, a team that needs a receiver, you're not a dome team. You're not a team. You're a team that needs a receiver that can play on a rainy day, on a cold day, on a windy day. That's the tape to go watch because he's up for that kind of challenge in a way that some of the more technical, pretty receivers maybe aren't.
This might seem like a weird question, but I'm just curious. How did the change? So he had just 1 year in the Big Ten, 2 years in the Big Ten. I'm trying to remember when you guys.
2 years.
2 years. Is there a difference when you're playing Big Ten teams compared to the West Coast Pac-12 teams? And did that? I don't know. Do the defenses look significantly different throughout a regular season? I'm not only for him, but for every wide receiver.
Certainly, the league has been completely different. Yeah. I think that the travel has been a big story, but really, it's just the fact that in the Big Ten, you go to these incredible atmospheres. Yeah. You play in some cold weather, but you play these big physical defenses in front of these incredible, for us, road crowds. And I think that was the biggest adjustment, but. The thing I have noticed the most from that position in particular, they allow a lot more physicality at the top of the route than the Pac-12 did. We joked constantly on the broadcast about what it would take to get a pass interference call in this league. It's just not a league. It's not a league that throws holding penalties, and they don't throw pass interference penalties.
Holding? What's holding? What?
Yeah, exactly.
Ask the Buckeyes that. They never get a call, ever.
So, it's consistent. Like, it's not even like, it's not some conspiracy theory against USC. It's just watching the games. It's not it's, they're not calling, ticky-tack calls, which obviously the NFL calls everything, right? So that's the opposite, is that, you put your hands on a receiver in the NFL and you get that illegal contact flag. So, that's a big difference certainly there. But in the Big Ten, I think you have to be super physical as a receiver or you'll just get mauled.
Jordan Moore joining us from the University of Southern California. You mentioned some of the other guys, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Drake London. You've had some terrific wide receivers. Where does Makai Lemon stack up with those guys who have become really good pros?
God, it's such a good question because, you look at now that I look at them in totality in their NFL careers, it sort of slants it in your mind, right? You look at someone like Amon-Ra, who's become this incredible NFL receiver.
He's
and
phenomenal.
Probably the best, probably the best NFL receiver of the lot, of this era from like 2010 to now, where USC has produced really as many receivers as any school in the country. Some of those, but Amon-Ra didn't quite have the college career of some of these guys. The two guys that won the Biletnikoff Award are Makai and then Marquise Lee. But Marquise Lee didn't have a great NFL career. So, the guy I come back to a little bit sometimes is Robert Woods. I think he's the most underrated of the USC bunch. He was sort of early on and then was this wonderful kind of technical receiver and do everything player for Sean McVay and the Rams. But you have the guys like Drake London, who's such a physical freak, so much bigger than everybody. But I ultimately think the NFL thing, all these guys are really good, and Makai is going to be really good. The NFL thing often comes down to opportunity. When I brought up Robert Woods earlier, Robert Woods was drafted by the Bills. He was a bust technically with the Bills because they didn't have any quarterbacks. They didn't have anyone to throw him the ball in cold weather and a
by the way,
team.
have you seen the Browns quarterback situation?
Well, and I think that's the concern, right? That's why sometimes you got to get the quarterback before you get the receiver, or maybe you get the receiver this year and you get the quarterback next year, which some teams do it that way as well, so the receiver is ready when the quarterback gets there. But that's what it comes down to for me. Makai Lemon is not going to be assuming he holds up physically, he's not going to be a bust. He is going to be a big-time playmaker in that league, but you got to put a quarterback in position, and you got to have a play caller, and structurally you have to have that set up. Or not many people thrive in that league unless you're just Myles Garrett, who can get sacks and and do his thing.
Hey, can I throw a basketball question at you real quick, because I know you do hoops too. Evan Mobley, what have you thought of his career here in Cleveland? And Jeff and I are big Mobley fans, and a lot of times
he needs more shots, Jordan.
Yeah, a lot of times we sit here and go, the team will go as Evan goes. I'm just curious, as you've watched him play in the NBA now, your thoughts on his maturation. Big word for me.
Yeah, such a good question, and I've followed him closely, and obviously he gave us an incredible season at USC. I think with Evan, the offensive game is kind of what everyone looks at. Is there more to it? And I don't really understand why the shooting numbers have dropped so much this season. Just looking at it, it did seem like he was progressing year after year. He's having a bad year at the free throw line. He's not shooting the three ball that well. So, for me, I don't know that his mentality is ever going to be a guy who takes over games offensively. That's not even who he was necessarily in college for us when he was obviously better than, pretty much all the players he played against. He's such an elite defensive player and such a valuable defensive player in this league where switchability and length and the ability to cover the pick and roll is so important. So he's always going to be huge in that regard. But I don't know that mentality-wise he's ever going to be a guy who's going to take over games offensively. I think he just needs to go back to the lab a little bit and get back on that shooting trajectory he was at, because if he can become a consistent three-point shooter, make all his free throws, those kind of things, then he can be a really solid 2-3 on offense. But I don't know that he's ever going to be a guy where you just go, throw it to Evan. He's going to go get his 30.
Jordan Moore joining us from the University of Southern California. I'm sure you're not aware, a couple of years ago when the NBA playoffs came around, we had a special NBA playoff guy who checked in with us and gave us a lowdown on everything that was going on. He's now your head coach in basketball. Eric Musselman joined us.
Coach Muss.
Yeah, he joined us for an entire playoff run during the NBA. How's he doing out there? He's from right here in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, he's doing great. He is. Yeah, he's doing great. As you know, Coach Muss is just a wealth of basketball knowledge, having grown up as the son of an NBA coach. And so he just grew up in the game. One of those guys who was like ball boy and then ends up as a NBA head coach at a couple spots and successful college coach. We had a difficult year with just a ton of injuries. Otherwise, I think we would have been a tournament team for sure and maybe a Sweet 16 kind of team. So hopefully going into his third year, we'll get a little bit better injury luck and the team will move back to the top half of the Big Ten. But you talk about tough leagues, guys, man, the Big Ten in basketball is something else. I mean, we coming from the Pac-12 where it was pretty much Arizona, UCLA, and then a mixed bag after that. The Big Ten is just dynamite across the board. All the road games are tough to win. You saw it in the tournament this year. The league is just dominant right now.
Well, if you run into Eric, tell him the guys in Cleveland that he helped out like crazy.
Yeah,
say hi.
He was awesome.
We appreciate
Will
that.
do. I'm sure he'll remember it. Yeah.
I got one last question for you. It's kind of silly. Just with you guys playing home games at the Coliseum, will the Olympics affect you guys at all? We have to move any games, or do they have to do any reconstruction there or anything? I was just thinking about it. I was like, how does that work?
Yeah, it will. I don't know if they officially announced their plan or whether it was rumored, but I do think that there's like a season that are they going to play half the season or something at SoFi. I do think that we will have to move some games because I think the track's going to be at the Coliseum, so they're basically going to have to take out the part of the Coliseum to put in the track. And,
wow.
So it's going to be a big deal for sure.
All right, so it wasn't crazy. All right, good luck to you with that for sure.
Yeah, Jordan, thank you very much for the insight. We appreciate it. And Makai Lemon looks like an absolute keeper. So if he ends up in Cleveland, I think the Browns will have nailed that pick.
All right, we'll be rooting for him.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Jordan
you,
thanks,
Moore
man. Appreciate
from
you.
the University of Southern California joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dano, that was fun.
Nice job.
Andrew Monaco, the Texas A&M play-by-play guy. Jordan Moore, USC sideline reporter for football, play-by-play for basketball, joining us and giving us insight into Casey Concepcion and Makai Lemon. The question to me now, Andy, is this. Do we trust this front office to get it right when it comes to drafting a wide receiver? I don't know the answer to that, and I got to be honest. I don't have a whole lot of trust when it comes to them drafting a wide receiver. We'll discuss next. Todd Monken, Browns head coach, coming up at 12:15. Press conference from Berea. We'll hear it here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice.
they've got a long way to go. And they have a brand new head coach that they have to impress and get to know. So I think anybody that doesn't show up is really going to be remiss and behind the 8 ball and having a lot of catching up to do. I can't imagine anybody just deciding not to come to these voluntary workouts, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 12:15, Todd Monken, head coach of the Browns. Press conference. Voluntary workouts. Not voluntary for Todd. He's going to speak. But he might want to anyway. So 12:15, we're going to hear him right here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092.
You know, Jeff, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere. On the free, yeah, you can. On the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, and, of course, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That is live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Other than making sure Malachi Corley's wrapped up contractually, the Browns haven't done much at wide receiver here in the offseason, and we all know they need to do something. And we're all assuming, you know what that word?
I've seen that. I watched that.
So you know what assume means, but we're all assuming that they're going to draft a wide receiver in the first or second round. Is that fair? I'm not even going to say I'm not even going to say first round. I'm going to say first or second round. I assume they're drafting a wide receiver.
Jeff, if they don't have a left tackle in there in one of the first 3 picks, another offensive line, depending on maybe if they took a wide receiver first.
Or 2 wide receivers.
Or 2 wide receivers or 2 offensive linemen.
We'll all be stunned.
I'm going to be like, what are they doing?
I would think there's an offensive tackle in there. I would think there's a wide receiver. You might throw in a defensive player regardless. The question is this.
Or a long snapper. I mean.
The question is this.
Although I don't want to say that because I like.
Rex Unohara.
Yeah, I like Rex. I don't want to do it.
It's because
I don't turn on local people. I just want you to know that.
Gosh, I never would have known that. The question is...
Oh, look at you, snarky guy, laughing back there. I heard you.
The question is this.
Sorry, I appreciate a good deadpan.
Yeah.
Do you trust Andrew Berry and his scouting
department? Who's got your back, Rex? What?
Do you trust Andrew Berry and his scouting department to draft a wide receiver? Let alone draft one high. Because they've not drafted one high since they've been here in their 6 drafts. And, Andy, they've not drafted one who's been good. They've drafted a couple that have shown some flashes here and there, but let me go through this for you, okay?
Yeah, I'm looking at another list. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna work our way from the first draft to the last. Okay. In 2020, they drafted Donovan Peoples-Jones, late 6th round pick.
Okay.
Donovan Peoples-Jones has had the best NFL career of any wide receiver drafted by the Browns under Andrew Berry. And he lasted only 4 years in the league. He's the best, 122 career catches.
What round was that again?
6th. In 2021, they drafted Anthony Schwartz in the 3rd. That didn't work.
Schwartz was not with us.
He has 14 NFL catches.
Thank you.
In 2022, they drafted David Bell in the 3rd round.
I had such high hopes.
I know. David with 41 catches. And
I
Michael
thought
Woods.
He was the next Jarvis Landry.
Who they kept just telling us, Michael Woods. 6th round, he had 12 NFL catches. In 2023, a guy I've not given up on yet, Cedric Tillman.
Let me guess, 3rd round.
3rd round.
Yeah, of course.
71 catches. He's number 2 in the most successful wide receivers drafted by Andrew Berry. And he's part of the group that we think, oh, my God, do they need a wide receiver?
Yeah.
And then Jamari Thrash in 2024 with 13 catches.
5th round. Yeah.
So you've drafted 6 guys at wide receiver, and not one of them is a starter for this team now and has shown that he's actually a good, I won't even say upper echelon. How about above average NFL wide receiver?
That's why.
Is that on where they were drafted, or is that on the guys drafting them?
I think it's on the guys picking them.
I do too.
I don't. That's not even a question. But I have a feeling this is going to be the year.
Might be gas.
That could be gas too. It's the year for Luke Floria. I can feel it.
Oh, now we're talking draft.
I can feel
it. Let's hope Luke becomes a stud.
Yes.
Okay. Can we actually talk about
Are
what's
we
at hand
talking
here?
about Browns wide receivers? Are we talking about them?
Should we do a group size?
3, 2, 1.
We just talked with Jordan Moore from USC, their sideline reporter for football. Makai Lemon, he had an up-close and personal look. Casey Concepcion, Texas A&M. We talked to Andrew Monaco, their play-by-play guy, in the last hour. If I had to pick one or the other, I would take Makai Lemon. But I think if you want Makai Lemon, you're either going to have to take him at 6 or you're going to have to trade up to get him. I think Casey Concepcion could certainly be on the board at 24. And if the Browns want to go that route, that's fine. They have to determine what wide receiver is going to be good in the NFL and just go get him. I read a story today. I mentioned talk of 8 wide receivers in the first 2 rounds of this draft. Fine. Somebody who's not picked in the first round is going to end up being absolutely great. You know that. That happens all the time.
All the time, yeah.
So don't make the mistake. If you don't think one of these guys is just going to be ridiculous, and we'll talk more about some other guys coming up like Carnell Tate, who's listed number 1 by most everybody and is the most common name you see in mock drafts to the Browns at 6. If it's not Carnell Tate at 6, should it be Makai Lemon? Should it be anybody else? Should it be Jordan Tyson?
Do you really think the Browns are going to have to go up to get Makai Lemon?
From 6, no, but from 24, yes.
Okay, that I'll buy. Because everywhere I see these 10 to 20.
Todd Monken press conference coming up at 12:15. He'll be asked about wide receiver, I'll bet. But really nice talking to those guys around the country about their fellas, Casey Concepcion and Makai Lemon. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Big changes are coming to mornings at 92.3 The Fan.
All right, everybody, don't panic. It's not the end of us, but we do have news for you. Stay tuned.
More news coming soon. So lock in 92.3 The Fan all week and weekend long.
Countdown is on. 13 minutes, 14 minutes, whatever it is. Todd Monken going to walk in front of the media and talk today. Is my excitement misplaced here, Andy?
No, I think we have.
We're going to hear it here on The Fan.
There must be a disorder.
12:15.
Maybe it's called talk radio disorder, where you feel like you find yourself on this treadmill of talking about the quarterback situation so much, and you're just desiring new information.
Yeah.
I think that's what this is all about.
Is that what it is?
This is your desire, your passion, your compulsion, all for new information about the quarterback situation. We hang on little things
it's
like
all quarterback?
The majority
I thought it was more than that.
Jeff, let's.
I want to hear about the new wide receiver. I'm sorry.
Okay, come to terms with this. Do you need me to put the Stuart Smalley mirror in front of you?
No.
I'm okay.
I don't need it.
Okay.
I don't need it. Can I bring up a joke from our conference call?
Okay. Who said it? Me or you?
It was you.
Oh, good. Was it funny?
Or was it Dan? It wasn't me. But I laughed, and you guys were right. If Todd Monken happens to say today, Mary Kay, thank you very much. I understand the question. Or I appreciate the question, and I understand that you had to ask. Then we will have known that he is a graduate of the Cleveland Browns Media Training School. But if he says, you know what, that's a dang good question, our quarterbacks need to play better, then we know he hasn't graduated yet.
Please don't graduate yet. You're going to have a long time to give noise-filled air. The noise-filled air is coming.
I hope he flunks out of Browns Media Training School.
The noise-filled air is coming, Jeff. It's like, you just know it.
It might not, Dan.
I hope you're right.
He might be the guy who says, I'm going to tell you what I think.
I hope you're right. It just seems to hit all of them except for Freddie Kitchens, and Freddie was here for a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Freddie was fun while he was here. So was Greg.
Oh, Greg was the best.
I miss Coach. I hope he's doing well.
I do, too. I miss him. He was the best. Be selling beer in the stands.
Do you have expectations of Todd Monken this year?
I'm confused on what the directive is for Todd Monken. I'll be honest with you. Really.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
That's a great thought by you. And I think you're exactly on the money.
I'm done. Hey, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10. Be a hero, be a real hero.
I feel the exact same way. It's like, what are you telling this guy? And here's, not to cut you off, what are you telling him? Because if you're telling him it's not about winning games this year, well, Jimmy Haslam's telling us it is, but your roster moves so far are telling you it's not. And here's a guy who's finally getting his chance, Andy. He's got to win games or he might be toast.
And this is why I'm perplexed. Like the fact that you're saying that he is a stopgap. Anyone that said this when he got hired, my stomach turned. Why would you hire a stopgap head coach in the NFL?
Coach.
A bridge coach.
Ridiculous.
I can't understand that. I don't want to be. As a fan, I don't want that. I want to believe that the coach you brought in is going to be able to lead this team to victory, or at least not make things worse than they are. I mean, I don't have a very high bar on this thing.
You know, my thought when they let go of Kevin Stefanski, I wouldn't have done it. I would have kept both guys, or I would have gotten rid of both guys. They were a group package to me, but they split them up. So with that thought in mind, I'm pulling for Todd Monken just like absolute crazy to do his thing and to turn this thing around a little bit. Let's see what you can do.
What would you do if you were the general manager? Let me give you that opportunity. I'll let you be a draft guy.
Fine thought.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be
Yeah.
the third caller right now at 216-474-0092 to be named general manager of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft. That is April 16th. We are just days away. Located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. What am I talking about? Again, it's Game On. That's where you want to go to. Plus, you'll get exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. Jeff, I'm going to give you the bowl. We are going to wait for that third caller right now because you've been standing by. There aren't many tickets left in here. I got to tell you that.
Really?
Yes. Here's the bowl.
I have to take the bowl?
Yeah, you get the bowl
Why?
this time. Because I'm reading. Oh, no, I'll do it then. I'll do it. You can answer the phone.
Okay.
All right. I have control
Thanks.
of the bowl. It's always bad when I have the bowl. 216-474-0092. Thank you.
Don't get us pulled into a meeting.
Nothing a plunger can't fix. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
You took it. Caller number 3.
Pulled into a meeting.
Caller.
Not too many teams
number
left.
3. Not too many.
Browns are off the board.
Who will you be? Will you be able to handle the pressure of Daryl Ryder as the commissioner?
Pressure.
I've seen people just faint when they see Daryl.
I
Absolutely
can understand
faint.
that. I know I do.
And now with the new haircut, man, you're in trouble. You are in
Did he get
trouble.
it cut, or is he just letting it grow?
No, I changed the whole look. Oh, here we go.
So I
Jeff.
haven't seen it?
You've seen it. You just don't realize
Let's go
it's
to
there.
Mayfield Heights. Caller number 3 is Buck. Buck, welcome and
Buck.
congratulations.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're well. We're going to pick a team for you. Hang on afterwards. We'll get all your
right,
info.
Here we go. The bowl, as the folks are watching on YouTube, is now over my head. I am now going to pick your team. Oh, can you spell Jets? Jets. Jets. You have the 16th pick.
Oh, boy. I'm going to
Buck, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're very happy
I
for you.
feel your excitement, man. Woo!
Wow.
Boy, your night, April 6th.
We appreciate that. So there you go. Congratulations, Buck.
There you go.
Jets.
Buck.
They have 2 picks, you know. They're like the Browns. They have 2 picks in the first round.
Just making sure everything's legal. I'm signing the paperwork. Okay, we're good.
Good. Done. Todd Monken coming up in about 5 minutes. So when Todd speaks to the podium, walks up and starts doing his thing, we'll be ready to roll. And that'll be outstanding.
There we go.
And looking forward to that. I honestly, Andy, I'm pulling for this guy like crazy. He's getting his opportunity. So far, they're not giving him a whole lot to work with. But the offseason's not over. In fact, the big thing of the offseason is still coming up. So they're going to add some players in the draft, hopefully some players that Todd can wrap his head around, can coach up, and can help him win some football games. But I think, obviously, they sunk some assets into the offensive line. That's where it starts for an offensive coach.
Yeah, but is this a permanent asset management acquisition on the line? Do you? I kind of feel
No,
like
these guys.
they got
These
stopgaps.
guys are Band-Aids.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think the only one that might not be is Zion Johnson. You know, he might be long-term here. But Jenkins, Howard, I think they're kind of Band-Aids. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they step in and do a really good job and they're here forever. But right now, that's what they've done. I mean, there's no help at wide receiver. There's no help at quarterback. So you have to assume that they think that they're either going to take care of those things in the draft, or somebody's going to get kicked loose that you don't think is going to get kicked loose, and they're going to bring them in here from another team, maybe in a trade around the draft, maybe afterwards, or, hey, Todd, this is it. Good luck to you, pal. And think about that 2027 draft. Hope you're coaching the team. See, that to me would be unfair. If they're looking at the 2027 draft to find their quarterback, And Jimmy Haslam is saying, we got to win more games. Well, how are you going to do that if you don't have your guy?
Why would you have a different theory than you have with Andrew Berry? That's my question at this point. If you've committed yourself to the leeway that they've given to Andrew Berry, why wouldn't you give yourself the leeway with another head coach, which they've done since Hugh, right? They've given these guys time to breathe as a head coach. I just don't see – I mean, you have one coach in there, right, that you kind of – you went 1 year with. I can't. And by the way, if you're only going to let a guy in here for 1 year, something has to go really sideways, don't you think? The one that always got me was Chud. Like, I'll never understand why
Chud got a raw deal.
Chud didn't make any sense to me at all. I didn't get that at all.
I don't get that at all. Would he have been a good head coach in the NFL? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I thought he got a raw deal.
He never got another shot.
You owe Todd Monken this year and one more anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he could have gone to New York. We all know that. So,
well, yeah, but this was his chance, Andy. And I wonder what you said to begin our segment. Wonder what his marching orders are, because I don't think you could tell him, hey, we're trying to build long term here. We're trying to build long term here, so we're not really going to give you everything you need to be successful this year. But don't worry, nod, nod, wink, wink. You'll be back for year number 2.
So when Tom was on yesterday, I said, what if he walks away with 3 wins at the end of the year? He's probably
he's probably toast.
Yeah. But if you do that, here's where he wouldn't be toast, is if they drafted a quarterback at 6 and gave him a chance and saw that the quarterback had some upside. That's about the only way I think he could survive a 3-win season.
Why didn't Kevin Stefanski survive a 5-win season when he brought along a young quarterback and had him playing at
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
An opening statement, so if you guys got questions.
Willing to share with us what your sort of opening message to the team is at the start of this offseason program?
It was real simple. We're in the development business and the winning business. Point blank, period. That's what we're in.
Did it feel any different, Todd? I know you've done it before and stood in front of the team, but first time NFL head coach, did it feel any different?
It felt different preparing for the meeting. The time that it took to make sure you're on point with the message and for the guys to feel that message, but getting up in front of the room, no.
Do you have any update on Joe Petronio's plans?
I do not.
Are you happy with the turnout so far?
Oh, yeah. No, it's our job. We all know that the off-season's voluntary. I mean, it is. So, first of all, there's nothing like being around the players. I mean, it's everything we do is the development of players. That's how we get to where we're at in the coaching profession. So it's awesome being around it. But it is our job to put together an off-season program that makes them want to be here from a development standpoint, from a connection standpoint, from a schematic standpoint, for them to want to be here. That's our job as an organization, as a coaching staff, that they get something here that they couldn't get anywhere else. Could they get stronger somewhere else? Yes. Could they get faster somewhere else? I guess. Can they get connected with their team? No. With their coaches? No. Absolutely not. Can they get what we're doing schematically? Absolutely not. But we understand that it is voluntary. But I was fired up at the guys that were here. It was a great start.
I know at the Combine you mentioned that working with John Harbaugh, that he was all about the work at this stage of the offseason. Just can you expand a little bit more on some things you took away from working with him in that regard and how maybe it's informed designing this year's program?
Use every minute of every day. It's all about winning. That's what we do, right? I mean, within the rules, use every minute of every day, every resource that we have to help develop our players and develop our systems that allow us to play clean and play fast.
So this part of the off-season workouts is about teaching the new playbook. And for you, do you have maybe a philosophical approach that you're trying to get in terms of not just development, but installation and teaching these guys what you're looking to get when you are able to get out on the field?
Well, first off, phase one ought to be more about their individual techniques irrespective of the playbook. For each position, they have their own playbook in terms of what it should look like, what blocking techniques, the terminology that goes with that, their drills once we get on the field, because it's going to carry over. Within a certain route concepts, you might have the same route that shows up 3 times, 4 times. How do we get proficient at that one route, that one blocking technique? What we're asking them to do on defense. So it's really more fundamentals than anything in the first couple weeks. Then we start to get into more scheme, playbook, and then we get to go on the field with them, because it's hard to really install too much of the offense without being able to go out there with them. It really is a little bit more difficult. So, and again, it doesn't matter if they know what to do, but they can't do it, right? Like I think a big one for me is, and our players have to take some onus and some memorization in terms of the playbook. Ultimately, our coaches should not be in charge of, just to give an example, of teaching someone the history of a gun. How was a gun made, right? Where did it come from? No, ultimately, we want to teach them how to fire it. And that's what we want to do as coaches. I don't want to teach them formations. They can study that. Motions, shifts, how we get aligned, memorization. We want our coaches to be able to coach how to do it and show it visually.
Todd, you had said that yesterday was going to be the first time you were able to coach the quarterbacks on the playbook and everything. Were you pleased with where they were coming in on the first day of the program in terms of, maybe picking up concepts and that sort of thing?
What we got into, for sure. I mean, each day they're going to gain more and more information of what we do and what we expect. I was fired up. I mean, I thought all 3 guys were bright-eyed, wanting to learn. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start in that QB room.
Coach's photo last week.
Yeah. Then why are you asking it?
Sean McVay wasn't in there. In the photo either. Do you ever think that that's...
I can't comment on Sean McVay.
Right. But do you feel like you got, a disproportionate amount of the bluster for that?
I mean, they moved the meeting. I didn't miss it. I was just trying to get a sweet haircut. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. And then they moved the meeting. Now, you can blame that I should have been at the meeting when they moved it up and my ass would have known that's when it was. Yeah, okay, I got you. And was it disappointing? Bet your ass it was disappointing. I waited my whole life to be a head coach. I'm not in the head coach's picture. You'd think with AI they could have done that quickly and got me in there. But no, it's the way it is. It'll be under the bridge, and what'll matter most is how we move from here and do we win or not. That ultimately, none of that will matter.
The reason I asked is that there's this perception around the Browns, like, what can go wrong, will go wrong. People always read the worst into what happens here. How can you guys change that perception?
Winning. What changes everything, right? Winning changes everything, right? I told the coaches that the other day, right? Or playing well. How does a player stop a narrative? Play well. How do we stop a narrative on offense? Score. How do you stop a narrative of winning? Win. It's pretty freaking simple, right? I mean, is that not in life in general, right? There is a narrative out there that, you're not a good husband. Well, change. Be a good husband, right? All that's part of it, right? Change the narrative. Become that. That's what we have to do. It's real simple.
Todd, how important, since most of these guys never met you before, how important is it for you to make a good impression on them so they know who you are on that first meeting you had?
Ultimately, I wanted them to know what our goals are and what we're here for as coaches. That's it. It's really simple. I said at the beginning, I mean, what business are we in? We're in the development business of our players to help them aspire to achieve all of their dreams that they've ever worked on. There's nothing more exciting for a position coach than to take a player and develop them, and that down the road, they get paid. They get a second contract, be it here or somewhere else. That says, I helped. There's nothing like that. Just like coaching, there's nothing like building a plan, a system that you can play fast, offense, defense, special teams, and it shows up on the field. That part of that's all it is. We're in the development business and the winning business. And anything that gets in the way of those two things have to be confronted and eliminated. That's it. at the end of the day. Whatever your goals are, doesn't matter in life, right? You want to be a great Christian, you got to eliminate anything in your life that stops you from being a great Christian. Being a great father, being a great husband, you have to eliminate those things that stop you from your goals and aspirations. That's our job.
Time with the draft a couple weeks away, from your aspect, how do you split your time between having the ice here and then working, preparing for the draft stuff?
Oh, well, it's starting to kick up a little bit here in the next couple of weeks. It's fine. Nothing hard. Just take some time. That's all it is. I mean, we were ready for the guys to come back, so there's not as much preparation that I've needed for the first 2 weeks in terms of meetings. So that allows us to kind of, be able to dedicate some time to the draft. But we're going to have that veterans mini camp, the voluntary mini camp here in a couple weeks, which is awesome, by the way, that we get a chance to get out there with them. It's interesting. We go right from phase 1 to phase 3, basically, but I think it's awesome. We get to go out on the field and get a little bit of an advanced look of our guys, especially it's leading up right to the draft. I mean, think about that. You get a couple of days before you lead into it. It's a little that you get to see, but you get at least of an idea that leads into that. But it's not been hard.
He also mentioned that he didn't think that Miles would be here. He's usually not here for the offseason program, but that he's proven that he doesn't necessarily really need it. Again, I know it's voluntary, but do you feel like he's sort of on a different level and might not need to be here for something like this?
Well, first of all, as I've said before, this is voluntary for our players to be here. I think if you asked every coach in the NFL would they like every player to be there, that of course. I think there's certain parts of what we do from a connection standpoint, that I think is important to be here. From a schematic standpoint, from a work standpoint, not so much. And it is our job to make it to where the guys want to be here. I mean, not just by the job, but by their development, by the camaraderie, being part of a team. I mean, hell, I've been part of a team since I've been 5 years old. There's nothing like it. I wouldn't miss it because that's me. That's how I'm wired. But it is voluntary. Miles will be ready. I'm not worried about Miles.
What about eliminating things that stop you from being great? This has been a team that I think 5 of the last 6 years has ranked 20th or worse in penalty yardage over the last years. How do you coach that out of a team?
Well, I think you show it, you teach, and you make sure that on a daily basis it's emphasized.
From Quinchon in a little bit, and I know he's working his way back from a tough injury, but seeing what he did his rookie season, how excited are you to get to work with him, and what do you think he can add in this offense?
Wow, I was a big fan when he came out. I mean, it was a good draft last year for running backs. I mean, there was a good number of talented players that you could envision them having, great NFL careers. And he's no different. And what you saw in film last year is a player that loves football, refuses to go down. He's hard to bring down. He plays, behind his pads. He drives his legs on contact. He's got a charismatic smile. I mean, I haven't been around him practicing yet, but I can't wait. I can't wait to get him out there, get a chance to work with him.
Todd, when it comes to kind of figuring out the identity of this team and who you guys are going to be, do you know that now? Does that have to develop over time? When do you kind of figure that out?
Well, I mean, the identity of your team should never change. Now, your methods that you get to it and what it actually looks like is different. As Coach used to say, principles are set in stone, right? I mean, it ought to pop off the tape. That we're smart, we're physical, unbelievable effort, and our execution should pop off the tape. That doesn't matter what we're running, what play we're running. That identity should be there. And what are we trying to establish? A team that nobody wants to play.
You've talked so much about wanting to sort of have the quarterback.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken speaking to the media in Berea.
Do you have a similar thought process on sort of where guys are going to be slotted on the offensive line? I understand you might even add somebody during the draft or multiple people during the draft, but is that kind of the goal is this spring get to a point where you kind of know what that looks like going into training camp?
I think that's true. I think the hardest part is for everybody that's here is external to us and our staff. That's what's hard. Defensively, it's a little easier. I mean, with the staff we have back, but offensively, whether we brought someone from the outside or they were already here on their previous roster. Like, we haven't really had a chance to work with them yet and get out there, which we'll have a better idea in a couple of weeks. But we do have to, and you're right, we'll have to have a depth chart. I mean, we're going to have to line up in 2 weeks. We're going to have to roll the first unit out there, and there's some past history that plays in that, and a little bit of guesswork, where they're at and what we've seen up till this point in the classroom, and maybe a little bit of, what we've heard. I mean, that all goes into it, but eventually it'll all work itself out. Whatever the number of reps, I said it a week ago, it doesn't eliminate the competition. It just doesn't. I mean, players decide who plays. I don't decide who plays. I mean, the players decide that. And it's not where they start, it's where they finish. It's where they end up.
Stood out to you about when you faced Carson last year, and do you envision his role changing at all with Rudy in charge of that defense?
I remember being in the draft meetings and at the place I was previously, and them talking about Carson. I didn't do him as the offensive coordinator, but I remember them speaking of what his superpower was, who he was, and then to see it when we played against him was impressive. Run, chase, hit, very instinctual, loves football, outstanding leader, all of those things. And you're like, well, they're right. I mean, and I'm damn glad he's a Brown.
As you approach this quarterback competition, what kinds of things are these guys going to be sort of scrutinized on, graded on as you go through even these first 2 weeks when you can't necessarily be outside or inside, wherever, coaching them up, hands-on? What goes into this, and then how heated do you think this battle is going to be as you move through this spring?
Oh, I think like almost every position on your team is going to be a heated battle. Every year is a new year. I mean, it resets every year. I don't care where you are. Whether it's your offense and defensive systems, whether it's players, you have to reset in the off season. So there's heated competition everywhere. From a quarterback's perspective, it's a little bit more difficult just because their number one job is to get us in the end zone, and that's a little bit harder to really drill down. A couple of different reasons why. One is you're not playing any games. You don't have pads on. No one's live. So you really don't get a real feel for their athleticism, ability to escape and play make. That's probably one of the hardest things over the years of when you have athletic quarterbacks. Like, this guy looks a little better in 7-on-7. Yeah, well, the game isn't 7-on-7. It absolutely isn't. Who makes plays? Who's got an inner toughness to move the offense and get us in the end zone? And then ultimately, who does the team believe in? And usually that correlates. The team's going to believe in the guy that gives us the best chance to score and win. And when the game's on the line, whether it's third downs, fourth downs, 2-minute, that they feel comfortable like we would want, that the ball's in their hands.
You mentioned the importance of tape, and it's not about where you start, it's about where you finish. That being said, going through all the tape, getting these quarterbacks in the building, do you have an inkling of who will be, leading in reps to start out?
We talking about quarterback? Yeah. No, not really, because there's enough there of all three. I mean, I think we'd all be able to say that. There's enough there to really like Deshaun, the way he plays. And there's enough there to really like the way Shedeur played at the back end of the year. And there's enough early in the year from Dylan that is playing the position at a very high level. So I don't see it as, it's been brought up a lot more to me than really what I think about, other than, someone's going to have to start off first, and someone's going to go second, and someone's going to go third. And then we'll be willing to switch that. That's easily, on a daily basis, what we see, just like any position. That's not set in stone. That's something we can flip, just like the practice face. We can flip that any given day to how we see fit that gives us the best chance to develop our players. Now, how they go about it, how they study, how they take care of their body, how they manage our team, how they lead, those are set in stone. Those are non-negotiables.
Good.
That was it.
That was it.
Then he drops the mic.
Literally. Todd Monken, Browns head coach. The message: we're in the development business and the winning business. That was pretty clear right off the top, wasn't it, Andy? Guess what?
He's right.
That's a tough needle to thread.
Is it? Is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Look, if you're not developing as a coach your players, then why are you coaching in the first place? Like isn't that the prime directive
No,
of any coach?
It is.
Yeah.
But developing while winning can be a very tough needle to thread. For instance, Andy Reid's not developing Travis Kelce. He's not developing Patrick Mahomes. And you have some key pieces there who you know are going to help you win. While you're developing,
if Andy
and you're always developing other guys on the roster, but you still have to have those key guys in place.
Yeah, isn't the trick to take your talent and then develop them more? If he designs a new play where a tight end runs a route that's different in Kansas City, doesn't he continue to develop Travis Kelce?
Well, you sure hope so, but you get my point.
I do get your point.
He's looking at an offensive roster that just doesn't have very much talent. So he's up. It's his job to develop it and win.
Good coaches can squeeze blood out of a rock if they can.
Have you ever seen blood come out of a rock?
I actually have. Yes.
I'll be.
You have a little piece of glass on there. You cut your hand. Next thing you know, trickle, trickle, trickle. You got blood. Yeah.
Who knew? That's really good. He stressed that the offseason is voluntary, but he said everything is developing players. Our job is to make them want to be here. That was an interesting way of putting it, wasn't it?
Yeah. I also, going back to the development part, though, that I think he hit, again, prime directive stuff for a coach is that you want to see a player, especially young players. I agree with you, some of the veterans stuff, but when you see a young player that couldn't do something, and now all of a sudden you've taught them how to do it, and they do it, that's the greatest accomplishment any coach I think can have. It's the educator part of the job. It's why you want to be a coach. He said some really basic fundamental things today that maybe I haven't heard in a while, and sometimes we get into just alphabet soup, and you're just kind of talking, and the things that he said, well, it's pretty simple. He's right. It is pretty simple. Jeff, it goes back to something you say all the time. Football is so overcoached, it's ridiculous. Doesn't sound to me like he's going to overcoach.
It doesn't. Apparently, he has not graduated from the Cleveland Browns media school.
That's okay.
Based on, it's preferable. Based on his response to missing the team picture, the coach's picture thing, that was fabulous. But he said something that made me think, hey, wait a minute. We haven't heard that from anybody yet. Wait a minute. And we'll share it with you next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it time to replace your roof? Then maybe it's time to call Weather Seal Home Services, a local company that I've been talking about for years. Why? Because we trust Weather Seal with our house, and you can too. And now you can replace your roof with no money down and 0% financing, available for 60 months with approved credit. That is zero zip zilch out of pocket for 60 months or until 2031. Man, that feels like a long way away. Plus, you can get the on-site financing so you can get your loan approved immediately. And Weather Seal is offering a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you have to call by the end of the month. So call Weather Seal today. Procrastination is not going to fix your roof. Call Weather Seal now at 330-920-4494 to replace your old roof with no money down, 0% interest available for 5 years, zero zip zilch out of pocket for 60 months. And get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. Call 330-920-4494 or simply go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
When they're
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out The Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder. They recap all of the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft. Oh, you can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Todd Monken just had his voluntary press conference for the voluntary workouts, and he stressed that they're voluntary. Everything is developing players. Our job is to make them want to be here. That makes sense, actually. Create that environment schematically. You're not going to get it, fellas, unless you're there. So the guys who aren't going to get it schematically. Todd Monken said something at the end, Andy.
Players decide who plays? Because I don't buy that when it comes to quarterback. But
that was close to what really caught my attention, but what he said there, it was interesting because he kind of reiterated what he said before. The depth chart will all work out, but pretty soon we're going to have to roll, somebody out there, and they're going to have to take the first reps, and the number of reps. This was a good line. The number of reps doesn't eliminate competition. That was a good line.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. And as he has said in the past, hey, if he goes out and he gets all the reps one day, doesn't look good, somebody else is going to get the reps. And then he said players decide who plays. Mm-hmm. I think that is true. Don't you?
Except for quarterback. And
in this case, I think it better be true.
I hate to say this. I know we believe that in utopian sports world, but that's not true. Paychecks decide who plays first.
Oh, well, usually. Maybe not in this situation here. We'll find out. And he said where you start isn't necessarily where you finish. So he opens the door there for reps and competition and all that. But here's the line that he said that really caught my attention. And pay attention because I haven't heard anybody say this in quite a while.
There's enough there of all three. I think we'd all be able to say that. There's enough there to really like Deshaun, the way he plays. And there's enough there to really like the way Shedeur played at the back end of the year. And there's enough early in the year from Dylan that is playing the position at a very high level. So I don't see it as, it's been brought up a lot more to me than really what I think about, other than, someone's going to have to start off first, and someone's going to go second, and someone's going to go third. And then we'll be willing to switch that. That's easily, on a daily basis, what we see, just like any position. That's not set in stone. That's something we can flip, just like the practice face. We can flip that any given day to how we see fit that gives us the best chance to develop our players. Now, how they go about it, how they study, how they take care of their body, how they manage our team, how they lead, those are set in stone. Those are non-negotiables.
Who's this Dylan person he's talking about? Did they get another quarterback?
Did they bring in Corey Dillon, former Bengals running back?
Oh, maybe that's who it is.
In accordance with the radioactive 1927, equal time for Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel.
Well, apparently somebody other than us finally got the memo. Todd Monken said Dylan Gabriel early on playing the position at a very high level. All right, we're not going to read too much into that.
Hang on. Want to have fun?
But he did mention all three guys. And Dan, do you have the beginning of that one more time? Listen to what he says about Deshaun. And we're not ranking by what he said on words, but he gives kind of a generic comment about Deshaun, a kind of generic comment about Shedeur.
It's not alphabetical.
But then he said this about Dylan. Hit it again, Dado.
There's enough there of all three. I think we'd all be able to say that. There's enough there to really like Deshaun, the way he plays. And there's enough there to really like the way Shedeur played at the back end of the year. And there's enough early in the year from Dylan that is playing the position at a very high level.
I'm sorry. Somebody associated with the Cleveland Browns actually just said Dylan Gabriel played the position at a very high level.
Hey, kids.
Is this a three-way? Is this a three-way competition? We've been assuming it's two. We've been assuming it's two. Did he just open the door for a three-way competition here? or is he just like being politically correct?
Let's play this game. How many of your relatives that are currently 6 foot under just flipped around? 216-474-0092.
Not sure what you mean.
About Gabriel? If Gabriel started this season, how many would they be flipping? Do you understand? Do I need to explain this? If somebody, you're not with me on this?
I'm not with you on this.
Do you think Dylan Gabriel's going to have the opportunity to start this season?
I would think not.
If I told you your head coach just put him in the same level as the other two quarterbacks? Because everybody's written this kid off, that he's done. If your relatives are flipping in the grave, 6 foot under.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I see what you
Did you get it? If I have to explain it.
Yeah.
Are you guys kidding?
No.
Okay.
Sadly, no.
216-474-0092 if you understood my analogy. Thank you.
Yeah, well.
Who's talking about Dylan Gabriel starting?
Todd Monken is, apparently.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Interesting, and just interesting to hear him say, because he said, there's enough there to like what Shedeur did, and certainly enough to see if Deshaun. But Dylan playing the position at a very high level.
Jeff, when I said a year and a half ago or a year ago that Deshaun Watson's still going to be able to have the opportunity to win this job and be the starting quarterback here, people called and ripped me up and down.
Well, they do that on a regular basis
No,
anyway.
they really don't.
Same with me.
No, just you. It's just... could you imagine?
No, just
is there
you.
anybody there that thinks Dylan Gabriel really has a chance to start? I mean, we'll talk about equal reps. We talk about all this other stuff. Yep, rep. I get it. He just put Dylan Gabriel back in the mix.
Jeff in Cleveland. If he played at a high level, he would have played at the end of the season. Well, not
I don't
after
know.
everybody screaming that they wanted to see Shedeur.
See money, right? I mean, the guy had a concussion and never got another chance again.
Brett and Akron.
I'm not saying that I want to see Gabriel be the starting quarterback. Trust me on this one.
Maybe he means he practiced at a high level. They have all that practice video. Maybe Todd's watched that. We'll just see. We'll just see. All I know is that I don't think anybody is assuming that it's a three-way competition.
Except the head coach.
And maybe Todd Monken just said that it is.
Well, you're the one that...
Maybe Todd just said that
Jeff,
it is.
you have said 1,000 times, I wonder what does Todd Monken think?
Andy?
Just told you. He just told you.
That's beautiful, man.
He did. Guess what? Dylan Gabriel back from the dead.
Maybe he went to Hawaii to get put on the rack by Lurch and stretched out so that he's 6'3".
Who is
when
this
he comes
Lurch you
back.
speak of? I'm going to do this to you now. Who is this Lurch?
It would be
Problem
Ted
is-
Cassidy,
of course I-
legendary Cleveland disc jockey.
Was Lurch?
Yeah, you didn't know Ted Cassidy was a Cleveland disc jockey?
Lurch to me is from the Munsters.
Adams family.
Adams family. Munsters.
He was
They were
a
the
disc
same
jo-
thing. They were both black and white.
He was a
horror
disc jockey
shows.
in Cleveland and then became an actor.
Really?
Look at Google. You're the Google man.
No,
Let's
I'm
go.
not doing that. The guy that played Lurch was from Cleveland. I did not
He
know
was
that.
a Cleveland disc jockey.
Oh, was he from here?
I don't know.
Oh, now you've got to go to Google.
What?
Hey, why don't you rip him for using Google?
I just told you the dude he's from Pittsburgh.
Oh.
I just told you
Well,
the
that
dude
doesn't
was a
surprise
Cleveland
us,
DJ.
does it? No, he's from Pittsburgh.
You rang.
Yes.
Just telling you.
Was he? What kind of disc jockey? What kind of music was he playing?
216-474-0092, number to join us. Mike is in Avon Lake. Hey, Mike.
We lost him and Goulardi?
Mike.
Anyone ever tell you sound like Jeff Garland?
Who?
You know who that is?
Yeah, I love him.
From Curb.
Yeah.
You sound, Curb, exactly, yeah. Well,
Who? Jeff
according to
or
the
Andy?
Improv, Andy, you.
Oh,
Aren't
okay.
you Andy?
Yeah, I'm Andy. I'm just
Yeah.
checking. Hang on, let me look in the mirror. Thank you.
Ah,
I
there it
love
is.
Jeff Garland. Now you made my day. Thank you. You're a friend of the show.
Oh, yeah, dude. Awesome,
He's so
awesome.
funny.
Well, hey, look, listen, what you guys are talking about right now, first of all, I love everything Todd Monken's doing, and I think he's helping Andy Berry out. I think his job is to get these guys ready to play, and 63 quarterbacks started last year in the NFL, only 32 teams. That means there is a need, a huge need. And if we could get him ready, somebody picks him up, we get a draft piece for him, we get something for him. I mean, that's all it is. I don't think it's a competition. I think they're trying to get this guy traded.
Okay. Maybe they are. Mike, thank you very much. Chris Rose will have some thoughts on this. Our man from the NFL Network, Browns preseason television, coming up next.
This is
before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention in April. That is the 10th to the 12th. So that's coming up right here this weekend at the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize, an autographed meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Get tickets at greenysportscards.com. The word, again, is sports. Go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You heard the Miami Red Hawk fight song right there. It means Chris Rose joins us. Chris from the NFL Network and, of course, Dugout Discussions. Recent episode with Stephen Kwan and Austin Hedges. Want to get to that in a second. How are you, sir?
Doing great. Although my mighty Miami Red Hawks are going to have to work that portal. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
I heard the MAC out of the 15 players that I think were on the first, second, and third team in men's hoops all hit the portal. Is that possible? Holy smokes.
There's a huge turnover in the conference. That is a fact, or at least possible turnover in the conference.
Yeah, isn't it great? Everybody wants to give them such crap, like the MAC sucks, all this sort of stuff. Well, we'd love all your players, though.
Nice job bringing in those guys who are under the radar, developing them, and we'll take them. Thank you.
I mean, incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. All right, what do we got, guys?
We have
busy
this.
time in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, how about that? You don't need to score runs to win baseball games. Before we get to that, we just had Todd Monken on the show. Okay, let me rephrase that. We just had Todd Monken's press conference on the show.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a little different.
And Todd finished up by talking about the quarterbacks. And is there anything to this? He said, Deshaun, he said, we've seen a lot to know there's something there. Shedeur played well late in the season. And then he said, and Dillon Gabriel early on played the position at a very high level. And Andy and I both said, hey, a Dillon Gabriel reference. And we haven't heard one of those in a while. Do we really have a three-way competition here?
I can't imagine. No, I really can't imagine that.
That's what we think too, but we were perplexed by a Dillon Gabriel reference, and a positive one.
Right. Well, we know how much Kevin Stefanski liked Dillon Gabriel, and we get that. Like, he supposedly really crushed the pre-draft process, and the Browns weren't the only team that thought about that. Now, there might have been other teams that were like, well, sure, he might be really bright, and we like the way he processes, but we're not going to pull the trigger on a 5'11" kid that doesn't have exceptional physical tools. So the Browns were the only team that thought of him to go in the top 3 rounds. And so, but that doesn't mean that this coaching staff, I think he's just probably doing some nice pleasantries. And then whatever they think about and say behind closed doors is really whatever. That's really what matters.
I'm looking forward to this. I think Monken is refreshing. It's not that I didn't like what was going on before. I just feel like this does feel. I know it was fresh start for Deshaun, but I kind of feel like the franchise is getting a fresh start. But Jeff and I were talking about this before. How much pressure is there for him to have immediate success this year? So he's not, and it drives me nuts when I hear people say stopgap coach. Like, that's ridiculous. I got to think he's going to have a little bit of leeway if things aren't perfect right out of the gate. What do you think?
I mean, I would hope so. I would hope that you hire a guy and know that the most important position on the field, if not in sports, is unsettled. Right? I mean, you even had the owner who came out and said we took a big swing and a miss. And so that is recognition that for whatever reason, Deshaun Watson has not worked out here. Is it possible it could work out? I suppose it is. I mean, I've told you this before. I think that he will end up being the starter. Now, is that necessarily what I would do? I don't know. I mean, look, fans and broadcasters and ex-players who are outside the building do not have the knowledge necessary to make the right call, right? It's the stuff we don't see that determines usually who wins a quarterback competition. And you know, like I would like to see Shedeur get a shot this year. You take your chances with a fifth rounder who we know had a lot of talent in college, and then if it doesn't work, you have to evaluate what the quarterback class looks like next year.
Yes. Unfortunately, that's kind of what we're thinking as well. But it's interesting because Todd came out right out of the chute and didn't say much other than this. The message is easy for the team. We're in the development business and we're in the winning business. And Chris, in this situation, I think that might be a tough needle to thread since you have so much development to do on the offensive side of the ball. Yes or no? And how much more talent might be on the way on the offensive side outside of the draft? Trades, anything you think might still be happening?
I don't know. I mean, how many? There aren't a ton. There are trades that are made during the draft, right? Remember, A.J. Brown was traded, I believe, the night of the draft from Tennessee to Philadelphia. So those sort of things are very much in play during the draft. And, you know, we're only 2 weeks away from that stuff. So that's all exciting and possible. And the Browns, I mean, I think that's the beauty of the draft. You know, I get the good fortune of covering the pre-draft show, and it is a day where no matter how your team finished, you feel like you could convince yourself, hey, man, if things kind of fall the right way for us over the next 3 days, all of a sudden it's not as bad as it was at the conclusion of the previous season. So, you know, I don't know how much movement. Like, there's still some players that can help you. Like, Jawan Jennings is still out there. He's a good football player. He's a really good football player. And he would immediately help this receiver room. And He would help the running game. Because that guy, I mean, we learned last year, he's not real popular with teams that he plays against. But that doesn't matter. You know, you'll take those guys all day on your team. But that's one guy that they could have. I don't know what the financial situation is right there, and how we could shoehorn him in there and still have space for draft picks. Like that, to me, that's part of the question.
All right, my friend, let's switch over to baseball, especially because we agreed on something last week about Travis Bazzana. I'm not really too upset about it, but were you surprised, Brito, over Bazzana for the first call-up?
No.
I wasn't.
All I said was, I think I said is that I would expect him up here by the middle of May and then June, and I did make the point that if C.J. Kafis is getting at bats up here, that Travis Bazzana can certainly go through whatever struggles there are, right? And it's my point all along has been that none of these guys have enough of a track record to where the Guardians have to live on a short leash with dudes. They just have to. And they don't have the ability to let guys go 4 months and say, well, maybe it's working. Like, I'll take Rocchio last year. They sent him down, and in my opinion, his approach has been totally different since he returned to the big leagues. And I think it's made him a guy that we can rely on every day, certainly with his glove. Like, he does enough offensively at the bottom of the lineup to say, I can live with him. But, yeah, like, I've been excited to see Burrito. You know, I dig a guy that can swing it and be aggressive. It's just his injuries have derailed him. So, you know, but they have to be able to see Bazzana, unless he just totally goes in the dumper the first 2 months down there, which I don't expect, to be up here by mid to late May.
Fingers crossed. I hope he swings the bat well enough that's just an absolute, and not just maybe a keep our fingers crossed that happens. Your latest edition of Dugout Discussions has Stephen Kwan and Austin Hedges. May I please put in a request? Can you have Austin in every week as long as he's hitting .455?
Yeah, I mean, dude, he's off to a great start. See, the guy gets his 10-year card and gets his health care taken care of the rest of his life, and all of a sudden he's an excited guy.
And he's on Dugout Discussions.
Yeah, so he and Quan were the guinea pigs of a new segment that we do. They actually came up with the title. I gave them a couple options, and I said, because you guys are the first ones out of the gate, you can decide what we call it. And so it's called Teammate Test, and it's a fun little thing. I give each of them a little whiteboard and ask them questions about their teammates, kind of fun, awkward questions. And it's a good segment. I think we're going to put the full thing out later today on our social media channels. I know you guys are going to be nice enough to retweet that out there. So they were great. I couldn't have picked two better guys to have debut a new segment because they were just full of energy and funny, and they were into the game. And I think it's going to be I'm going to play that with, I'm going to try to play it with as many teams as possible. And we'll have standings and a scoreboard at the end of the year. So it'll be fun.
Hey, what are your thoughts on this early start here? Can they survive an entire season trying to – and the pitching's been outstanding. When they score, they win. I mean, that seems to be pretty easy when you go back and look at the numbers. And I'm worried about the sustainability of being in negative numbers, trying to win games every game.
Well, I mean, it can be done because they had the worst batting average for any team that I believe made the playoffs ever last year, if I remember correctly. And the problem is the margin of error is so thin. It just doesn't give your relievers any wiggle room. Like on a day, someday those guys are going to be off, right? Somebody's going to struggle, and in some cases, multiple relievers will struggle, and we're not going to win those games. I mean, we need virtually everything to go so well in other facets of the game. We have to catch the ball at a well above average pace. We have to have our starters give us some innings, and our bullpen can't blow it. And that's a hard way to live. They can, but it's why it's so important for somebody to burst on the scene, for Chase DeLauder to turn into what we hope he turns into, to Travis Bazzana be a really dependable major leaguer. Do you remember when we first drafted him? Do you remember who I said, if he has this guy's career, would you be happy or sad? Do you remember who it was?
Yeah. Tell me who it is again.
It was Jason Kipnis.
Yeah, Kipnis. Yes.
And you guys were like, God, I hope he's better than Jason Kipnis. Well, now that we're almost 2 years into drafting him, if I say he turns into Jason Kipnis, now what do you think?
Chris is right.
I still hope he's better.
I do too.
Yeah, you hope he is, but Jason Kipnis was a good ball player.
Well, without question. You know what? I hope Juan Brito's better. And if Juan Brito's better, we'll then figure out what to do with Bazzana.
Yeah, but I guess the point is that Juan Brito wasn't the first pick in a draft where Connor Griffin just signed for $140 million.
And where Nick Kurtz just mashes the ball.
Yeah, so, we need him to be at the least an all-star player. And it's hard to be an all-star, but that's what we need out of him.
Dugout Discussions, where can people get it?
Just all of our social media channels, our YouTube channel, which is JM Baseball. You can find all those episodes. And like I said, we'll be sending out today, I think, just the cut-down version of the game, which was a blast. Those guys were great. They were really funny. So happy they agreed to be the guinea pigs.
Awesome. Chris, thanks, bud.
Thanks, man.
All right, boys. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Chris Rose joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan Menningen.
A little bit of news courtesy of Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. Former Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion on a visit with the Browns today. Per a source.
How about that? And we heard all about him earlier on in the show.
Maybe he heard us talking about him.
I don't know, but he's visiting. Andrew Monaco of the Texas A&M Radio Network joined us early on in the show to talk all about Casey Concepcion. We'll touch on that more. Brown speaking in Berea as well, all coming up on Basket and Phelps.
FanDuel has your
shoot-around this morning. Tip-off from downtown Cleveland is at 7 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. We talked about him earlier in the show. Now he's on a top 30 visit with the Browns. Wide receivers galore visiting Berea coming up in a second.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
According to WalterFootball.com, and they do a good job on all kinds of things, the visits from the Browns for the wide receivers, 8 of them have already visited the Browns. Chris Bell from Louisville, who, by the way, is a really interesting guy. And I think that's a name to keep an eye on. That guy could be a second-round pick. If he happens to slide a little bit, I'd jump all over him in the third. Denzel Boston from Washington. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Casey Concepcion, Texas A&M. Omar Cooper from Indiana. Mekhi Lemon from USC, who we talked about earlier in the show. Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson, all visiting the Browns. And, if you're looking for a who's who of guys in this draft who are expected to be taken highly at wide receiver, Browns have touched them all.
I'm looking forward to this. I know that, both the wide receivers that we talked about earlier today would be very, very welcome on this roster. I would agree
with that.
I'm just still hesitant on wide receivers under 6 foot. I think every team needs one or two of them, or maybe I'll even live with this. Every team needs at least one or two wide receivers over 6'1", over 6'2". Like, why does that seem to be such a hard concept? Why do general managers fall in love with, especially this organization, fall in love with wide receivers under 6 foot? I think you're decreasing your chances to have success downfield.
Yes, at times. There's one thing, though, Andy, I think that is critical here. If a guy's really good at wide receiver, it doesn't matter if he's 6'3" or 6'4".
I don't disagree with that, but
I like a taller wide receiver, a physical guy, a guy who can go up and fight for the ball. But I look at the success of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's listed at 6 foot tall. Odell Beckham, obviously one of the best wide receivers we've seen in a long time. Not in Cleveland, not just in Cleveland. He did just fine here, but of course his time in New York, 5'11". Tyreek Hill, not a very big guy. If a guy's a really good wide receiver and explosive with the ball in his hands, just get the ball in his hands, and that can work. More so, I think it's more vital at quarterback to have a bigger body than it is at wide receiver. And I say that as a guy who really likes a wide receiver who's 6'3", 6'4", because he can go out and get it, and he can overpower a smaller cornerback.
But so you talk about the Lions and you say that about St. Brown, but I mean Jameson Williams is 6'1". Was it Tesla, the other guy, Isaac?
Yeah,
he's 6'4". It's not. I don't have a problem with having.
I know, but what I'm saying is, just if a guy can play, he can play.
I agree, but I just you need the.
Well, Cedric Tillman 6'3". How's that going?
You need vertical diversity among your wide receivers, and I just there have been too many times where we've seen general managers for the Browns just fall in love with everybody under 6 foot. I'm just like, there's got to be, and so. By the way, when you have that, now what are you doing? Now you're leaning on your tight ends.
Yeah,
because your tight ends tend to be the bigger guys.
Andy, once the guy has the ball in his hands, can he get away from guys? Can he get yards after the catch? That to me is what matters most. And with wide receivers, put the ball in their hands and let them go. You know, I mean, Odell Beckham, 5'11". Odell was a stud. And so I though I would, yes, I'm with you. I would prefer a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" wide receiver who can overpower corners. Just go get me somebody who can make plays. That's all I really care about. And I do think it's more vital at quarterback to be a bigger body because you're going to get hit a ton. And you get hit at wide receiver too. But once you get the ball in your hands, can you do something with it? And can you catch the ball? If you're 6'3", 6'4", and can't catch it, you don't have good hands, it doesn't make any difference. So I keep going back to the evaluation of wide receivers by this team. And it's not been good. Let's just leave it at that. You know, you've made a couple of trades for some guys. You know, Jerry Jeudy, fine. Jerry can play the position. Amari Cooper worked out here. I thought that was fine. I like Malachi Corley. They brought him in. They haven't done a lot with him. Maybe the new coaching staff will, because he'll have a chance to make this team and contribute. But just find some guys who can make plays with the football. And I think you're more likely to see 2 wide receivers taken early, and I'll say top 3 rounds,
sure,
than you are 2 offensive linemen. And I say that because, in theory, they're only looking for 1 guy on the offensive line. In theory.
They still need depth on the offensive line.
I know,
line.
but you're not going to use a first or second round pick on a depth offensive lineman.
Well, maybe your free agents become the depth. I know you put a little money into that, but again, if you're looking for a 1 or 2 year fix on that, they don't have sustainability depth wise on the offensive line. Now, is it too expensive to have a first or a second round pick be a backup in that position? You tell me.
You could fix a lot of things on the offense. I mean, having traded for or signed the 3 offensive linemen, and if DeJuan Jones comes back and starts for you, and you know you're going to draft a lineman somewhere. So, and I would think in the top 3 rounds anyway, I would think first or second. But if you were to take 2 wide receivers, Andy, in the first round, boy, that answers a lot of questions, doesn't it? I mean, who become your top 3 wide receivers? Jerry Jeudy and the 2 guys you draft. And all of a sudden, if you hit the picks, then all of a sudden you have guys at wide receiver who can make plays. Then you have them. Roman is in Canton. Roman.
Hey, Roman.
Welcome.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey, man.
Key word there is hitting the picks.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's the biggest part of it. So my personal draft philosophy would be top 3 rounds. You're taking guys from the blue bloods of the SEC and the Big Ten. Like, I'm sorry, that's just my own opinion. And when you do that, you focus on the position groups that excel in both of those. So, you know, obviously O-line, you know, you take top guys in the Big Ten and the SEC, and defensive side of things, on the offensive side of things, wide receivers, you know, obviously Big Ten, you go with Ohio State, you could go with Michigan, you could go SEC with, you know, obviously Alabama, LSU, and those teams. But that's how drafting should be done, because those are the most NFL and pro similar teams and similar programs that those guys won't be too much of a culture shock when they're getting into the big league. So, like, taking Carnell at 6 is a no-brainer in my opinion. And obviously I'm a homer being an Ohio guy, but he's 6'3". He's regarded as the best receiver, one of the best receivers in the draft. He's from the state. And if Jimmy's thinking about selling jerseys, that'd be a nice little jersey to add to the collection. So that's my personal opinion on the offensive line. They've been building it through free agents, and, you know, 24 would be you could still get a beefy dude at 24. That will be a great lineman for you. So.
All right, Roman, thank you very much. Nelson's in Avon Lake. Nelson, welcome.
Hey, Nelson.
Case, how are you? Hey, Justin Jefferson, 6'1".
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, 6 foot.
Yeah.
If you can play, you can play. I agree with Jeff. Now, and
yeah, but wait, I mean,
Andy,
so you talk about those two, so Smith and Jigba, Puka,
Yeah, that's
Nakua.
right, that's right.
I'm just talking about over 6 foot. I'm not asking for the world. I'd like to have more than
I
that,
hear
but
ya.
okay.
I hear you. I mean, I'm not. I would not be enamored with the 5'5" guy either, right? But to find those, it's tough. Well, the average height for a male is what 6 foot? Not even like five
Like
and
5'7",
change.
5'8", something like that.
Yeah, so it's hard to find, that level of talent above, 6 foot. And you're right. And Jeff, Tillman, I was so excited when they drafted him. I'm so disappointed at the way it's turned out, whether it's injuries or whatever you call it, because I thought he projected, based on his height and what he did at Tennessee, to be a good player. And I don't know, maybe this year he'll surprise us, but it hasn't worked out. And you guys are right. This organization has had a horrendous track record of drafting receivers. So it scares me. I like the Ohio State kid, but it scares me that he'll be overdrafted at 6 if they do pick him. But thanks, guys.
All right, Nelson, thank you very much. Most every mock draft I've seen has Carnell Tate coming to the Browns at 6. He's been the majority of the pick at 6 in the mock drafts.
That's my head.
Kenyon Sadiq also in town, apparently, according to Ian Rappaport.
Well, good
the
for
tight end from Oregon.
Good for the Sadiq family.
Uh-huh. So apparently they're looking at the tight end from Oregon as well here for a top 30 visit.
There you go. Just keep bringing in that offensive talent, Browns. And then get it right in the draft.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Here to help you beat the books at Westwood One Sports. Thunder play the Clippers tonight in L.A., and I'm expecting defense to be the theme of the game. Meaningful game for both teams. OKC locks up the 1 seed with a win. Clippers fighting for play and seeding, and both.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, sitting behind the glass or standing, and Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm sure you and Tom Withers discussed this to some extent, but I have a little twist on it. Interesting to me that Michael Malone, one of my favorite former Cavalier assistant coaches of all time, and then a wildly successful NBA coach with the Sacramento Kings and then the Denver Nuggets, especially Denver, is the new head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels. And the big talk was, Billy Donovan's the front runner for that gig. After a couple of, the big-time college coaches kind of backed out on that. And Michael Malone kind of comes out of nowhere and becomes the head basketball coach at North Carolina. Now, two things. Apparently, Michael had been attending North Carolina practices at the Dean Smith Center, and just kind of attending practice. And why? Because his daughter's a volleyball player at North Carolina.
I didn't
so all
know
of a sudden, she's front and center on everything, and good for her. And she's playing volleyball there for the Tar Heels. And her dad is now the head coach of one of the most storied franchises in college sports, the North Carolina basketball program. Now, this is where I want to go with this. This is a very Baskin thing.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the press conference for Michael.
Okay.
And Michael's really good. I did a lot of interviews with Michael, like the halftime hits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's tremendous.
Ding.
And he knows what he's doing. One of my favorite guys. He looked great at the press conference. I used to give Michael grief because he shaved his head. Remember?
Yeah.
And I said to him, Michael, I pointed to my head. I said, why are you doing that when you can grow hair? And so we used to have fun with that. But at his press conference, he looked great suit, haircut perfect, and wearing the Carolina blue tie. When did it become mandatory for any person getting a job to have the introductory press conference wearing some form of school color? When did that become mandatory? Because everybody does it now. Everybody.
Jeff, I think everyone's always done it. I can't remember.
Everybody who's ever associated with the Browns shows up wearing orange.
Oh, they're all trying to get on Fox 8's morning show. I mean, come on, man. You got to match.
Do you have
I thought it was funny.
Do you have to?
That we matched today, right?
I'm wearing a
sweatshirt. I'm wearing a sweatshirt. Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Do you have to wear the school color? Is
to
it
be
a
honest,
mandatory thing? I mean, how many light blue ties did Michael have? Did he have to go out and buy it? Did somebody hand it to him?
Jeff, why not? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
I can tell you one time.
I wouldn't wear a Duke tie to show up for that job. I'll tell you that.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's like that television commercial where the kid shows up at the door to go out with his new girlfriend.
Yeah.
And he's wearing his Duke sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah,
The family opens the door and they're all wearing Tar Heel stuff.
Yep.
I showed up one day for a Cleveland Cavalier game.
Yeah.
A certain person didn't like the color of the tie I was wearing.
Yeah.
So Dan went and got a tie, gave it to his assistant.
I was about to say.
Have Phelps put this on.
Did the name rhyme with Rand
All of
Robert?
a sudden, I was wearing a maroon tie. Oh, I'm sorry, a wine tie.
Yeah. If I was doing a Browns event, I would wear an orange tie.
Dan suggests you put this on. I said, really? She smiled and laughed. Yeah, we giggled. I put it on.
A little bit of news,
you
gentlemen.
did put
Donovan
it on.
Mitchell, Dean Wade have participated in shoot-around today.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, man.
What color were they wearing?
Don't 100% know. It's all according to our buddy Chris Fedor. I'm sure Chris can get back to us with that kind of information.
That's outstanding right there. What do you think of Michael Malone taking the Carolina gig?
I think it's great, especially if he. What year's his daughter? I didn't know that factored into it.
She's a junior.
So he's going to be around there. Although, yeah, he won't miss anything. He's in good shape.
She's taller than Michael.
I think it's great. I think it's good for North Carolina to kind of go out there and see what's out there beyond guys that have worn, Carolina blue. So why not? I think he's a good coach.
The line,
Jeff, he probably would have had an NBA job if he wanted it.
Well, without question.
So he had to ask himself, do I want to recruit? That's really what this comes down to, doesn't it?
They have a general manager. The line between college and pro is very, very blurry these days because college is pro.
Yeah.
And it's, first of all, the money he's making is great. He's making huge money. And he's a really good coach. And at the very least, you get to hang out in, Tar Heel country and your daughter's there. As long as she doesn't mind, why not? That'd be great. And wouldn't that be a fabulous gig? Head coach at North Carolina for 10 to 12 years.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah, Michael's in his mid-50s.
If his daughter wasn't on scholarship, I'm sure she's going for free now. Right? He's an employee. I don't know if they get free.
I'm sure that she is.
Although, are they residents? That's another problem too. Like state residents.
I don't know, but my guess is even if not, he could have afforded the tuition.
Probably. You never know. You got to make sure you put it in that college advantage fund.
Well, now there's Belichick in North Carolina, and Michael Malone in North Carolina.
It's an old Cleveland home.
And I just wonder, I wonder how much more we see that line blurred with, and I'd put it this way, more NBA coaches going to college than college coaches coming to the NBA.
And by the way, isn't your lifespan a lot longer in college than it's going to be in the NBA?
It can be, yeah. I mean, in the NBA, if you last 7 years as a head coach, congratulations to you.
Steve Kerr, the longest tenured? I'm trying to think of who's the longest.
I don't know right off the top of my head. But think about the season. Think about the grind. Michael Malone now gets to coach maybe 40 games a year, instead of 82 plus playoffs and everything else.
A couple more days to practice.
Good for him.
I never would have thought because
travels less.
Jeff, I never thought he was going to make it past his first Thanksgiving. Eric Spoelstra is the longest tenured coach in the NBA.
Yeah. Replacing Pat Riley and being the man down there. But thrilling news for Michael Malone, and I thought that was, after sitting back and thinking about it, Michael, North Carolina, that will be fun, and I guarantee you he will do a phenomenal job there. That guy can coach. He can flat out coach. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he does there. I think that'll be good.
It was the third longest at one point here?
No, Andy, tell me.
Michael Malone.
There you go.
With the Nuggets.
Well, that's been a while, though.
No, I know, but at the time.
That's been a while.
Yeah, at the time when he still had the job, he was the third longest tenured coach in the NBA.
By the way, I mentioned early on, I did a bunch of Juan Brito research while I was watching The Firm last night.
Oh, yes.
How in the world could Wilford Brimley, who ended up being such a great guy, ended up as Pop Fisher in The Natural, be such a jerk in The Firm?
Same reason why I'll never see Barbara Hershey the same way again.
Well, she's the villain in, The Natural.
She shot Roy Hobbs.
And she wasn't very nice for a good portion of Hoosiers.
Yeah, she wasn't. You're right.
Then she came around. She warmed up. Moment of the show. Meredith Kane. What might it be? What might it be?
Moment of the show comes from our guest, Jordan Moore, and he was talking about Makai Lemon and whether or not he thinks he's NFL ready.
But I ultimately think the NFL thing, all these guys are really good, and Makai is going to be really good. The NFL thing often comes down to opportunity. When I brought up Robert Woods earlier, Robert Woods was drafted by the Bills. He was a bust, technically, with the Bills because they didn't have any quarterbacks. They didn't have anyone to throw him the ball in cold weather and a miserable team.
Have you seen the Browns quarterback situation?
Well, and I think that's the concern, right? That's why sometimes you got to get the quarterback before you get the receiver, or maybe you get the receiver this year and you get the quarterback next year, which some teams do it that way as well, so the receiver is ready when the quarterback gets there. But that's what it comes down to for me. Makai Lemon is not going to be assuming he holds up physically, he's not going to be a bust. He is going to be a big-time playmaker in that league, but you got to put a quarterback in position, and you got to have a play caller, and structurally you have to have that set up.
That was Jordan Moore, USC sideline reporter for football, basketball play-by-play guy, talking to us about Makai Lemon. He joined us at 11:20. Andrew Monaco from Texas A&M talking about KC Concepcion at 11. If you missed all those really good information, go back and listen on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488, Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of our social media mentions, which are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLA Talking Heads like Rod does here. Ted Cassidy, born in Pittsburgh, grew up in Philippi, West Virginia, where they have Lurch Fest every year.
Fabulous.
So you can head on down to Lurch Fest in West Virginia.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Does everyone greet you with rain?
An ad-libbed line by Ted Cassidy, not scripted. It became a key part of the series.
Good to know.
Yeah, how about that? Meredith.
I am smarter today because I wanted to celebrate the 2-year anniversary of the day that Cleveland, Ohio was in the path of totality of the solar eclipse. And a lot of us got to see that awesome phenomenon from the ballpark when the Guardians had their home opener the same day.
Cool. Andy.
I watched that on my computer. I was traveling.
I was in the ballpark and it was awesome.
Andy.
Top 10 experience.
Congratulations on your 6-0. Todd Monken talking about his haircut today.
I'm smarter because Todd Monken said that Dillon Gabriel played the position of quarterback at a very high level early in the season. This made me think a little bit.
Yeah.
We have a 3-way competition, or don't we? I would wager no, but we will see. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. Afternoon Drive is coming up next. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Pittsburgh Pirates and shortstop Connor Griffin have agreed to a 9-year, $140 million deal less than a week after his major league.
then yeah, someone's going to have to start off first. And then we'll be willing to switch that. That's easily, on a daily basis, what we see, just like any position. That's not set in stone.
Some have said it's my favorite time of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's going to ruin this for me. Not all you negative Nellies out there trying to get L's hung up on the Cavaliers. I only speak W's.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive. That open was a lot more positive than I thought yesterday's show actually was, if we're being honest. But it was brought to you by Michael Robinson on the board. Yes. I really thought yesterday got heated in many different ways. I know I definitely left feeling very heated, definitely about the Cavs. We'll get to the Cavs coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Jake Murrin producing today's show. We have Matt Corrali running the board, and a lot to get into. Dane Brugler, the Beast dropped today. Dane is going to be joining us at 5:20. Coach Riz, so here's the setup for today. Nick's out today, as evidenced by the fact that you heard me leading the show. So Nick's out today, and so for the first couple hours, so that includes Ashley Bastock at 3:20, it'll be me. I'll be riding solo, and then around 3:45 or so, Coach Riz is going to hop in. He's going to have to defend whatever those takes were from last night that he gave on these airwaves, and we're going to have to get into it, okay? So Coach is going to join us about 3:45 or so. Phelps in between the line change was like, why do you call him Coach Riz? His name is Lance Reisland. At one point, he told me his nickname was Coach Riz, and I think I'm the one that just kind of said, okay, you're Coach Riz now, and we just go with that. I think it was always his nickname, but as far as radio terms are concerned, I think I'm going to take some credit on that one, but I don't know if that's the credit I want. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, but he seems to like it. Great guy. He'll join us at 3:45. I'm a little irate today, though. And obviously you heard the one clip from Monken and his press conference today. Listen, I'm happy that the coaches are now speaking and we're getting some audio and some players are speaking and there's some actual news coming out of Berea. But there's just a couple answers that got me a little bothered. Okay, there's a couple answers that I didn't understand from Todd Monken. And by the way, I know all of you guys listening right now weren't able to listen to the full 15 minutes. At some point today, go back and do it. What I say right now will make a lot of sense. You're going to hear some clips, and the clips will probably end up making it sound better than it was. But for Todd Monken today, I didn't know we were getting AARP Kevin Stefanski. I legitimately thought we were getting I call myself the truth broker, like a straight shooter, an honesty broker, somebody in that fashion. That was very much Kevin Stefanski dressed up in a raspy voice. That had cliches left and right. That was, it was more sleep-inducing than I'd like to prefer out of the head coach. And listen, I know we all got very used to these press conferences going very off the rails by the time that it was Hugh Jackson and then Freddie Kitchens, who Freddie Kitchens sounded like just the town drunk every time he went to the podium. So I get what we got used to was different than normal. But with Todd Monken, I didn't know we were getting a bunch of cliches. And because I've got no history of Todd Monken being that, and that's the part that has made me a little nervous today. It's like if you're going to cheat on your diet, don't just eat a Munchkin. If you're going to hire someone different, maybe hire someone different. And within a month and a half, we now have a different version of Todd Monken than the Todd Monken I believe they hired when they first gave him the job. I am shocked. It's like that the Eminem music video with Slim Shady where they're just like on the conveyor belt, the assembly line of different Slim Shadys. Like, how did we get to a spot where Monken is now acting and feeling like, and I guess looking like with this haircut, all 31 other head coaches in the league? I thought the hook on Monken was that he was different. I thought the hook on Monken was that he sounded a little bit different. Straight shooter, would get mad from time to time, wouldn't be able to contain what exactly he was going to be able to say because he was just so honest about everything. I didn't get that today. I get it. It's day one. We're trying to get this whole thing set off in the right foot. I understand it. Maybe he's going to make a good impression. That's what he's going for. This sounded like someone that was hanging out with Andrew Berry's crew a lot in the previous couple months. This was a different version of Monken, and I don't know that I love that necessarily. The one thing that Monken had going for himself is that he wasn't cookie cutter. He wasn't like the other guys. Because if the Browns are ever going to have success, although I'd love to have it be very traditional down the line, let's be honest about it, It's not going to be very traditional down the line. To break whatever the Browns' curse has been or whatever the Browns have been for the previous 25 years isn't going to be cookie cutter. You're going to need someone that thinks a little bit different, someone that acts a little bit different, and somebody that after 2 months of hanging around with the Browns doesn't seem like he's going to start wearing quarter zips and start going to all their different fancy gatherings. You need somebody that just beats to their own drum. And so there's a couple answers here that got me a little agitated. And I want your guys' input on this, 216-474-0092, because I think Monken showcased a lot of cliches today and a lot of basically nothing burger. And I was not pleased with the outcome. But one question and then answer in particular got me. The question, I think it was Jimmy Watkins, Cleveland.com. He was asking about whether or not you can change the perception. How do you change the perception of the Cleveland Browns and what currently exists? And this is what Monken had to say.
Winning. What changes everything, right? Winning changes everything, right? I told the coaches that the other day, right? Or playing well. How does a player stop a narrative? Play well. How do we stop a narrative on offense? Score. How do you stop a narrative of winning? Win. It's pretty freaking simple, right? I mean, is that not in life in general? There is a narrative out there that, you're not a good husband. Well, change. Be a good husband, right? All that's part of it, right? Change the narrative. Become that. That's what we have to do. It's real simple.
This answer wouldn't fly for me in a discussion with Nick across from me. Like, if we were, hey, how do you change the Browns' perception? Winning. Winning cures all. Almost turned into Charlie Sheen there for a second. Little winning action. But that's not an answer. That's not. It's like if I watch these the TikTok videos where they're trying to give you financial advice. If instead of trying to give me a roadmap to how to be financially literate and grow all my stock markets and everything like that, not my stock markets, grow the stock market and invest properly is what I meant to say there. But if the advice at the end of this was simply something along the lines of in order to have more money, you just got to pour more money into your bank account. Well, that's not really great advice now, is it? Hey, be a better husband. That's all. You're a crappy husband now. Just say you're going to be a good husband. Oh, I didn't realize it was that simple. Oh, you're a bad football team? I guess the advice is just, we just got to win. That's how you become a better football player. Just win. I'd like a roadmap. I instead of just clicking on to the video that shows me and says you can do it, I'd like to see what your plan is. I'd like to see what your roadmap to winning actually is. That was a worse cliche than anything I could possibly imagine. If Daryl Ryder's joining us at 6:00, okay, I could see Daryl saying something like this, honestly. But if Daryl comes on and says, well, yeah, winning cures everything, I just think you don't have a real answer. I think that's just the laziest thing you can come up with. You're not telling me anything new. You're not giving me a plan. And maybe it's because Monken doesn't actually have a plan. Maybe this is part of it. Maybe we're in that stretch with Monken the same way Myles Garrett so many one-off season ago had to tell everyone, oh, yeah, they got to plan a quarterback. They're going to figure this out. When in reality, he knew they didn't have a plan. They didn't know what they were going to do. Maybe Monken understands 2026 is just going to be a lost year, and 2026, unless he can fix Shedeur, is going to be some sort of problematic season, and it just is what it is. The reality is, you can't give me that nonsense and then tell me that you think 2026 is going to be something. You can't give me what Monken tried to spew out there. Just win. Winning cures everything. That's all you need to do is just win, while not giving me an actual plan. And then let me think that you have any clue as to what's really going to happen and how this is going to go down. 216-474-0092. Is winning a good enough answer for how to change the perception? I feel like people thought that he won the soundbite and all of a sudden was really, really good in this press conference. I was left feeling none of those things. I was left thinking that, at least with Stefanski, we knew we weren't getting an answer. You didn't have to dress it up and then try to make us seem stupid in the process. Telling us that winning is how you're going to get this thing done is not an answer. That's telling us what you'd like to have happen. That's not telling us how you're going to achieve that and how you're going to actually be able to cross that off and be able to get to the winning that we also desperately want. Only enviable thing about Monken today is that he's a head coach in the NFL. But he knows the same thing that Myles knew a year ago. And he knows for 2026, there isn't a real plan with this football team. And I think that's why he had to say what he had to say. He's trying to make this seem better than it is. And I think he's taking a longer approach, which is admirable. But for 2026, I just think you're writing checks that you can't cash here. And so he decided not to. He decided to stop at a cliche and just kind of go through the motions and make it what it is. But anybody that expected Monken to be a different version or something new, like so many people living with this idea that Monken was going to make all these press conferences dynamic. Well, welcome to the first one, the legitimate first one that you got to hear where you're actually talking real football and trying to get to real results and everything. And I thought he failed it in a big-time way. I thought it was cliches. I thought it was just non-answers. And I just didn't love any bit of it. All right, one more thing to get you guys upset here with Todd Monken. I saw way too many people online saying, all right, he answered what he thought about Myles Garrett not being there. I'll give you his answer, and then I want to clarify. Here we go.
We all know that the offseason's voluntary. I mean, it is. So, first of all, there's nothing like being around the players. It's everything we do is the development of players. That's how we get to where we're at in the coaching profession. So it's awesome being around it. But it is our job to put together an off-season program that makes them want to be here. From a development standpoint, from a connection standpoint, from a schematic standpoint, for them to want to be here. That's our job as an organization, as a coaching staff, that they get something here that they couldn't get anywhere else. Could they get stronger somewhere else? Yes. Could they get faster somewhere else? I guess. Can they get connected with their team? No. With their coaches? No. Absolutely not. Can they get what we're doing schematically? Absolutely not. But we understand that it is voluntary. But I was fired up at the guys that were here. It was a great start.
I just don't know how you hear that answer and think to yourself, like, okay, he let Myles off the hook. And now he's going to, again, later on in the interview, he was asked about Myles specifically, and he said he's not worried about Myles not being here. I get that. But listen to what that answer was and the value that he seems to think exists in Myles Garrett attending, or basically anybody attending what this little phase one session is. It's about being with the other players. It's about showcasing what you need to do in order to have success. And this is the part of the Myles conversation that I wasn't able to get 100% on board with when we had it yesterday. I brought up the idea that Lamar Jackson is in Baltimore and he's getting a lot of work in and he's there day one because you have Declan Doyle, you have a new head coach, you have like new pieces, new head coach, new offensive coordinator. There's newness for Lamar in Baltimore. So he felt like he had to be there. There's newness here for Myles as well. But the part that I think Myles is missing out on is how you can lead from the front in many ways by just being around the team. And I thought Monken hit on it in discussing what the value is of being in phase one and around phase one, even though it's voluntary, and that being the idea that you get to be around your teammates. You get to be around these other players, and you get to show some of the younger players what it takes to actually lead and what it takes to actually do the work that is involved in the getting you to be where you are. It is not about Myles Garrett and whether or not he's going to get to 25 sacks next year. He'll do that regardless. It was about everybody else. 216-474-0092. Did Monken take a shot at Myles without saying Myles' name? And will fans get fired up by this quarterback room this offseason? More to come. It's Afternoon Drive right here in The Fan.
on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We all know that the off-season's voluntary. I mean, it is. So, first of all, there's nothing like being around the players. It's everything we do is the development of players. That's how we get to where we're at in the coaching profession. So it's awesome being around it. But it is our job to put together an off-season program that makes them want to be here. From a development standpoint, from a connection standpoint, from a schematic standpoint, for them to want to be here. That's our job as an organization, as a coaching staff, that they get something here that they couldn't get anywhere else. Could they get stronger somewhere else? Yes. Could they get faster somewhere else? I guess. Can they get connected with their team? No. With their coaches? No. Absolutely not. Can they get what we're doing schematically? Absolutely not. But we understand that it is voluntary. But I was fired up at the guys that were here. It was a great start.
That was Browns head coach Todd Monken in a way that I think is just subtly calling out Myles Garrett. I don't have a delicate way to put that. I just think that's how that is. Like, who else could he possibly be talking about? All three quarterbacks are there in attendance. Deshaun made it. Gabriel made it. Obviously, Shedeur lives here, so he's going to make it. Like, everyone that you would think had to make it, had to be there, was there, all things considered, and Myles wasn't. And I didn't make a big deal about it yesterday, and I'm not going to make a big deal about it today. I do find it interesting that in one of the few things that Monken actually said today, he made a point to talk about the elephant in the room. And listen, Myles himself, he addressed. We'll get to that audio in a couple seconds, I promise you. But I do think the idea that this is in the opening portion of his press conference and talking about how it's on them. It's their job to put together an off-season program that makes players want to be here. Are you acknowledging that you didn't do an appetizing enough job to get Myles to make sure he wants to be there? Or are you just acknowledging the idea that there's a lot of things that Myles can benefit from, but the team as a whole can benefit from if Myles is there? I think we've become very comfortable with the idea that these voluntary workouts just don't make a difference at all for the entirety of the team, and I just don't think that's true. Yeah, do I think Myles isn't all of a sudden going to be any different as far as a production standpoint next year? Based off of what happens in April workouts that are basically not even real workouts, and then also sitting in a conference room watching tape, yeah, Myles is going to get his. It's not about Myles, though. Like the part that we've been trying to stress in this discussion the entire time is that it's not about Myles. It's about Myles' impact on other people. I watched that YouTube video with LeBron James, the Bob Does Sports one that we talked about last week. That's the one where he made those comments about Memphis. And I watched the whole thing. Well, first off, LeBron, you don't need to curse just to curse. Unnecessary. Like, Mac, it's like your level of unnecessary cursing. That's what LeBron was doing. So in that way, you and LeBron, basically the same person.
You know what? I'll take that.
Basically the same.
Same guy.
Basically.
Can't tell the difference.
Not one little bit. But one thing that LeBron did say, and listen, I understand he's talking about his son here, but I think this trickles down in many ways. In talking about Bronny, he's like, the reason why I show up and I do as much as I do is because I want to make sure Bronny sees it. I want to make sure Bronny, he can see with his own two eyes, this is what it takes to be an NBA player. And so by going to the workouts when he does, by doing everything with his body the way that he does, every action that he does with the Lakers, and this is like his way of telling it, is done with the idea that he's teaching Bronny how to be an NBA player. And he's teaching Bronny through Bronny just observing the world around him that this is what it takes and this is what is necessary. Obviously, you don't have to have a father-son combination to make this pay off. All you need is the idea that Myles Garrett just existing in these rooms and existing in these workouts and existing around the Browns and around Berea is going to have a big effect on a lot of players. Like Mason Graham, in the 1 year that he's been around Myles, probably learned a lot about what it takes to go ahead and try to be someone as great as Myles Garrett. I'm going to just go ahead and say I think there's value attached to it. And as much time as you can have around Myles seems to be the better. Now, Monken can't force these guys to be here. It's voluntary. And this is where I fall short and say if Myles doesn't want to be here, it's not Myles' job to make sure that everybody on the Browns looks better and is their very best. That's where the father-son thing kind of falls apart here, because it's not Myles' responsibility to make sure that Mason Graham has an awesome NFL career. But you can see how it does cut Monken short. And obviously then there's the other side of that too with Monken and what's attached to Monken and the idea that he's not had a public endorsement from Myles Garrett yet. We have not yet heard Myles Garrett speak on behalf of the new head coach of the Browns and saying one way or another that he's pleased. We've seen an Instagram story suggesting that he's not pleased, but we haven't seen him himself come out and say, I'm happy with this. Let's get this thing going. I'm excited to be here. And maybe it's because he's not actually excited to be here. I'm not sure. Time will tell. But we haven't heard that from Myles. Myles showing up would have been an endorsement in a way that just doesn't exist right now. It's just a shame is all it is. And I get it. It's not his job to make sure that he endorses every head coach that comes in. If this company here, if they hire a new big boss for myself, I don't have to like the guy. I don't have to think the guy's even any good at his job. The only responsibility I have in that regard is to make sure I keep my mouth shut if that's the truth. But I don't have any responsibility to anything. But I think it showcases itself, and I think it's a trickle down, and I think people get the vibe on that. 216-474-0092. So this was what Monken said when asked directly about Myles Garrett. This is him talking about it. Here we go.
As I've said before, this is voluntary for our players to be here. I think if you asked every coach in the NFL would they like every player to be there, that of course. I think there's certain parts of what we do from a connection standpoint, that I think is important to be here. From a schematic standpoint. From a work standpoint, not so much. And it is our job to make it to where the guys want to be here. I mean, not just by the job, but by their development, by the camaraderie, being part of a team. I mean, hell, I've been part of a team since I've been 5 years old. There's nothing like it. I wouldn't miss it because that's me. That's how I'm wired. But it is voluntary. Myles will be ready. I'm not worried about Myles.
That almost makes it sound like he feels like he's wired differently than Myles in that respect. He's like, I wouldn't miss it. But that's just how I'm wired. Like Mac, that almost makes it seem like he's trying to make it seem like he works harder than Myles.
Well, and it almost comes off like the move that you would try to say where you're trying to be nice to somebody, but you're really making a point where it's just, that's a crazy move. I mean, it wouldn't be me, but you can do that. It wouldn't. That's just not me though. But hey, you can do that. That's all you can do that if you want.
I mean, he's clearly pissed. I don't know what other way to interpret it. And for somebody that really went against what Monken did in this press conference earlier last segment, he at least is showing his cards in this respect when it came to Myles. You have to read between the lines, though, and I think this is what made this hard, because I think so many people online were quick to be like, well, I guess that's the end of the story. Doesn't really care about Myles being there. No, listen to what he had to say. Listen to it in the full context. Listen to how he talked about the players that aren't there. And then later on, when asked about Myles specifically, listen to how he talked. That sounds like somebody that's a little pissed that Myles isn't there. And I understand why he would be. I think we look at this from Myles' side of things often. And again, Myles has earned the right to not show up. It's voluntary. But think about it if you are Todd Monken. And think about the idea that you're trying to get one of your superstar players to buy in, and half of your job this offseason is to make sure that everything goes right when it comes to the defensive side of the ball with a brand new DC. You telling me Rutenberg wouldn't be thrilled with the idea that Myles Garrett is in attendance, willing to help out, willing to give the extra hand to anybody that needed it? Willing to, help out with the playbook, help out with the workouts here and there, and just kind of be around in that LeBron way that I discussed, where just your greatness just drips off of you and other people can see how you work and other people can see what you do. And I get it. Myles has a lot of these guys out in different parts of the country at different times of the offseason, and they work out individually. But this is in a team setting. That is a little bit different. This is like the organization attached to this matters, and it's a part of this discussion. And so I'm not mad at Myles. I need to stress that for the millionth time. I'm not mad at Myles. You've earned it. You can do whatever you want to do. But when people go that extra mile and they try to ask, well, what's the difference? Why is it that Myles isn't perceived as some great leader? Why is it that Myles isn't perceived as some all-time, I brought this up with Max Crosby once, how Max Crosby has won the Raiders version of being a leader. like 5 straight years in a row. And obviously Max Crosby almost got dealt this offseason, and now he's back in Las Vegas. It's a little weird. But when people talk about Max Crosby, they talk about more than just the idea that he gets a lot of total pressures. They talk about more than his sack numbers. They talk about what a complete teammate he is and what a complete selfless player he is. We don't have those discussions with Miles. When we talk about Miles, and we talk about Miles, whether this is going to be in the Hall of Fame, when this is just around the Browns in general, like when I go on other radio shows across the country, I can talk about his total pressures. I can talk about him breaking the sack record. There's a lot of really positive, awesome things I can talk about when it comes to Myles Garrett. I don't ever say leader. Those words just don't come up. And so I've given up on that fight. That's been a long-standing fight we've given up on. I don't ask him to be that, but this is another example. And because of Lamar and what he's been able to do in a new head coach, new offensive coordinator situation, you'd wondered if this would have bled over to Myles, understanding a new situation. If Myles thinks 2026 is shot and you're not going to win anything to begin with, you're not going to win as much as a stuffed teddy bear in 2026, I understand him not spending any more of his precious free time coming down to Berea. But he's got to understand that when Monken makes a comment like this, it is at least warranted in some respect. It's warranted to be able to highlight the idea that Myles isn't there. And Myles, doesn't have to be there. That's not the law. But also, that's not how I'm wired. It's like it's understandable. You get to make the little jabs. I don't know that it's the best way to start off this relationship, but maybe Monken looks at it like, I don't really have to care anyway. I'm trying to focus on the guys that are here, and I'm going to try to focus on everyone that can actually make this team better in the moment. 216-474-0092. On Twitter, there you can find me. I am at Jay Peterlin. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Did Monken take a shot at Myles without saying Myles' name? I don't know how we can look at it any other way. Is it the biggest deal? Of course not. But it is probably the biggest thing to come out of this press conference, all things considered. Patrick and Hudson. What's up, Patrick?
Fellas, what's going on?
Hey, man, how are you?
Good, man. Hey, I just want to say, guys, really, what are we talking about here? Name one other team with a new head coach and their star players are showing up on
Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
Voluntary minicamp.
Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
It's day one of voluntary minicamp. Myles Garrett is going to be just fine. What are we talking about here? Voluntary minicamp is for all the younger players that got to develop. That ain't for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, but the new head coach part of that is the wrinkle, and like this is where I think it matters that Myles isn't here. Not that I need him to be here, but the idea that it's a new head coach does put a little bit of a wrinkle in there. It could have been a nice endorsement in a way of him saying, "I'm over Jim Schwartz not getting the job." That obviously Myles is not wanting to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Respectfully disagree. Love the show.
All right.
Happy week, fellas.
You too. Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate you, man. I don't think Patrick realizes I'm by myself today. I think Patrick thinks that was Nick just hanging out that segment. I'm not sure what he thought. That was a lot of fellas. That was a lot of like. I
mean, Nick's letting you get your opinions out. You're good.
I think Nick's here in spirit. Is I think what's happening.
Totally.
I think he's here in spirit. Yeah, that's how that works. Ron in East Cleveland. What's up, Ron?
Totally disagree with you. Why do you think they call it? Hear me out, please, and I'm going to hear you out.
Okay.
Why do you think they call it voluntarily? And what does the head coach supposed to say? He's supposed to motivate. I'm not wired like that. So what? He's supposed to say that. I think you as a media person is starting crap. What is wrong with Myles did? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, thanks, Ron. Again, I said I'm not making a big deal about it. I'm not going crazy about Myles not showing up to the voluntary portion. But then I also think Monken doesn't have to be complicit in it. Like Monken gets to fire his own shots too. This doesn't have to be a one-way street. Is it the best business advice for him? I don't know about that. But like there are so many little things that Myles could have just, made go away if he had just shown up. That's all. Do I think it would have helped out the younger players? Yes, I do. I think being around Myles' greatness helps in general. I think watching him play Scrabble would probably help out people. That's I think the impact Myles Garrett has as a human. But ultimately, it would have been a big endorsement for a head coach that we don't know that he endorses. There's a question about whether or not he likes the setup for the Browns right now. If he would have shown up today, that question would have been answered. And, okay, he's on board with 2026. He wants to be the career Brown that they say they want to make him to be. 216-474-0092. All right, we'll get back to that a little bit later on. 3 o'clock hour, we got a lot to do with the Cavs. What will the Cavs do tonight? Ashley Bastock at 3:20 as well. Quick hits coming your way next right here on The Fan.
When there's news.
you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Back at it here on The Fan, it is Jonathan Peterlin here on Afternoon Drive. Coach Riz joining us about an hour from now, Ashley Bastock at 3:20. We're talking about Myles Garrett. We're going to get to quick hits in a second. I did want to get another call in because I did feel like it was heavily weighed in the opposite direction of my take. And so, I like that. It's combative. It's good. Actually, one thing I've told people here is, when Nick was out last week, that was a lot of agreeable radio. Then Nick is back, and it's we're completely different ends of the spectrum on a lot of our takes. And I think that's the fun part about what our show is that it's constantly him thinking I'm crazy, me thinking he's crazy, and it just kind of works in that regard. But last segment, there was not many people on the phone lines that agreed with what my take was when it comes to Myles Garrett. I just think it's interesting. I don't care a great deal about whether he's there or not, but I do think it matters, and I think it matters that Monken spoke the way that he did today about it. That's the defining point of this. The idea that Monken spoke the way that he did tells you it got under Monken's skin a little bit as well. He's clearly bothered by the idea that Myles Garrett wasn't there. He knows it's voluntary. He recognizes that it's voluntary, but I think he sees the upside in someone like Myles attending, but I think he also sees the lack of an endorsement that it is from Myles. If Myles had shown up, then the Instagram comments and the Instagram photo and everything he did after Jim Schwartz wasn't given the job would have gone away. Oh, Myles Garrett's there for voluntary OTAs? Are you kidding me? People would have loved that. And it also would have signaled to the fan base that he's on board with what this team is trying to build and the long-term plan. The reason why he's not there is because, one, I don't know that he endorses the hiring of Todd Monken because he's never told us that he does. And number two, I don't know that he's on board with the long-term plan of what the Browns are trying to do. I don't blame him. If he's trying to make a statement, he's making it pretty loud and clear to myself what exactly he's trying to get across. And I'm just telling you guys, message received. That's all that is. I see you, Myles. I understand what's going on. More importantly, we'll find out if you are there or aren't there for mandatory OTAs, because that'll be an even bigger signal. But, yeah, this was a moment. If you were on board with everything the Browns were doing and you liked Monken showing up today and making it known, like Lamar did in Baltimore, that you're not only okay with everything, you're great with everything, it would have been an easy way to do it. Jim in Cleveland. Hello, Jim.
It's Gio, but that's okay. And,
sorry about
Jonathan, that. No, you're great. Actually, I normally don't agree with you, but I 1,000% agree with you. And this is what I would say to maybe reiterate or couple up what you're saying. This has nothing to do with Todd Monken, and I think Todd Monken's press conference hit the nail on the head. This has everything to do with the culture and the locker room and the players. And the example I'd like to use is another guy that we have in Cleveland named Jose Ramirez, where your best player is always the first guy in the cage. He's the guy in the cage the longest. He's the one that's always working out the hardest. And with Myles, I get it. He's an amazing, amazing player. But in my opinion, he's a horrible leader. And this was an opportunity for him to show the young guys and the other guys in the locker room that he's a leader. Follow me, and I will take you to a championship. Jonathan, I would ask you, would Ray Lewis have been at a voluntary workout? I believe he would have been.
Mm-hmm.
You know, would Charles Woodson been at a voluntary workout? I believe he was to everyone. Troy Polamalu, does T.J. Watt, everybody that hates T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt is the first one in the building and the last one to leave. Leaders lead, not just on the field. And I think what Todd Monken was trying to get across to everybody is this is Myles' team. It goes as Myles goes. And if Myles is going to take off for voluntary workouts, well, then so might a rookie or so might a guy that, you know, we might need to have to step up. And that's just the only thing I have to say about that. It has nothing to do with the coach, but everything to do with him, if that makes any sense. Like, I agree with your endorsement comment, but this has to do with the locker room, the culture. We've been trying to change this culture for 26 years. And, Jonathan, you've been banging the drum on this for, like, a long time. And this was Miles' opportunity, not to the fan base, not to the coach, to the players in that locker room to show up and show out. Because if Myles Garrett is in that gym, in that weight room, if he's lifting, if he's maxing out, if he's showing a second-year player, hey, this is how I do it, that's one more day of experience that guy gets, other than going to Italy, hanging out at the Olympics. I get it. Voluntary is voluntary. But you and I both know it's about leadership. And that's just – I think Myles is probably one of the greatest players to ever wear a Browns uniform, but he's one of the worst leaders. It's just experience. It's just, I'll hang up and listen. I'm a huge fan of both you and Nick. I think you guys have a great show.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you listening as always. And again, we'll get back more into this. I'm dying to find out what Coach Riz has to think. He'll join us coming up at 3:45. Ashley Bastock again at 3:20. We'll bring Jake in the mix. It's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Jake, we're going to start off with the Connor Griffin extension for the Pirates. They locked up their top prospect, record 9-year deal, days after his baseball debut. Contract worth a reported $140 million. The only part I find interesting on this, I mean, there's a lot of parts I find interesting if we're being truthful about it. The money for never playing a game is fascinating to me, and I think it will be a trend that we start to see more of. We've already started to see it with a couple other players across baseball. But the part I find really interesting is Paul Skeens was speaking today to the media. And he's like, yeah, that guy's going to be the face of the Pirates for a very long time. Oh, really, Paul? Not just telling us exactly what your plans are for the future? Do you just want to sign with the Yankees right now, or you want to play out the act a little bit longer?
Yeah, when he makes those comments, it's like, aren't you supposed to be the face of our franchise for years and years to come? Like, unless Connor Griffin really is that, and he's going to become that next player who might be better than Paul Skeens and becomes the face over Skeens. But no, I think that was really signaling like, hey, I might not be in Pittsburgh for too long, and this 9-year deal should be celebrated because he could be the next face, whereas I might be out the door here in a few years.
Back-to-back Cy Youngs. Like, if you're Skeens, don't you look at this and say, he could be Barry Bonds. I don't care. He's not going to be better than I am. Like, we can share face of the franchise if you want, but I'm the better player. You play every day, but I'm the better player.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line, when you give a deal like that to somebody, someone else in your clubhouse is going to feel a certain way about that. And when it comes to a guy who is that face of the franchise right now in a Paul Skeens, how could you not feel a certain way when you see this guy who has 15 or less ABs in the majors get a 9-year deal while you're sitting there saying, hey, I have 2 Cy Youngs. Where's my long-term contract?
He was just handing it off. Yeah. I don't understand how he got there. Why was he just handing it off the way that he was? It's going to be interesting to kind of keep an eye on how that develops.
All right, sticking with baseball, Chase DeLauder not only becoming a fan favorite for his strong start to the season, but of course the Progressive Field crowd absolutely loves his walk-up song "Country Roads."
Do you like Country Roads?
I can take it or leave it, but I do like...
That doesn't sound like a strong endorsement.
I do like this slight variation that some fans in right field came up with.
Chase the water, hit a homer, take me home, country road. That's so much fun.
So, JP, I absolutely love this variation. I can get behind this, but I don't know how we actually get this to be a staple at Progressive Field where the whole crowd changes the lyrics to Chase DeLauder, hit a homer in the actual song.
So that is fun.
I love it.
I don't know about love it, but it's fun. I like it. I'm battling a couple things here. I lived in the South for 4 years, but no part of me is Southern. I'm not. I mean, I shouldn't say no part of me. I guess the weird part about me is I have family history. Like my grandma was actually born in the South, all things considered. So I think there's always been like a weird, I identify with the South in some respect just because I like country music. And when I lived in the South, I just kind of really got along with what the South was doing. But also at the heart of it, I'm a Midwest kid. That's who I am. I'm not, there's no other really way to look at it. That's like my identity, my heart, my everything is I'm a Midwest kid. And so like when you get drunk and sing Country Roads, that's obviously a great time. No one's doubting that. I just don't know why we've embraced it the way that we have so quickly. I don't know.
I just think
it's a little odd to me.
I just think fans in a group setting like that will get behind whatever catchy song that they sing.
We're not country roads, though. We're Midwest. It's not really our jam. It's fun to get drunk and, maybe like when I was like a 16-year-old, like, chew tobacco and think that we're all Southern about everything. But like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I went to the game the other night. And
was it great when he did it?
Well, there weren't a ton of fans that were there, but even still, every time that he came up to the plate, the song echoed throughout the entire stadium, even though there were probably only a few thousand people that were actually there at that point.
Because he's playing good. I mean, if Chase DeLauder all of a sudden stinks, will people be singing it?
I mean, people still did SpongeBob when Oscar Gonzalez was striking out, 4 out of 5 times. Like, I think that if it's catchy enough, like, I think people would join in still.
What's catchier, SpongeBob or Country Roads?
Oh, Country Roads. Because you can actually sing along.
So Country Roads, I think, is going to be the better one. SpongeBob will get all of the kids, so it's going to be allowed no matter what.
You guys have taken me off of walk-up songs now. I'm on the spot now where I'm like, just go up into the plate and don't even bother with the walk-up song, and then I'll see you when I see you.
To take a page out of Todd Monken's book. You know what? You can have that take. That's fine.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be me, but you can do that. That's fine. You can have that take.
I mean, it's really just for the fans, and I think
I don't know how to spin on it, though. I do like the fun spin.
I don't know how to actually get them to change these lyrics because I love the Chase DeLauder hit a homer. Maybe they have to put that quote like on the actual board so they can actually sing along to it.
I don't know why I think it'd be cooler if if he became really, really big, if like, I don't know, in the 6th inning, and I know they do Hang On Sloopy in like the 7th or something like that, but in like the 6th inning, if it all of a sudden they got to play Country Roads just because DeLauder likes it and you get the whole version of it, I don't know why I'm more on board with that than like a tiny like 25-second thing 4 times a night.
You can count me in for that. I'm cool
like
with replacing that for
and doing
Sloopy.
it. Oh, replacing Hang On Sloopy?
Yes. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I think that's been played out.
Well, your email address is what now, so people can send this towards you and not me, because people love it.
Nick Swisher isn't on the team anymore. We can retire it. It's fine.
Mercy. All right, 216-474 to below 92. What will the Cavs do tonight? They've already ruled out Tyson. Doubtful for Donovan Mitchell still, though. How big is this decision? 216-474 to below 92. Afternoon drive right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan. All right, back at it here on the Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Ashley Bastock going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes. Coach Riz going to be with us the rest of the way, starting around 3:45 or so. So once we're done talking to Ashley, Coach Riz will enter the equation, and they'll be off and running from there. I don't know what Coach's thoughts are when it comes to what the Cavs are trying to pull off, or at least what they're can I even say trying to pull off? Like, that almost feels disingenuous. Like, the part of this conversation that is escaping me as we look towards what they're going to do tonight, Tyson, by the way, is doubtful for tonight's game. Donovan and Dean Wade remain questionable. Is people are acting as if they already picked their roadmap and they're trying to go down it. And I don't know that they necessarily have. The crossroads that exist right now. Donovan says he doesn't want to upset the basketball gods. Atkinson, after that comment, the day after, comes out and says, well, I got to be thinking about these type of things. Meanwhile, people like myself and other people on this station have been talking for weeks about what the Cavs have to do in order to pull this whole thing off to actually get the 4th seed and to make sure that you don't take on Boston until the Eastern Conference Finals at the earliest. What's interesting is that I can't tell what the Cavs are actually trying to do on any given night. And so I don't know for tonight what they're going to do. The only thing I can tell you is that I know unequivocally what I would do. What I would do is simple. You don't play tonight, you don't play tomorrow, and you make it as obvious as possible. I don't care if the NBA is going to fine you for playing on a nationally televised game on Friday night and you playing nobody. Take the fines. Who cares? Dan Gilbert's got so much money, I'm not worried about a $500,000 fine. Take the fines, make it obvious, don't care. Get yourself in a spot where you make sure you have the easiest path possible. That's what this is all about. But the Cavs in the past 11 games have won 9 of them. The only 2 losses they have are both on back-to-back nights, second nights of back-to-back nights. Like, they have not actually chosen a decision. And so the interesting part about tonight is, and really what the Knicks have been able to pull off as of late as well, and the Knicks have a tough final 3 games. They take on Boston on Thursday. They take on a Raptors team that needs it for the play-in. They take on a Hornets team that needs it again for playoff seeding as well. They take on 3 tough teams. But the Knicks themselves have won 3 straight against Memphis, the Bulls, and then the Hawks that we saw in a tight game the other night. The Knicks could have made life hell for the Cavs, and for some reason they chose not to. I don't know why they pulled the nose up on the plane when it felt like for the longest time they had decided that they were going to try to make a run for this and try to go ahead and get the 4 seed and make sure that they delay taking on Boston. I think what happened is people started to talk about them not being very good and them starting to wonder if they actually aren't very good, and then they just kind of turned this into, oh, we have to win a lot of games. But for the Cavs, runway is right in front of you. This should be the easiest decision they get to make. Lose as often as you possibly can. Make it as obvious as you have to. I don't really care. Just make sure you get the 4 seed. It's not a coward's way of looking at it. This is not something that is cheap or something. This is how you play the game. In the NBA, there's an understanding for the final amount of games that you get to go ahead and jockey for the seeding. It has been this way for a very long time across the NBA, and I could make an argument that it's almost a skill to possess to be able to balance everything out. People acting like the Cavs are at like Chauncey Billups' poker table because of this, and all of a sudden they're cheating the game. I just don't understand how. Like, this is part of the rules. This is part of what you can set up to do. But the worry I have is I don't think the Cavs are going to execute it. We got Tyson being doubtful, but the idea that Donovan is questionable, and it seems like everybody else in this Cavs team, it seems like they're choosing Donovan's line of thinking over what Atkinson said he's got to look out for. When Atkinson spoke, he never said they were going to do this. He just said he needs to be thinking about it, and I think a lot of people got that confused. Donovan is the only one that spoke and basically said unequivocally, no thank you. I think Donovan's going to win this battle out. 216-474-0092. So that's the funny thing about this. I feel like when I get in arguments about this discussion, I think everyone thinks that like, they're clearly trying to lose games and they're clearly jockeying for position. No, they're not. No, they haven't been. The part that gets me frustrated about it is they haven't done that. Everyone thinks that they've done it. They've won 9 out of their last 11. I know people act like the sky is falling around this Cavs team when they're having an extremely high winning percentage and they're like 19-6 with Harden in the lineup. Like I don't understand how we get there. I really don't. But the idea that they're executing some grand plan, not true. And if all of a sudden they end up in the 4 seed, and let's say you take on the Pistons in round 2, I just don't want to hear from people making the suggestion that this is what they asked for and this is what they got. Because that is just not true to me as well. Yeah, did they have a lot of people out for the Memphis game? You betcha. They did. Memphis had 4 more players out than the Cavs did in that game. But yeah, they did. They also scored 142 points. They also put up a 140 mark on a Memphis team that hit 29 threes. You could have lost that game if you wanted to. Memphis tied an NBA record for three-pointers. They could have easily just taken a fall, laid out in the middle of the road, and watched the Grizzlies, one of the worst teams in basketball, run right over them. They didn't do that. They didn't do it. Like, if anything, I should be angry about the idea that they're not able to execute this plan at a rate that I want to see them execute it. Because based off of what the Knicks have done in winning 3 straight, and based off of how this past week has gone, the Cavs should already have the 4 seed locked up. They should already have the matchup against Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals as being what they are going to have, and it should all be taken care of. That's the difference in this conversation. But it became a little bit of a conversation because the Cavs continue to win. 216-474-0092. So we have 2 ends of the spectrum here, and we have 2 different thoughts and philosophies. And so Justin Termini, we're going to play the guy that agrees with me first, okay? That seems fair to me today. Justin Termini likes the idea of the Cavs chasing the 4 seed. Here we go.
I mean, when they initially made the Harden trade, I thought it was a huge upgrade and that they were the favorites in the Eastern Conference. Maybe I've trended a little bit towards the Celtics here with how Tatum has looked over the last month because, he won a Player of the Week just 3 weeks after returning. He almost looks like the same Jason Tatum we've seen the last several years. So maybe I would nudge the Celtics ahead of Cleveland, but it's all really close. I think what sets up right now for the Cavs really well is that seeding. They're at the 4 spot, so I think their road might be a little bit easier as of right now, going through Atlanta, then probably Detroit in the second round with them being banged up and lacking the experience. So I think they're in the right side of the bracket, even if they're not the best team.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely in the right side of the bracket. Like, this is the whole point. If you are the second best team in the East right now, you want to set yourself up to take on the very best team in the East, and it's not by much, but the very best team in the East in Boston. You want to set yourself up for that in the Eastern Conference Finals. And I do think it matters long term. For the same reason why we talk about the Cavs never making it out of the second round, had they been able to jockey or play the seeding or been able to do something in a different way in the past couple years where they just fell into the Eastern Conference Finals, don't you think we'd talk about that team and really what's happened over the previous 3 years differently? Of course we would. Wouldn't even be a conversation because people wouldn't be able to bring up that they have 2 postseason series wins in 3 years. You'd be talking about the idea of, oh yeah, but remember like 2 years ago when they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals? Went 6 games against blah team. Well, you talk about that type of stuff as if they accomplished something greater than maybe you think that they did. Because that's how this works in sports. We talk about how far you go, and we never go back and talk about the bad breaks or how good a team was or wasn't. We talk about how far you take a team. And the idea that people think that like the Pistons or even the Hawks to start off with is some sort of cakewalk, it's not the toughest schedule you've ever had. That's kind of the point, though. You still have to get past them. And this Cavs team hasn't shown us in years past that they've been able to do that. So, like, it would be a step forward for this Cavs team to be able to take care of the easy team, relatively, all things considered. I'm using quotations for easy team, but it would showcase that you can do it. And that in and of itself is growth for what this Cavs team is. 216-474-0092. Now, let's play the other side of this. Jason Lloyd making the suggestion that it is a little cowardly and you can't just lay down and make sure that you jockey the right way for positioning.
I would actually lean more toward cowardly number one, would those teams in 16, 17, and 18 been trying to navigate and maneuver around and pick their opponent, be scared to play certain teams at certain times? No. So that's the part to me that's like, just go win a championship. You're trying to win a championship. You got a team good enough. Go win a championship. The flip side of that is there's a lot riding on there's a lot at stake this summer. And if they lose in the second round again, I don't know what that does to the plans of re-signing Donovan and everything else. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is more complicated than a normal. Like, this is different than a couple years ago when I thought that they tried to steer their way to Orlando, which I did not like that either. But I also understood it, like, they're trying to take another step. They're trying to go one step further in the playoffs. So normally I would say, like, this. Just play the games, win the games, fall where you fall, and go play who you play. And I just think it sends a bad message to the locker room that you don't believe in these guys.
And that's why I think they're going to go ahead and if Donovan plays tonight, I think it'll all be about what that message to the locker room is, and I think it'll all be about what Donovan wants. I don't think it was an accident what Donovan said a week ago. I fundamentally disagree with Donovan's thinking, but I'm not a take the harder route guy. I don't know. Maybe that's why Donovan's in the spot that he's in and I'm in the spot that I'm in. But, like, in my version of life, I take the easiest path possible. I've said before, I'm also the same person that if you told me I could be born on third base, I'm not going to go ahead and say, no, I'd much rather start with growing up in extreme poverty and having to build myself up and really make a man out of myself. Like, no, I'll take third base. I'll start with the trust fund and a rich bank account. Who wouldn't? Well, this is kind of that discussion in many ways. Like, it seems like Donovan wouldn't. Donovan wants to do this the hard way, but then you can't look up 10 years from now, and if you never make it out of the second round because you take on Boston in round 2, you can't wonder why. There's no bonus points for taking on the harder team earlier. It doesn't exist. There's no extra credit attached to this. The road is in front of them. Take the easier route. 216-474-0092. Johnny in Cleveland up next. What's up, Johnny?
What's up, JP? Well, there is actually a reason people would be talking about all the West teams. Remember, hey, we couldn't get past Golden State, or all the teams in the East in the LeBron era said, hey, we can't get past LeBron and the Cavs. So there is something to think about. But second, what I want to ask is, if we do the seed play and we make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, didn't yesterday you say that would be an improvement, 3 more wins this year?
It is. So yes, it is an improvement going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yes,
on paper, but I mean, is it really an improvement if you seed play?
I'm not sure how it's not. You have 2 playoff series wins in 3 years. If you have 2 this season, that's an obvious improvement.
Right, but if the whole point is constructing a roster that plays better without seed playing, where's the improvement? Isn't that a contradiction? I mean, the only improvement is that you're getting to another round, but you're not playing better.
That is the improvement. But you're also showcasing that you're good enough to go up against every team in the East up until Boston. Like, there's a difference there. In years past, I don't believe that to be true. Years past, I never looked at the Cavs and said they're the second best team in the East, right, and they're only looking up at one team. Like, if you can legitimately showcase to everybody that it's Boston's the one team you got to get past, and you got to do whatever you take this offseason to get past Boston, that's a massive improvement in my opinion.
I can agree with that, especially, the whole growing up in poverty versus being born on third base. Let's take second base this year. And what are your predictions, anyways? If you could call it now, JP, what would you say?
I think they're going to meet up. I think they're going to meet up, and thank you, Johnny. I appreciate you, man. I think they're going to meet up with Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then we'll go from there. I do worry about Tatum, but the part of Tatum that worries me also gives me relief in that I don't think he's going to be nearly as good as what we've seen in the past couple weeks, and I don't think Boston's invincible. I put it at a 40% shot they get past Boston. That's what I said yesterday. I stand by it today. That no part of me has waffled on that. There is just as much of a chance that series goes 6 or 7 as there is some sort of gentleman's sweep at play. I would expect it to go 6 or 7. And you go 6 or 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm just not hanging my head and being like, that sucked. I'm going back to the lab, and I'm rebuilding this offseason to find that missing piece, and then we're getting back after it. It's not just a one-year bet by the Cavs. I think people mistake that from time to time. All right, Ashley Bastock going to get us back into the Browns. What did she hear from Todd Monken? And are we making too big of a deal about Myles Garrett? She'll join us next right here on The Fan.
JP.com's Ashley Bastock joins JP next, talking all things Browns. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys. Coach Riz going to join us 3:45. Odyssey Rewind. You can check out all the different responses I gave to Todd Monken. We got a lot more that Monken had to say, too, though, especially about the quarterbacks. I mean, really, he kind of touched them all in what turned out to be a really short press conference, all things considered. For more on that, though, let's go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. AshleyBass.Cleveland.com joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Ashley.
Hey, JP. How's it going?
It's going good. I am curious to find out how it felt to be back in a place you've spent so much time in Berea today doing the thing that you do a lot of, which is watch press conferences.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? I mean, I've been on this beat since 2021. So even though the Browns are a team that have had a lot of coaching changes since 99, this is my first coaching change, my first time starting an off season with someone other than Kevin Stefanski. So it definitely felt a little different to be here as Todd Monken is starting his off season program. But, for the most part, it's business as usual, right? Like, so much has changed, but it feels like not a lot has changed. And I think the one thing that we've talked about when you compare Todd Monken to Kevin Stefanski is I do think Todd Monken is a bit more willing to share in these media availabilities than Kevin Stefanski ever was. So I think there's a bit more to glean from the head coach this year than in years past, for sure.
So I agree with that, only because Stefanski gave you absolutely nothing. But I actually do find it interesting.
Yes.
And I want to know if you agree with it or not. Like, I kind of, for Monken being such a straight shooter, I thought and there's a couple different quips, and we'll get to them. But there was a couple big splashes, but really a lot of it, like I called him AARP Stefanski earlier. Like a lot of that was like cliches. A lot of it felt like it was not really saying anything while trying to seem like you're saying something, and it just kind of missed. It almost like he got Brownsified in the month and a half that he's been here now.
Well, it was interesting in terms of his messaging, right? I can understand why that maybe comes away as a bit, what's the word, generic, the word that you use, right, about that they are going to be in the development and winning business. And I think what I said on our video that we actually just did was, to me, that sort of came more across as Todd Monken really hammering the point home, knowing, hey, players see most of this, right? They see the in-house stuff. They're going to see clips on social media. And I can see a world in which that sort of language, like terminology, that he really did try to use with the players over the last couple of days as they, checked in yesterday, get to work here today. I can see that being something Todd Monken would do. But I do think, and some of the stuff that we're going to get to, the stuff about the quarterbacks a little bit, the stuff he said about Myles Garrett, that stuff certainly to me still was more splashy than anything we would have gotten in the prior regime. But at the end of the day, look, like, it is still a press conference. I think press conferences are even different than scrums. For a lot of people, I think typically you get better, more engaging answers, whether it's at that little combine side scrum or what we heard from Todd Monken at owners' meetings last week when it's a smaller group. I think the press conference setting is not the best for, a ton of news breaking type statements.
No, and I agree with that. I just, like the winning one that is people are talking about, it was like, well, all right, well, let's break that down for a second. Let's really talk about it. It sounded good. It sounded nice. But then when you think about it, all he said was how we clean up the perception is win games. That's like going on TikTok and watching a financial guy tell you, well, how to get rich is just add money to your bank account. Like, okay, thanks.
Yeah, it kind of, that quote honestly does remind me a bit of the Kevin Stefanski-ism that we did hear a lot, that winning is a deodorant. That's essentially what that quote means. So, yeah, in terms of that, I'm kind of not surprised that was his answer given the question. But, what are you going to do at this stage of April? Like, of course, that's kind of what he's going to say, I think.
Do you feel like he took a shot at Miles without saying Miles' name in discussing all the benefits of being here? Understanding it's voluntary, but all the benefits of being around your teammates and everything that he tried to really kind of hammer home while then not saying Miles' name?
Yeah, I thought that part of his answer was really interesting. It's honestly how I have talked in years past, especially the last couple of years, and really last year after the trade demand and everything with Miles, how I sort of feel about Miles' decision to not come to these voluntary sessions typically. So obviously him not being here is not surprising. It's something he has done. And I think it's also important to note that Todd Monken went out of his way to say directly, I'm not concerned about Myles Garrett. I know Myles Garrett is going to be ready. But to your point, JP, like this idea of Todd Monken saying, well, if it was him, he would be here because that's how he's wired. Like, I thought that quote was interesting. It's kind of how I've always felt about the off-season program, anything voluntary. I see the benefit in having your leaders be here, right? Because I could argue, well, Denzel Ward didn't need to come to everything that was voluntary last year, and he still did, right? And he talked at length last year about why he felt that was important to be here for these voluntary sessions. So I definitely think we saw both sides of the coin with that answer a little bit. And look, I'm sure if you asked him, like he made the point multiple times to acknowledge this is voluntary. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows nobody can be, quote unquote, penalized for not being here. So I thought he acknowledged that while also acknowledging, hey, why it is important to be here in his mind.
So you do think it was a missed opportunity by Miles?
I mean, I always sort of think that whenever we don't see Myles Garrett here, and it's less so about, Myles Garrett being ready to play, right? Because to Todd Monken's point, like, we know that. But for me, when I've argued the case for why I think it would be beneficial to have Myles Garrett here, it's more about intangibles, more about setting a tone, helping get the younger guys up to speed. This year, it's a little bit different because, hey, this defense is going to be a little bit different. You have a new coordinator in Mike Rutenberg, and there's going to be different wrinkles. We know this is still going to be an attack-style front, but, hey, I think it goes a long way in setting the example when you're a guy like Myles Garrett and you're here. But, I think Todd Monken sort of came into this knowing the deal. And, again, he said he's not worried about Myles Garrett. Me, Ashley, I totally 100% believe Myles Garrett individually will be ready to play by the time we get to training camp, to the season. But, I think 1 year it would be different, obviously, to see him here. And I think it would be beneficial, not necessarily from a Myles Garrett standpoint, but from a Cleveland Browns, the team standpoint, certainly.
Ashley Bass.Cleveland.com joining us here on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Monken also spoke about the quarterbacks today. He said he was fired up. Do you believe him? Do you buy that he's fired up?
I do. Look, we've spent a lot of time these last couple of months ever since Todd Monken was hired talking about Shedeur Sanders, talking about Deshaun Watson and why we think he would be fired up to coach players like that. And I think this is just the sort of latest example of that. I think Todd Monken feels very strongly in his own abilities as now an offensive head coach, just like he did when he was an offensive coordinator, to get the most out of his quarterback. We've seen him do it at college. We've seen him do it at the NFL level now, and do it with different kinds of quarterbacks. And I think that's where his confidence comes from, because let's be real, like, you can't get more different than Stetson Bennett at Georgia and Lamar Jackson. So he's done it across skill sets, and I think that's why he's excited to get in his room and put his stamp on it. And I think, going back to last week and some things we heard from Andrew Berry, Jimmy Haslam at the owners' meetings, I think they very clearly were telling us in 2025 they weren't super happy with what they saw with that offensive system. So I think Todd Monken has a lot of abilities a lot of belief in his abilities as a developer of the player themselves at quarterbacks and also in his offensive system that he's bringing in. So I wasn't surprised to hear that from him today.
Was there anything else that we have not addressed that kind of caught your ear as you get like one of these first few interactions with Monken and get to really kind of figure out how he operates?
Well, one of the things that caught my ear actually from Carson Schlesinger talking about Todd Monken's opening address as they began the offseason program, talking about that message about a Super Bowl in the near future, right? Like he came in, it sounds like, and really hammered that belief in. Now, will they go to a Super Bowl in 2026? I would obviously be shocked. That would be a huge jump. But he's not letting up with that sort of messaging and the talent they, especially have on the defensive side of the ball, even before we get to the draft here, and they hopefully add some offensive pieces, which they've talked about doing for months. So I thought that was interesting that he's the head coach not coming in saying, you guys only won 5 games last year. Let's see what we can do. Like, he's setting the standard pretty high here early to hear the players tell it.
That is interesting. Ashley, all right, have you locked in what you think the Browns will do at 6? I know we got a little bit more time, but at this point we've spent so much time discussing it already.
We have spent so much time discussing it. Look, I don't think anybody has locked in exactly what they're going to do at 6. I quite honestly don't even know if they know exactly what they're going to do at 6 yet. But I will say I did another mock draft. This was my second one that I've played around with this a little bit, looking at their first 3 picks. So 6, 24, 39. And I think as we get deeper into this process, at least right now, I'm intrigued if they stay at 6 by the possibility of them taking a receiver, and specifically Carnell Tate. I know we've talked a lot about Carnell Tate here when I've been on with you guys, and maybe the perception Ohio State fans of him have of him. But I think the interesting thing is how deep this tackle class is. And the interesting thing for me, and something I brought up, like the top 2 guys right now that basically everyone considers to be the top 2 guys in terms of draft analysts are Francis Mauigoa out of Miami, and then Spencer Fano out of Utah. And neither of those guys played a lot of left tackle in college. That's what's interesting. So I'm curious, are the Browns just going to be looking for the best guy that they think, hey, this is the best tackle period in the draft? And how is that going to inform their decision at 6? Because if you want one of those guys, great. I think you'd have to take them at 6. But I'm really intrigued by some of these more true left tackle options that potentially could be available to them later. We talked about Monroe Freeling out of Georgia. Spencer Fano's teammate, Caleb Lomu out of Utah, is another one who he is more of that left tackle mold. Obviously, Caden Proctor out of Alabama. All those guys potentially could be available later. So while I don't know what they're going to do, I'm getting more intrigued by this idea of betting big on the skill position if you stay at 6 and getting a tackle later, because I think there's going to be some pretty good options there.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting, and I think you raised an interesting point on it. Like, how safe will the Browns play this draft? And like, I think about Spencer Fano, who you bring up there. And like, he was, again, right tackle in college, obviously, but he probably projects out to be a guard. And it's like, well, all right, aren't you just describing Joe Bitonio in many ways? Like, Joe Bitonio was a right tackle in college, kicked inside to be a guard, all pro. If like that's what he is, like, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's a great thing if you hit on that. And so it's like, how do they balance out trying to hit these like doubles off the wall mixed with the idea that everyone at 6 thinks everything needs to be a home run all the time? It feels like if there's a double there and someone that is an obvious fit within your offensive line, you accept it and you be happy about it.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, I think, from all the years of now covering Andrew Berry and his philosophy. And this sort of, Andrew Berry has said before that in terms of position, they'll use it as like a tiebreaker, but they really are sort of focused on who do they have as their best player available to them on their board. And they've been very adamant about that over the years. So I definitely think it's something to keep in mind. And hey, if they end up with one of those guys and they're not a left tackle, they end up sliding them over. That's something interesting. And look, I think even though Titus Howard, who they obviously have in-house now, has played a lot of right tackle, it sounds like he's got some experience, on the left side, and that this O-line right now, they seem to just be open to mixing and matching and finding the best combination of guys. So I definitely think that's something worth noting. And if they have, Maui Noa or Fano rated that high on their own board and that guy is still available at 6, it wouldn't surprise me if they take them, even though it's not a surefire bet at left tackle.
Ashley, one of those the jersey tracker sites on Twitter, they had that Daniel Thomas, the new defensive back. I know he's a special teams guy, but he's going to be 24. He's going to take Nick Chubb's number. Should Chubb's number have been off limits?
That's an interesting question because I think obviously Nick Chubb means so much to Cleveland and this fan base. But, I know in the NFL numbers are so weird unless they are retired, right? It's hard. It's hard for me to say because I know, Nick Chubb just obviously meant so much to this city. I wouldn't, as a player, want to come in and be the next 24. It's a big ask. So I don't know if you could say it should have been off limits, but I definitely think guys should be thinking twice about it before they wear that number with how many 24 jerseys there are floating around Cleveland because of everything Nick Chubb did for this team and what he meant to this fan base.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first person to wear it, too. Maybe 3 other people have worn it, but the first one, I don't know that I love it, Ashley.
Right. It's hard, right? And there, I thought that about, we've talked about this before amongst ourselves, when Cedric Tillman first came into the league and was wearing 19, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. The 19 being Bernie Kosar's number.
Bernie's number. And so many people have had Bernie's. Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of people who have worn that 19 after him, but he's who it's associated with. So I, as a player, would not want that. I would want my number to be my own. I wouldn't want to feel any hang-ups about it or I took a beloved former player's jersey number and now have a lot to live up to. So that would be how I personally, Ashley, feel about it.
Ashley, fantastic insight as always. We'll catch up with you next week. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, JP. We kept it on the rails.
We did. I knew we would.
That out. We kept it on the rails.
But I knew we would.
We just got straight down to business.
So me and you, though, we've done enough of these where it's just me and you, and so I've understood. Yeah. I'm like, we go back years of doing this where it was going to always go this way. It was going to be fine, and if anything, this is further proof that Nick is the one that always takes off the rails and never me. That's all it is.
This is the prime example.
All right, thank you, Ashley. I'm really trying hard to stick the landing here. Thank you. I'm really, really trying hard to make sure. There's a couple of things. The problem with that is usually once we acknowledge that it hasn't gone off the rails, I'm actually the one that throws in the Molotov cocktail to then make it go off the rails. If it ever happens before that, that's usually on Nick. That one just typically falls on Nick.
Yeah, you pull the wheel left.
Well, I like to see it happen. That's the difference. I like to see it happen. But I felt like there with Ashley, I was like, it's Todd Monken Day. We're going to be able to ride this thing. All right, we'll be all right. And that was Ashley on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. React to what she had to say. Also want your input as well. 216-474 below 92. Should Chubb's number have been off limits? Is he being squeezed out here? It's the Afternoon Drive right here in the Fan.
Up, and it's time to start thinking about the roof on your home. Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions. The freeze-thaw cycle of winter and, of course, early spring can cause shingles on your roof to become brittle, develop tiny microcracks in them, and then in comes the water. So let's get some peace of mind for you, right? Call Victor's Home Solutions today before the spring rush hits and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over every square inch of your roof and make sure there is nowhere that water can get in. This also allows you to catch minor problems early and fix them with an inexpensive repair. Besides, repairing water damage from a leaky roof is far more expensive than keeping your roof maintained and making minor repairs along the way. But if it is time for a new roof, well, Victor's has got you covered there too. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, clear communication, and perfect installation.
refreshers only at Starbucks.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Obviously, him not being here is not surprising. It's something he has done. And I think it's also important to note that Todd Monken went out of his way to say directly, I'm not concerned about Myles Garrett. I know Myles Garrett is going to be ready. But to your point, JP, like this idea of Todd Monken saying, well, if it was him, he would be here because that's how he's wired. Like, I thought that quote was interesting. It's kind of how I've always felt about the off-season program, anything voluntary. I see the benefit in having your leaders be here. I definitely think we saw both sides of the coin with that answer a little bit. And look, I'm sure if you asked him, like he made the point multiple times to acknowledge this is voluntary. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows nobody can be, quote unquote, penalized for not being here. So I thought he acknowledged that. While also acknowledging, why it is important to be here in his mind.
That was Ashley Bastock. She joined us moments ago. And what's so funny about the Myles discourse and the discussion is just the idea that yesterday, when we were talking about it and we were just kind of going through our discussion on it, Nick and I, that is, it felt like we were met with a lot of hesitation and a lot of just like, I don't even know why you guys are discussing this. It's not a big deal. It's not this. It's not that. Well, Monken legitimized all of it today, in my opinion. And I don't think anybody will ever be able to convince me otherwise to the idea that Monken today was speaking in some respects about Myles Garrett and offering up the things that can really be valuable for someone like Myles in being there. Yes, I do think it matters that Myles would kind of in a different way endorse Todd Monken if he had been there today. But I also think it matters for some of the other things we've discussed as well. The idea that if you're there, just Myles' presence alone teaches and can be so valuable for some of the other guys on the team. I said the story earlier today about LeBron and watching him on YouTube. And yes, it's a father-son relationship, but him talking about Bronny. And the idea that like what he's doing in the NBA right now, he goes the same way he did in year 4, in year 5, in year 12. It all exists because he's trying to showcase to Bronny how valuable it is in what he does and lays out that plan and showcases what you need to do to be a successful NBA player night in, night out. Yeah, that's a father-son thing, and that's why Myles doesn't have that relationship. He doesn't owe that to the Browns in any sort of way, really, to make sure that the other players become their very best. But they do. That's part of this. Like watching greats work and how they go about working is all part of the equation. It's kind of, I've done a lot of this with like Carlos Boozer's kids and some of the Boozers. And really we saw this with, I think it's Gilbert Arenas' kid as well, at a very young age. But like part of what they believe is that yes, genetics plays a factor into why all these kids. All these athletes' kids are making it to the top level. But like what Gilbert Arenas was trying to claim, and I think he's right about this, is that, yeah, genetics matter a great deal, but why his kid is having success and why like the Boozer's kids having so much success right now is because at like 7 years old, their dad was able to tell them the blueprint, was able to tell them like, this is what you need to do in order to be successful because I know the blueprint because I did it and I was able to experience it. And so I think there's a lot attached to that. And like just being around Myles and his work habits and how he takes in film and how he looks at film. And then also some of his stuff in the locker room and the weight areas. I just think all of that can matter a great deal. And it's just a missed opportunity. And so I think it's comforting that when smart people like Ashley come on, they almost validate those thoughts. And we've taken a couple calls today about it and people responding back like, well, what other great athlete does this? What other great player on a great team does this? And it's, again, Lamar Jackson's what we went to yesterday, what I brought up for a reason. Lamar with a brand new head coach, brand new offensive coordinator, and a reason to try to showcase that not only did he endorse what happened with a change, you would imagine, but like really the reality is he's endorsing the new head coach, new offensive coordinator. He's there. He's showing up. He's in Baltimore. That is a 2-time league MVP winner. That is somebody that has had a lot of success. Success, by the way, with the guy we're talking about in Todd Monken, but a guy that has had a lot of success, and he's showing up with good reason. Now, obviously, it's different for quarterbacks than it is anything, but I don't want to give Miles that excuse. I don't want to give Miles that pass. So, I understand. I'm not going to make a massive deal about it, but I do find it interesting. The amount of people that are then settling into this of this could have been good, not only for Monken, but this could have been good for the Browns as a whole if Myles Garrett had been there and if he'd been there at the voluntary portion. I would take it a step further. I don't know that he's going to be there for the mandatory portion. And so the conversations we're going to have attached to that is going to be very, very interesting. But it's just a little something to pay attention to. All right, 216-474-0092. Coach Riz has walked into the studio, and so when he comes on back, I'm going to have him out of the gate. You're going to have to convince me, why does he think this team can win? That's what he was spouting out last night. I want to hear it. I'm going to have an open mind to it. I'm not going to shoot it down. I want to be talked into this in the absolute best way imaginable. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys on The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Gardos with a winner today. They beat the Royals 10-2. The Bats came to life. That's obviously a good thing. We'll lead to the Guardians about 40 minutes from now. Coach Riz joining me now here on The Fan. Hello, Coach.
Hey, how are you, JP? Good to be here, my friend.
Good. I almost wanted to actually tell you, like, if you wanted to not sit in for a second or two, I forgot something I wanted to do. I wanted to talk about the Diana Rossini commentary and everything associated with that with Mike Vrabel, and then I was like, I can't do that to you, Coach.
Just right off the bat, huh?
I wanted to, and I was going to do it in the couple hours that I was solo there at some point, but I couldn't really fit it in, and now I feel like it's a missed opportunity because I feel like I just don't want to put you in that spot. I can put myself in that spot, commentating on whether or not somebody did or did not cheat on their spouse. I can do that to myself. I don't know if I can do that to you.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's see what you got. I'm ready to go.
Okay, what do you think?
I just think regardless of what happens, bad luck, right? It's bad luck for everybody involved.
That's kind of where I'm at on it. Is that if I ever got a photo of my wife holding hands with another man that way, that's how I look at it.
I will say this. I don't know anything.
I'm not pleased.
I'm not saying anything, but I will say that that's not a friendship hold hands. I'm sorry, that wasn't it. So once again, you can't speculate on anything. But yeah, it's just a bad look. It's a bad look for everybody involved, and obviously something they're both probably really regretting right now, I would say.
I don't know, though. I mean, like, sometimes you get these people that are they just feel like they're above everything, and they just they feel like they live in their own little world with their own rules and their own everything. And then so it's weird because there's a part of me that wanted to come in and almost defend Diana because the photos themselves, again, not something I would ever be pleased if I saw my wife doing, but also not that incriminating either. So it's a weird line to draw, and we also know her past history as well, and some things that did happen, and the whole thing is weird. Well, I kind of hate it for the NFL. I hate that this is a story.
Well, I would say this. It's like when you hear the story of these guys who get, they get pulled over for drinking and driving. They get, all these, if you have that much money, I don't understand how these things happen. And I'm not justifying anything, but, as a happily married person, I just don't understand, like putting yourself in that situation. If it's a nothing burger, as you would say, then it doesn't look like it. And that's a bad thing for both of them.
It doesn't look like it. That's the right read on that. It doesn't look like it.
It just doesn't look right.
And I know, and then the other part of that is I see a lot of people out there taking their moral high ground on this as well, and I don't know that I love that. Because the other side of this, and this is in the don't kink shame department of life that we have to live in, I don't know what type of rules their significant others have for them. We genuinely don't know. Maybe they have an open relationship. Maybe Diana has an open relationship. Maybe Vrabel's got an open relationship. But every partner's aware of everything that's going on, and we're
just a three-way?
I don't know, folks. Is it? Are we bringing people into this mix? I don't know.
I'll be honest with you. When you started this, I didn't know you were going down this path.
I don't know. I like to think of myself as like a very. I just don't judge people in that regard. I just don't. But we also don't. We don't know what arrangement they have in their marriage. We don't know what their
rails.
Sorry, Ashley. But this is definitely not a question for Ashley. I'm happy I didn't have this thought when we had Ashley on. Ashley was happy we kept it on the rails today. I was happy as well. This is definitely not a question we would have had for Ashley.
I'm once again. I was not going down that path, but you're right. You don't know anything. You don't know what they're. Once again, though, if that was the case, then they would have came out and said not a big deal, right?
Maybe Vrabel is Diana's hall pass for all we know. We don't know. We have no idea what their setup is.
You think he's a hall pass now?
I don't know. I think it'd be I don't think you can have a hall pass that's a friend.
Maybe
if I'm being honest.
Maybe she's the hall pass.
I don't think hall passes should exist in general, for really being honest. But if you have a hall pass, it can't be a friend. That seems like that's cheating in the hall pass category, is it not?
No, I'm not. I'm an anti-hall pass person. I'm older, so I'm happy. I outkicked my coverage by a lot, so I'm happily where I'm at right now.
Well, I always thought it was odd growing up that my mom and my dad, my mom would be like, if I ever met Garth Brooks, your dad's just going to let it happen. And I was like, that's a weird thing to say to a child.
Who is your childhood crush? Who was your crush growing up? Who was like?
So it doesn't work because she's no longer very attractive. Well, she was my childhood crush, and and it didn't age particularly well. Tara Reid was my childhood crush.
Well, she did it to herself. I mean, that was.
That's why I don't feel bad saying it.
I mean, she wasn't like she aged and said, "You know what? I'm aging gracefully." She decided that.
That's why I don't feel bad about it. Like if it had been someone that just like age hit them, I wouldn't say it that way. Yeah, because you can still be very beautiful at every age in life. I mean, I believe that to be true, and the more I say it, the less convincing I sounded it. But here we are.
Yeah, that was. We're gonna give the monk an answer from today.
But I don't want a hall pass from Tara Reid. I'm not interested.
Oh.
No, thank you.
I mean, if that's your hall pass.
Like, you asked my childhood crush. That was my childhood crush.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Like,
fair.
starting, it was the Van Wilder movie is the very first iteration of that. But even, like, before that with the Big Lebowski scene and all that.
Yeah, that shows a little bit of our age gap, too.
American Pie. Like, there was a lot with Tara Reid. Yeah, I know you think that I'm your age. I'm not your age.
No.
Yeah.
You're way younger.
Who was your childhood crush?
Don't. Why are you laughing?
Because I was about to name somebody that was incredibly old, and that was going to be way insulting. I didn't want to do that to you.
All right, I'm going to go. This is the easy one. This is Alyssa Milano.
It's like
she's my age.
Very basic for people of your age, but that's okay.
People of my age.
Hey, we're having fun.
I got you. All
right, 216-474-0092. You just don't know. You don't know what other people's husbands allow, other people's wives allow. You just don't know.
What was your going to be? What was the old person you were going to say?
B. Arthur.
Oh, you went Golden Girls. Wow, that's something. All right, no, that's Alyssa Milano. My goodness gracious, JP.
You're not even offended by it.
What are we doing? No, I'm not offended.
No, you're never offended by anything. That's why I like you so much. All right, so I want to play audio from you last night, okay? And I just want to make sure we give it the proper context. I always think it is funny when you have a show and then somebody plays audio of like the person that's on the show. It's like you could just give your take now, but I don't know. I don't know that you'd give it the same way.
All right.
And after hearing you after this take, it almost felt like Daryl was convincing you that this take wasn't right. And so I'm going to need some post-game reaction from yourself here. But this was Coach Riz last night on the show that you guys do with the three of you guys, where it's Jake Volnick, it's Daryl Ryder, and it's Coach Riz, and they talk Browns football. Here we go.
I don't think this Browns team is as far off if they can get decent quarterback play.
And also score more than 17
and they
points.
They got the fourth. They got the fourth place schedule, right?
Yeah.
You got that. You got let's say Downs. Now that defense becomes, you're thinking elite. So as a football coach, you're thinking, hey, I just addressed my offensive line. Let's go out. Let's get a playmaker. I think Deshaun or Shador are going to make obviously that might not happen, but that's what Munkin's thinking. I can turn this thing right now. It might not happen. But the things they do leading up to game one, that's important. How they attack this, it cannot be preparing for 2027. Front office might be. These coaches got to win right now or they won't be a part of that. And that's what's got to happen.
I just got no evidence to suggest that that's what's going down. Like all the evidence points to the idea that 2026 is essentially a transition year. I understand what you're saying. The heart of what you're saying, coaches can't think that way. And Todd Monken probably doesn't think that way. But clearly, Andrew Berry thinks a certain way.
First of all, I like what that guy said.
Smart guy?
Smart guy. I like what he said.
Good.
But I
we should have him on sometime.
Yeah, but I will say this. I'm not backing. And in fact, I like the idea of them being closer to good than they are bad. And I really mean that. Because think about this. They could have won how many games last year? Realistically. Not should have, but could have. Say 8.
I'm not saying 8. No, I'm not saying 8.
What are you going to say?
I think they got aided by the idea that too many quarterbacks were scared of Myles Garrett and that sack record at the end of the year. You want to give them 7 or 8, you're giving them the benefit of all the good, all the games that might have gone their way. Let's talk about the other games that shouldn't have gone their way.
Like Green Bay. Okay, I'm with you. So give me a total.
It washed out to what it was. I think 5 wins is about what they should have had last year based off of everything that really went down. You can make an argument like 4 or 3, but we're just nitpicking at that point. If I give you 5, I give you a 5.
All right, well, see, I think they were in a lot of games with a atrocious offense, and they had struggles early on, and obviously Kevin got caught up in his system and couldn't get out of it and didn't want to get out of it, in my opinion. When you look back at the film, as I watch film now, they're doing things that do not maximize their players. So it's not fixed, but they address and I won't live in the negative world where, they just replaced. No, they addressed the offensive line. Doesn't mean they're going to be good, but they addressed it. Mm-hmm. So now you got your quarterbacks are all a year older. Deshaun is back. Doesn't mean he's going to be great, but he's another body in there. He's a guy who's been around and played at a very high level. Fannon's a year older. Judkins is a year older. It was a mechanical injury, I used to call it, where it had to heal. It wasn't like going to mess with how he runs. I think Tillman gets maximized by Monken. I think.
We haven't seen Tillman get maximized by anybody yet.
Well, but he's only had one guy to try to maximize him.
But I can't give him the assumption that that Monken is going to all of a sudden see the light with. Cedric Tillman's going to see the light.
But
with
he's a
Todd
players
Monken.
over play guy, right? So that's where I'm thinking. All right, I understand he has limitations, but he can run comebacks, curls, fades, bang eights. He can do those, and that's what Monken will have him do. Now, there's limited to it.
No. The burden of proof is on Cedric Tillman to show me that he can do it before I give him the acknowledgement that he can do it.
Okay.
That's on him. The burden of proof is on him. I've watched that man play for 3 seasons and never have a season with over 350 yards receiving.
Now,
the burden of proof is on him.
Now, for me, though, if he can't do it now, then he can't do it because now he's in an offense that's going to maximize what he does. So now I've addressed the offensive line. Fannon's a year over. Junkins is a year older. I went out and got Stahl, who can play the fullback. I think if I can get a weapon on offense, I don't need a receiver or running back. I need a weapon. I'm going to get a weapon on offense, whatever that player. So I got to improve my free safety play just a little bit. I addressed my offense, my linebacker with the loss of Bush. I got, I think, an upgrade in Quincy Williams. Schlesinger, Defensive Rookie of the Year, is a year older. When we talked about learning how to watch film, all I want to do is watch film with him because if he's that good and he doesn't know how to watch film yet, watch out because he's just reacting instinctually. Wait till he learns to read doubles, to read down blocks, to read reach blocks. He'll be lights out. Then you got the corners are going to be outstanding in this man coverage. You got Delpit, who's in a contract year, who's going to be playing with his hair on fire. No, I don't think I'm way off saying if they can get competent quarterback play, they can be competitive. They very, very competitive in their division without question.
It just felt like you named a lot of names is all you did there. It's not as if like you brought up like Jack Stoll. It's like that's a blocking tight end. That's not the difference between winning games and not winning games.
But it is though because you can get in formations and you can do things personnel group wise that can attack that allows Monken to attack with the guys he wants to attack with.
I think it's fine that, and this is how this works. Offseason is always going to work this way. We're going to think of the very best out of everyone,
sure.
right? And so, like even like the defense, you named off all sorts of different guys. It's the same defense that you saw last year. Just Quincy Williams is the new addition. I would make an argument though that losing Jim Schwartz and then throwing Rutenberg in there is not the net positive that people think it will be. And I also think that just assuming that we're going to have the same defense that is very volatile in the NFL. I think that's a dangerous assumption in the win-loss game for next year and whether or not we think they're going to achieve a lot of great things. That's the part that scares me the most, if we're being truthful. I think way too many people just assume this defense is just not going to miss a beat and be the same thing it's always been. And I don't know that that's true. I really don't. I think Schwartz did a lot to make that defense go, and I'm worried about that.
Well, I like Schwartz, and so I'm not going to say anything like that's not true. But I will say this. Some of the guys they have on this defensive roster, all 3 levels. When you talk Myles Garrett, when you talk about Schlesinger, when you talk about Denzel Ward, those guys are scheme-proof, right? Those guys. So you have those guys. Now they're saying, once again, I got to see what they're in, this pressure front. Do they stay in it? What are the adjustments? How are they getting Delpit involved? All those things that Schwartz did at a high level. Will Rutenberg do that? That's a fair argument. But to say that they can't be more successful than were last year, once again, I'm looking at it through...
Oh, no, it's not judging last year.
I'm thinking through a scope where, yes, I think they can go out and be absolutely competitive with these people. I think if Rutenberg is a guy whose foundation is we are going to attack, that's the scheme that works. So when you talk about pillars or you talk about foundation, that's what it is. There'll be a little bit tweaking here and there, but they're going to get after the quarterback, and that's going to help them. They're going to be in man coverage. That's what they're good at. Offensively, they're only going to be better. It can't get any worse than it was last year.
And that is kind of like the offensive line approach that we've had, too, is like it can't be worse than what it was last year.
It can't be.
And I agree with you, by the way. I think the offense will be better. I think if Shedeur starts week 1, I think it will be better. I think if Deshaun starts week 1, then we can have an argument about that. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, but if that's the case, if he's better, that means hopefully it means he beat out Shedeur. Right? Hopefully he said he was better than Shedeur when it happened.
This is where the tinfoil hat comes on for me every now and again, because it's the same people that told you that Dylan Gabriel was better than Shedeur all offseason, and I didn't buy that either. So, if you're really going for a transition year in 2026...
why didn't you buy it before they played? Why didn't you buy it?
Gabriel?
Yeah.
Because I was at the training camps. And I watched Dylan Gabriel not be able to complete a pass. I did an interview with Bernie Kosar where I watched the ball hit the ground 8 times in a row, and I didn't watch that with Shedeur.
Okay.
Shedeur was completing passes. And so, the idea that Dylan Gabriel was so far and above Shedeur Sanders, I never bought into. And then we watched him play, and I think it bore out that way. And so, I do think sometimes QB competitions in the NFL the finger can be on the scale. Let's put it that way. And so if they want to see Deshaun Watson, it won't matter what Shedeur Sanders does. If they want to see Deshaun Watson, and especially if they think this is all about a transition year, then I could easily see them pulling some shenanigans because I just watched them do it last year.
Well, if you pull shenanigans, you're not going to win. And it doesn't matter who your coach is.
This is part of the bet that
sure,
we're talking about.
You can't win then. You can't if the best guy doesn't play, then you can't win. If the best guys aren't playing, that's the culture people talk about. How do you it's okay to lose. We're going to do – those are culture things you can't turn on and off. These are faucet things. Everybody's like, oh, we're going to do this, and we'll just turn it on. That doesn't work in football at any level, but especially that level. They're all too good, in my opinion. So if there's true competition and he is the best quarterback, that's what I'm going with. Now, all the things you're saying, I agree with. I liked Dylan. I liked him coming in. I thought he matched what Kevin did very well. I thought Shedeur matched what he did very well, too. And I thought Shedeur was much more impactful than Dylan. But I don't think Dylan is as bad as everybody thinks he is. I don't. But I think Shedeur can be better than people think he is as well. I just think if you don't live in the extremes with these guys and let them kind of play it out. Now, we'll know a lot more because the thing that was hard in Kevin's practice, no one was live. Quarterbacks are never live. But when you're not seeing live action out in front of you, when you're not getting a live picture, it's hard to measure and judge these quarterbacks. So we'll see. I just think if you go in with the preparation that we can win games, that is how you lift weights. That is how you eat. That's how you take care of your body. That's how you go to meetings. That's how you do all these things that allow you to sit at the table to eat. Doesn't necessarily going to mean you're going to eat, but they're not even at the table right now. And that's where they got to get to. They got to get to the table and then see what happens. And that's the belief. I'm going to go out and we're going to win week 1. We're not worried about week 2. We're worried about week 1.
All right, let's stay with quarterbacks. 216-474-0092. Could Deshaun starting be what's best for Shedeur? One analyst believes so. I got a hard time believing it myself. We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Not going to be looking over his shoulder. Like, I think once you make that move, you're in. You're there. Like, you don't have to worry about it. Again, just my opinion. You know, maybe Todd Monken and the coaching staff sees it different. When you start with the veteran, right, you already know what you pretty much have. I mean, maybe there's to some degree his help and in this system and what he could do under Monken. But you got to start with there. And then once you turn it over to Shedeur, whoever's next, whether it's Dylan Gabriel or him, you know, that's their team. Like, he doesn't have to look over his shoulder. Watson's only coming back due to injury or something else if the team sees that fit, given, again, the contractual obligation. So that's why I look at it that way, because I think if you really care about winning, he probably gives you the best chance to win to start the season. But at some point, if you've moved on from that and you feel like he's proven that not to be the case, then you go with the young guy, you get him experience, you see how much, you know, again, either Dylan or Shedeur, how much they can grow from that point moving forward.
That was Brady Quinn. He was on yesterday morning with the Morning Boys. We meant to talk about it, and then the day just kind of happened all day yesterday. And then before you know it, you look up and it's like, oh, there was audio there that I feel really passionate about, but I wasn't able to get to. And so what's interesting is, like, you hear that, Coach, and I think to myself, like, sound it out. In what world does that make sense that Shedeur Sanders benefits from Deshaun Watson being the Week 1 quarterback? I can't find a world that exists in. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, here's what it is. If he starts and they do it right, and there are no shenanigans, and there is no alternative.
I got you thinking about shenanigans now, don't I?
Yes. So if you're thinking about all that kind of stuff, great. But if it's legit, which I think Todd Monken is, I love his thing. I don't care about the haircut. I love all that stuff, right? So if it's legit, then that means he's the better quarterback right now. Doesn't mean he has to be, but everything has to be focused on winning. Winning is the thing that has to happen. And if you're doing it right and Deshaun Watson's better than Shedeur, Week 1, then he plays. That gives your team the best chance to win. And I'm not worried about what happens Week 6. I'm not worried about what happens Week 2. I'm worried about where OTAs. What can you control? That's what these, for me, that's what older coaches always were. My dad was the same way. Control the controllables. Right now, we're going to figure out who our quarterback is, who's in the building, all that kind of stuff, who understands the playbook, who can run my system, all those things that we won't know everything about. If it comes down with Deshaun, I'm saying this. If Deshaun's a starter, he was better than Shedeur at that point in time. That's all it means to me.
Okay, but and even if that works out that way, and again, I disagreed last segment, but that's fine. Odyssey Rewind, you can check it all out. If it goes down the way you're describing, how is that what's best for Shedeur? Because that's the case that Brady Quinn is trying to make right there. He's trying to spell out how he thinks this is best for Shedeur, and ultimately Shedeur will end up a better quarterback and a better everything because of it. And I just don't see it that way. Like, this is Shedeur's one chance, I feel like, in the NFL. That doesn't mean there won't be more chances in the NFL, but as of right now, if he doesn't start this season and doesn't show what he can do at an extremely high level, then all of a sudden he's, you know, that used DVD bin that we talk about with quarterbacks that if you go shopping in, like that, Shedeur will be in that bin. Shedeur will be in the $5 Walmart bin, and you'll be trying to find if you can get something out of him. Like, this is the season for Shedeur. It's not sitting beside Deshaun Watson and, I don't know, watching his process. I don't understand that by Brady Quinn.
Well, if you look at like Aaron Rodgers, going back to like when Aaron Rodgers, for me, that's more of the realistic thing with NFL quarterbacks. The Jaden Daniels of the world are very, very few. They're the outliers.
I've said I think that's best for Ty Simpson, for instance. Do what happened with Aaron Rodgers, sit for 3 years and hang out.
So you're saying,
but Shedeur's already played.
But he had to play for what reason, right? He had to play because there was poor play by two quarterbacks in front of him. He didn't play because he kind of outplayed those guys. He didn't. And whether he got a shot or not, he just, whatever it was, at that point in time, he was not better.
So you think like a full reset, like a 3-year just kind of vacation for Shedeur's best?
No, I don't. I just think if you're talking like how it could benefit him, the idea that I'm going to be behind a guy that hopefully helps him understand coverage a little bit more, hopefully understands with footwork, how to take care of your body, what to do, are they close?
Here's the problem. Losing out to Deshaun will look like he lost out to Deshaun. that's a problem. Deshaun hasn't played football in 700 days. Deshaun, the last 3 years we've seen him be on a football field, hasn't been able to finish the season, and the numbers look horrendous. So, like, the perception, it won't be, Shedeur did so much, and he's got such a bright future. The perception will be, well, the 1 year we saw him, fair or unfair, the 1 year we saw him, it didn't look very good. And then you fast forward, and, well, he couldn't even beat out Deshaun Watson. How bad must he be if he couldn't beat out broken Deshaun Watson? And so, like I just feel like that narrative for Deshaun across the NFL, that narrative would be almost impossible to come back from.
Well, I don't think if he plays, he's broken. If he, it's not that he's losing, he would lose out. I think if Deshaun is not able to play at a high level, I think Shedeur beats him out. But if Deshaun is healthy, and once again, that's a big if. He's had multiple injuries to the heel. He's had multiple injuries to the shoulder, all those kind of things. There's there's only so much tread. However, I don't think of it like that. I think if he's healthy, he's really good. And the thing I tell everybody wanted Kevin out, and I understand that. Kevin, it was time to move on.
It was me. I wanted him out.
This is one of those things that you get. So all the people that thought he hated, Shedeur, this is an issue because
I never thought he hated Shedeur personally.
Those things you said absolutely mean nothing.
I just don't think he liked Shedeur, the football player. I never thought he hated him personally.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't mean nothing to Monken. Monken's a guy, when you hear him talk, and once again, seeing him breaking down his film against the Browns and breaking down his stuff when Georgia was so I've gotten the opportunity. He's a guy that he just doesn't care. And then he confirmed it with me when he said, "What's your scheme?" My scheme is to score more points. That's what I like about him. So all the things that happen.
It's a good line.
It doesn't matter what happened before with Deshaun. Is this a guy that could be? Who cares? If this is a guy, he's run my offense. He's done everything I've asked him to do. He's the better guy right now. I don't think that takes away from. I'm hoping you would hope as a Browns fan and as a football person that Deshaun got healthy, and doesn't mean he'll stay healthy, but he went through an offseason where he's healthy and his heel was not, his Achilles wasn't killing him. That's the way I look at it. I don't think of him as if he's the quarterback, he's broken. No, I think of him as
you're in the football business, okay? And I respect that and I get that. I'm in the perception business.
Okay.
What I do is the perception business.
Sure.
And perceptionally, and I've just seen this too much, if he can't beat out Deshaun Watson, and people think it's legitimate, there will be people like myself that don't think it's legitimate. But if he loses to Deshaun, there's no world that's better for Shedeur.
Oh, I disagree. I think when you have a guy, if he comes back and he is not even 100%, if he's 90%, there's a lot that he can learn. There's a ton he can learn from Deshaun Watson. He got thrown into the fight.
He's going to have this whole, it'll all be attached to him, that you couldn't beat out Deshaun Watson. And people will think, if you couldn't beat out Deshaun at this point,
but that only matters.
What can you do?
But that only matters to it's like when you get drafted. You only have to impress one person. You don't have to impress 32.
No, but Shedeur is in a spot where he's got to impress the rest of the league if it doesn't go the way. If they're going to throw Deshaun out there, and if Deshaun is actually able to stay healthy, I'm sorry.
But if he was to go out there, I'm assuming if Deshaun beats him out and Deshaun's the quarterback, that he's playing at a really high level. And the reason he couldn't pay him out is because he's playing at a really high level.
So that assumption is false in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't know. There's a world that exists out there where Deshaun is the starting quarterback, and it's not because he's playing at a high level.
Okay.
He's just playing at a level that's higher than what Shedeur is able to do in their eyes, right? Or again, the game was rigged. We're all of a sudden we're back at Chauncey Billups' poker table and the game is rigged.
Well,
and
if you're playing a game is rigged, then everything you're talking about, it doesn't matter.
But you see, perceptionally,
the alignment, that's all screwed up. Then they have no chance to win. Yeah, the perception is what it is, but hopefully,
especially if Deshaun stinks when he goes out there.
That's
Deshaun stinks.
Then
in no
argument.
world does that help out Shedeur Sanders, because then you couldn't beat him out, and then also you can't beat him out, and he stinks on top of it.
Well, then that tells you, is there real competition in practice? I look forward to those conversations we have after camp, saying, you know what? He was better, and here's why. And I cannot wait to watch practice because I want to see how it's different than what Kevin ran.
I mean, to me, this almost feels like the Cavs, should they be the 4-seed or the 3-seed argument when they play Boston. To me, it's a very obvious statement that the best thing for Shedeur Sanders is to play football week 1 this season, win the job, showcase what he can do, and then be off and running from there. I don't know how Brady Quinn got any other avenue, and I'm having a hard time finding out how you got another avenue.
I just think if you go in thinking, I just think the perception is that he's beating out he can't beat out a broken person. I don't agree with that. The old person was broken. If this person can only compete if he's not broken. If he's broken, Shedeur will beat him out.
Well, I think Shedeur will beat him out.
Because
of the brokenness that we talked about.
Were you the Celtics? You don't want to see him. You want to see him in Early or
we
late?
got a lot of time to talk about the Cavs if you want. We can do that later on.
All right.
But I want to see him late. I want to see him late. And I know you disagree with that, but we'll save it for when you disagree with it. This is why.
Got it. Let's say this one.
This is part of the fun with this. I mentioned how last week when Nick was out, it was an agreeable fest for all the people that came in and hosted with me, and some did a great job. Actually, I loved everyone that came in, but like Nick came back and it's like disagreements left and right. And then you, because you've had experience with me, and because we did those Sunday shows all last year together, I'm like, oh yeah, I know our coach is going to disagree with me. I know that's not an agreeable fest to none of the the closest bit.
No,
I like that out of you. 216-474 to below 92 on Twitter. Obviously, you can find us. Twitter reactions brought to you by Schaub & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Keith up next on the Fan. What's up, Keith?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Keith.
First of all, I'm not young, but I'm not old. All right. But what I want to tell you is that younger people are so starved to have a quarterback, to someone to lead this team. Okay, that they're going with, in their mind, they're trying to produce a quarterback by backup quarterbacks. I think we drafted 2 backup quarterbacks. I think Brady Quinn, he's not touching that because he got put in the wrong situation himself, and he proved not to be what he could have been. And if you get in the right situation, you could be that, okay? You have a...
I got to let you go, Keith. Your phone's just breaking up. I think I know what he was getting at, and that Brady's almost just reliving everything through his own eyes. Is that the idea?
That's what I heard, too. Like, he's giving you thoughts through his eyes. That's what I kind of got.
Just what he's asked to do. He's asked to go on the shows and give his own perspective.
Well, and he's a guy who's played
experiences.
We talk about, like, there's a guy who's played at a super high level, right? He's been very successful at a super high level, and he's going to have his thoughts as well.
Brendan up next on the Fan. Hello, Brendan.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Oh, boy, a lot to unpack here, right? So, first off, I just get the feeling, after listening to Jimmy talk and spread his wisdom, it already feels like Deshaun won this job in a weird way. And I think that it would make him feel a lot better, Jimmy, by rationalizing the worst trade in NFL history. That would make sense. And I know that we aren't allowed to talk about, the way that Deshaun has been a distraction otherwise, but what we can talk about is the fact that he already lost the locker room one time. If you remember, because we all have a short memory, there was a nice New York Times article that came out when he got put up for the season with his Achilles, basically players, of course, anonymous, saying, yeah, we all saw the same film. We all saw this. We all saw that. He lost the locker room. He was a terrible leader. There is no way your quarterback can be successful being a terrible leader, period. And, I mean, Shedeur has not yet faltered. I mean, he hasn't gotten a chance really to falter in that role. But we know that Deshaun can't do it. So, I mean, we can justify this trade as long as we want to, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
I tend to agree, and thank you, Brendan. I appreciate you. Coach, I want your thoughts on that. Like, how much can he bounce back in the leadership department? And something Monken said about the quarterbacks that I find interesting as well. We'll also get into a Guardians convo about Juan Brito and what to do with the Arias injury. 216-474 to below 92. It happens next. It's Afternoon Drive. Coach Riz, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys on The Fan.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Welcome back to Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment of our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, storm disaster restoration.
There we go. Good people at Integrated Restoration. I had them over at my house, and they did a fantastic job. I told you. Remember, I think you were in with me at one point. I told you about the ice dams I had and all the problems I had in my house.
Actually, I was in for a little bit. My wife actually told me when you were talking about it how it was a disaster.
Absolute disaster. And then because of that, then my whole entire living room, the wall and everything like that at the top, we had to take that whole entire thing out and then replace it and do all that stuff. And Integrated Restoration, I don't talk about them daily because we do the read daily and all this stuff, and I have Nick do it just so I don't go on tangents about how great they are because they're not paying me for this, and this is just a thing. But they were fantastic, start to finish. They were like a one-stop shop. They took care of everything. Cannot talk about them in a higher way.
That's the best thing, too, when they just handle it, right? Just you're already frustrated.
That's
just
what
just handle it. I'm with you.
I know. And it made me seem like now I'm really getting into ad territory. I swear they're not paying me. But it was like you seem like a hero to your wife because then all of a sudden it was like, wait, hold on, this thing was going to take 4 different people to do. They do all of it, and I'm like, yeah, they do all of it. I got a guy. I got a guy for it. It's Integrated Restoration. I got a guy.
Always got a guy. Everybody's got to have a guy for sure.
That's what I've learned in doing the house stuff is that I've developed and I've now accumulated all these different guys that I have.
Do you have any skills to fix anything around your house?
Yeah, so I tend to think that I do, but in Ohio terms, I really don't. By Chicago metrics, I'm basically Al Borland, okay? By Chicago metrics, I'm like, whoa, look out, look what this guy's doing. But by Ohio metrics, I fall somewhere in between. So I fix some things. YouTube's a great deal of help. I tell people constantly, if you're smart enough, you can follow a YouTube video. I promise you can get this done. And usually, most of the time, it does work. And so, but I've learned what I can and cannot mess with. That's the big thing for myself. I've learned what I'm good at, what I can do, and then what I should just need to stay away from. For instance, anything regarding plumbing. Anytime I try,
you're making a call.
I make it worse. And so we need not do that. And so I've learned in the years I've owned a house, when it comes to the toilets and plumbing and anything like that, don't even bother. Call somebody for that.
Funny you say that about plumber. I got a guy.
You do have a guy.
I do have a guy.
I got a guy now too.
All right. You do. I discovered. What's mine is yours.
Yeah. Although I lost my handyman. My straight-up handyman. He left me.
Those guys are amazing. You need a screen door. You need plumbing, whatever you need.
Anything. And then they just come on in, and then they fix it, and then everything's all taken care of. Again, the things that I'm like, don't got this one in my arsenal. But I like to think I'm handy. Nobody ever gives me credit here for being handy, and I accept that.
Oh, I'm not. You're Al Borland, me. I am not even attempting most of it.
Really, not even trying.
I don't. I'm just not. You know what? It's like time is money to me too. It's like painting a room. I can paint the room. I've done that before.
Mm-hmm.
But my close friend owns a painting company. He's going to do in 3 hours what's going to take me 3 days. I'm old. I want it done. Just get it done. I'm out. Get in. Get out.
It's nice too if you can give your friend business.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always like to support that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're at a good spot in life though, where you can, as you enter into where you have a lot more time on your hands. I don't know what I can and cannot say.
You're gentle. I like it. You know it's me. You can say however you want.
Well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like in my retirement, I won't pay anybody to do anything.
Oh yeah, you're just
that's part of me being retired is I have all day to figure it out. I have all I have is time to figure these things out.
I'll be on the golf course. The guy can fix it when I'm out.
Golf can only take so long.
Oh, I don't golf all day.
My plan for retirement is to golf in the mornings and then go to a Lifetime Fitness type place and then all right, what am I doing with the other 7 hours? All I have is I'm going to have is time. I might get into gardening because why not? That takes up a good amount of time. I might get into that. I doubt it, but who the hell knows?
What about baking? What about cooking?
I'm not a baker, but yeah, in retirement, I'm going to do it all. In retirement, I'm going to be everything I wanted to be in life, but was never able to accomplish because of this, job and life thing that we have going on.
In way.
Yeah, but in retirement, all I'm going to have is time. But my other big thing on this is you got to stay busy.
But you have to stay. You have to have a schedule.
You got to stay active.
You got to have a schedule and get after it.
The moment you stop getting after it and you just kind of sit back and just watch TV for 8 hours a day, you're almost 6 feet under.
You're off a cliff. You're not down a hill either. It's quickly. You deteriorate quickly.
All right, I want to play this clip for you. How much Todd Monken did you hear? I know you had a busy day going into this.
Not
How
much. A little bit. I tried to get some in when I was coming in, but I didn't get all of it.
Okay, we do have a lot in the lead, by the way, and so I'll give you a lot of like the highlights in the lead, and we're going to have a lot of different stuff on Myles Garrett. I had a problem with some of the wording that he had earlier in the interview, where he was just like, "Yeah, just winning cures all." I hate that answer. I think that's a ridiculous answer. Obvious statements for 500, Alex. Tell me how you're going to win is the problem I had. I don't want to hear winning cures all. Tell me how you're going to win. But Monken talked about the quarterbacks. We were just having a quarterback discussion, and this is what the head coach of the Browns had to say.
The hardest part is for everybody that's here is external to us and our staff. That's what's hard. Defensively, it's a little easier. I mean, with the staff we have back. But offensively, whether we brought someone from the outside or they were already here on their previous roster, like we haven't really had a chance to work with them yet and get out there, which we'll have a better idea in a couple of weeks. But we do have to, and you're right, we'll have to have a depth chart. I mean, we're going to have to line up in 2 weeks. We're going to have to roll a first unit out there. And there's some past history that plays in that and a little bit of guesswork, where they're at and what we've seen up till this point in the classroom and maybe a little bit of, what we've heard. I mean, that all goes into it, but eventually it'll all work itself out. Whatever the number of reps, I said it a week ago, it doesn't eliminate the competition. It just doesn't. I mean, it's players decide who plays. I don't decide who plays. I mean, the players decide that. And it's not where they start, it's where they finish. It's where they end up.
So what's funny is, and I've heard him say something like this before, but I believe I've heard you say this as well. Also, that the kind of idea of like, well, the coaches aren't the ones actually deciding who gets to play these games. The players ultimately are the ones that decide. The best player is the one that's going to be out there, and they in turn are deciding if they start or don't start.
Oh, and everybody knows it, and that player knows it as well. And that comes down to the reaction, the interactions with everybody. Obviously, their plays out front. But the best teams, and I like that out of him, because the best teams in any sport are run by the players. And it doesn't mean you have to have, people get on Myles Garrett. There's different types of leadership. Myles Garrett's I'm the best player leadership. You have him do anything else, it's phony. But what I like, the most important thing he said there is when the players kind of police your team, then you have a chance. So they know who's making plays in practice. They also know, is it a lucky play that you threw downfield, or did you make, speaking of quarterbacks, did you go through right progressions? Is your footwork right? They all hear that in team meetings. They all hear, they know what a guy's doing right. Is the guy the first in the room, last to leave on the practice field? Is he doing everything he can on and off the field? They know way better more than the coaches.
Yeah, it feels very NBA-esque, where in the NBA it's constantly like the players know who can play and who can't play.
That's it.
And there's no fake stats around the players. Like they understand who can and who can't. It's very similar in the NFL.
Especially with big plays, especially when you're an elite team, when you obviously everybody's striving for, those teams police themselves because they're elite for a reason. And they all hold each other accountable in everything they do. There's no getting away with stuff like on the elite teams, the people who don't want to do it, they're off because that's not the culture that's been created there.
How hard is it, though, when we're talking quarterback specifically, to be able to erase whatever preconceived notions exist and to be able to give everyone that fresh slate to be able to evaluate them? Because if Monken's evaluating them, these players are evaluating them just as much every day as well.
Well, the good thing is it's new for everybody. And so when you say clean slate, everybody says clean eyes. When you say you don't like winning solves everything, I don't like clean eyes. Everybody's watched these guys play. They've seen them on film.
Yeah, that's the hard part. They'd have like kind of just moving aside. And even like Deshaun, everyone in that room knows Deshaun's history. That is part of the story.
Sure.
Do I want this guy leading me in particular with all of the allegations and everything that it comes with him and the baggage that comes with him?
And that's a real thing, and that's fair. And you have to figure out, is that something external? Like a lot of guys, what they do off the field is different what they do on the field. And that's, unfortunately for other guys, it carries over. So the only thing I will say is that when you have a brand new offense, brand new terminology, brand new checks, brand new kills, brand new everything they're doing, how they practice, the intensity, etc., that's a good thing because now when you start to measure things and see things and how things go, then you'll have a better idea. But it is hard as a quarterback. That leadership quality out of a quarterback, I will argue when people say Deshaun wasn't a great leader. Deshaun didn't play well. And when you don't play well, immediately you're not a good leader. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know enough about him. It didn't look good when he played. Obviously, that's one of the perceptions that we have with Shedeur. Shedeur looks like he really enjoys being out there.
And he seems like he loves being a leader.
And he likes to be,
he loves that role.
And there's something to be said about, I just don't think when people say to me he's incredible or he's terrible, I just don't believe either of those. I think he's a guy who's got a lot of room for growth. And he showed a lot of room and a lot of growth within the short amount of starts he had. I don't know. I think, this quarterback, like he's saying, the most important thing is winning. And, I disagree with you a little bit, but you have to win. That's the foundation of everything else.
All right, for more on what Todd Monken had to say at his press conference today, and then Dane Brugger coming your way at 5:20. But as always, it's The Lead coming your way next. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Coach Riz with you guys right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Todd Monken.
Oh, well, it's starting to kick up a little bit here in the next couple of weeks. It's fine. Nothing hard. Just take some time. That's all it is. So that allows us to kind of dedicate some time to the draft.
When breaking Browns news happens, it happens here first. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys as we go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him from the Beast. Dane Brugler joining us here today on The Fan. Hello, Dane. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Obviously, exciting times for you. The Beast available exclusively on The Athletic. Fans can head over to The Athletic website, access all 2,000-plus prospect rankings, 400-plus deep dive player profiles, as well as brand new video analysis, enhanced sorting features, and the old-school 500-plus page print-ready PDF of The Beast. You must be exhausted, Dane.
I was hoping our Northeast Ohio weather would be a little kinder and be a little warmer out there for me as I come out of my cave with the finished version of The Beast. But no, it's a lot of fun to share it with everybody. It's a year in the making, a lot of information, a lot of things go into it. And so pretty cool to share it with everybody today.
All right, well, we'll start with the simple one then. With all that work put in, what exactly do you have the Browns doing at 6 overall?
Well, I mean, I think obviously the phones will be open, and is there a deal that is enticing to them? The Cowboys maybe looking to move up. Would they entertain 12 and 20 for picks 6 and 39, something like that? I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that obviously this is a team that has multiple needs, and they're going to be more than willing to move back in the right situation so they can address multiple needs, whether it's a wide receiver, the tackle. I think edge rusher is a sneaky need on this team when you look at just what's on the roster, what's on the depth chart, and just wanting to get a little bit younger there as well. And so, but I think most people, if they stay at 6 and 24, most believe it's going to be wide receiver, offensive lineman, but what's the order? That's the big question. Mm-hmm. And I think it comes down to, how much how do you feel about the depth of both of those classes? We're going to see a lot of receivers and a lot of tackles go in the first round, probably 6, 7 at both positions. And, I think it just comes down to the preference. And I'm a big fan of Spencer Fano out of Utah. I think he's the best offensive lineman in the draft. Do the Browns believe he can answer their needs? Obviously, just on paper, it looks like left tackle is one of the big needs for this team. But do they feel like adding Fano, who was a right tackle in college, and some teams even believe he's going to be better inside as a center or a guard, do they feel like he answers those questions? And then I think the idea of getting a Carnell Tate has to be appealing. Adding a weapon on the outside. I mean, right now, who's the best weapon on this offense? It's probably your second-year tight end, right? I mean, and so you want to get more explosive on the outside, somebody that defenses have to worry about. And, they could have had Teteroa McMillan last year, and they went with the higher-graded player on their board in Mason Graham, and we'll see how that works out in the long run. But I think it'd be awfully hard to pass on a Carnell Tate and what he brings to your offense picking at 6.
Is Carnell Tate then your number one? It feels like there's a little bit of separation between Carnell and then Lemon and then Tyson. But is that where you firmly stand now?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, what Carnell Tate brings, just the vertical element, winning down the field. But he's also a really controlled route runner in the short to intermediate game as well. He's one of the best sideline receivers that I've scouted. And by that, I mean just the ability to work the sidelines, stay in bounds, use that length. So he's bringing in some of those balls back into play because he's so long and uses that catch radius. He doesn't drop the football. I mean, there were last year, there were 168 players in college football that had at least 66 targets. Tate was one of 4 that didn't have a drop. And you look at what he does in contested situations. You look at what he does at every level of the field. And, yeah, I mean, I get it. He ran a 4.53 in the 40-yard dash, and that was the only athletic testing we have for him. But when you watch the tape and you see just the different elements he brings to your team, and a guy that took a big step from 2024 tape, you feel like he's due for even a bigger step once he gets to the NFL. So, yeah, I do think he's wide receiver 1, and I there's a chance he might not even be on the board at 6. If you look at the Titans at 4, or maybe even a team moving up to go get him. So Tate is a really well-liked prospect.
Dane Brugler, the Beast, joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. The Beast available exclusively on The Athletic. All right, so let me ask you about Ty Simpson, because I know last year you were hard on Shedeur in the draft evaluation process, but you were right on Shedeur ultimately. Ty Simpson, I feel like, falls in that same bucket for people. They just don't want to put him into that first-round category. They kind of want to let this see how it plays out. If the Browns went Ty Simpson at 24, would that be good enough value for you, or would that be too out of left field still?
Me personally, I would not do that. I mean, I don't see Ty quite that high. I think once you get to 39, then it becomes more of a discussion point as you just try to add more competition to the room. But to me, especially where the Browns are at, where they have needs across this roster, and of course, quarterback, until they get it figured out, quarterback should still be considered a need, regardless of what you think of Shedeur and Deshaun Watson and Dylan Gabriel. Regardless, until there's a quarterback that you can point to on this roster that's the clear-cut starter for the long term, it's something that you need to at least discuss. But with Ty Simpson, it's just too much of a gamble because he's a one-year starter, 15 starts. I mean, you look at the track record of former first-round quarterbacks who had 15 or fewer starts, and we're talking about Mitchell Trubisky, Dwayne Haskins, Anthony Richardson, guys that, flash talent, but just there's no substitute for experience. And for Ty Simpson, you want him on the field. I don't think sitting him is not going to help that experience. You want him on the field, just gaining that experience. And to me, that's just not something I'd be willing to do at that point, especially with tackles on the board or wide receivers on the board. But, ultimately, maybe the Browns feel differently, but I'd be pretty surprised if we saw Ty Simpson as a pick at 24.
How surprised would you be if it ended up being at 6 overall, Jeremiah Love?
That would be very surprising as well. And it's not that Love's not a good player. And obviously, the Judkins injury complicates, your running back depth chart a little bit, just in terms of timeline and what it looks like moving forward. And there's something to be said about, look, just take the good players, right? And Jeremiah Love is, I don't know anybody that doesn't think he's a top 5 player in this class. And so I get it from that perspective. But I think that the grades on the other players available will be close enough where I'm not taking a running back at that point when my offensive line is unsettled, my passing game is unsettled. We saw Ashton Genty go, 6 overall last year, and he struggled with that Raiders offense because they couldn't get things going. There was no consistency from the blocking, the passing game. And so, I understand wanting to add good players, and Love, absolutely, if he's on the board, could be the best player available at that point. But I think the grades will be close enough where I would lean wide receiver, tackle, or even a trade in that situation, because I don't think Jeremiah Love's getting past 7 in the Commanders. And so if there's somebody that really has their eye on the running back, maybe they'll look at 6 to possibly make a trade up.
Dane, you mentioned Spencer Fennell earlier, and I think it's interesting because a lot of people here, and obviously we understand, like Spencer could become Joe Bitonio, who was a right tackle in college, pushed inside, all pro, all everything. But the people I talk to on a daily basis, they've fallen in love with Monroe Freeling because he's more traditional left tackle, and you can just kind of fill that spot and go, or at least hopefully you fill that spot and go. What is your read between Noah, between Fennell, between Freeling, as far as the offensive line at 6 for the Browns? What's too high? What's too low? We're doing like a Goldilocks thing, but what's right for the Browns?
Yeah, and that's the big question, because obviously, you look at the roster, and left tackle is the one position that they haven't theoretically addressed to this point. I give Andrew Berry credit for the different ways he has added to this offensive line the last few months on the offseason. But what is the answer at left tackle? And, obviously DeJuan Jones coming back from injury. I think in this draft they're hopeful that can compete for that spot. Monroe Freeling, I like Monroe Freeling. I mean, going back to my first mock draft at Thanksgiving, I threw Monroe Freeling in there, and before anybody was talking about him as a first rounder, and I got a lot of who, what, and now it's all of a sudden he's, people want him at 6, and I get it, but I'm just going back to the combine, for example. Monroe Freeling, he struggled, and it's a matter of just a young player who I think will eventually get there. And if I had a pick in the mid-first round, I'd be just fine taking a bet on Monroe Freeling and developing him, bringing him along. But Spencer Fano, on the flip side, at the combine was sensational. I mean, that was the buzz after offensive line day, just talking to teams that were around the stadium, was just how good Spencer Fano looked. And, I think there's some comparisons to Will Campbell last year in terms of the lack of length, the body type. But Spencer Fano, he has a wingspan that's 3 inches longer than Will Campbell, who went 4th overall last year and played pretty well before he got injured. And then obviously we know how the Super Bowl and the playoffs played out. But I think that there's no set answer. You get different opinions depending on who you talk to. But I personally, if they draft an offensive lineman at 6, I would be surprised. I would bet it'd be Spencer Fano over Monroe Freeling.
Dane, in 20 seconds, can you give me a couple names for people to watch at around 39 in that early second round for people?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they obviously if they don't go wide receiver early, then who's going to still be there for him? Could it be a Jeremy Bernard, Malachi Fields? I think that makes sense. Offensive line, I think that they might get wiped out at that position, but if they could pivot to edge and talking about Cassius Howell, Gabe Akis, R. Mason Thomas. So that might be the sweet spot to add your pass rusher.
Dane Brugler, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and obviously we're checking out the Beast. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Thank you.
That was Dane Brugler, the Beast, available exclusively on The Athletic. Fans can head over to The Athletic website, access all 2,000-plus prospect rankings, 400-plus deep dive player profiles, as well as brand new video analysis, enhanced sorting features, and the old-school 500-plus page print-ready PDF of the Beast. We'll react to what Dane had to say when we come on back right here on The Fan.
Panda, make this shot in...
received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Monroe Freeling, I like Monroe Freeling. I mean, going back to my first mock draft at Thanksgiving, I threw Monroe Freeling in there, and before anybody was talking about him as a first rounder, and I got a lot of who, what, and now it's all of a sudden he's, people want him at 6, and I get it. I'd be just fine taking a bet on Monroe Freeling and developing him, bringing him along. But Spencer Fano, on the flip side, at the Combine was sensational. I mean, that was the buzz after offensive line day. Just talking to teams that were around the stadium was just how good Spencer Fano looked. And, yeah, I think that there's no, set answer. You get different opinions depending on who you talk to. But I personally, if they draft an offensive lineman at 6, I would bet it'd be Spencer Fano over Monroe Freeling.
That was Dane Brugler. He joined us last segment. It's Jonathan Beadle and Coach Riz here with you on Afternoon Drive. I find it fascinating, Coach, the amount of people that are now falling into the Spencer Fano camp, and I don't know where this came from. I want your opinion on it in a second, but like Peter Schrager, for instance. Peter Schrager came out with his mock draft. I think he only does a couple mock drafts a year. He's got a wildly high success rate in the ones that he's done, so people pay attention to him, but also he's an insider. And I mean, maybe the idea that Dane is suggesting that Spencer just won the Combine as part of this thinking, but here was Peter Schrager and what he thinks will happen with the Browns as well.
The Cleveland Browns are downright fascinating in this year's draft. The offensive line position is very interesting. The mock draft tractor has 12% of the site's mock drafts, with the Browns selecting Georgia tackle Monroe Freeling, 6th overall. Interesting prospect, sure, but it seems a little rich to me. I'm looking at a different guy. I'm looking at Spencer Fano, the versatile offensive lineman out of Utah. He's an even better fit than Freeling in my eyes. Fano, which only 10% of the mock drafts have going to Cleveland, can play all 5 positions on the offensive line, and at the Combine in Indy in February, he took reps at center, snapping the ball. This to me is about fit and about needs. Fano can play left tackle, right tackle, either guard spot, and center apparently if needed. Cleveland's offensive line is not great, but it also doesn't have one of these glaring holes, and their left tackle position isn't one of these dire needs that needs to be filled right away. It's why I like Fano, the do-everything guy, over some of the pure left tackle prospects that other mock drafts have going 6th overall.
And the do-everything part of that has got to be what the appeal is for Andrew Berry. Versatility on that line is something he sought out in this free agency class, and obviously I would imagine it'd be something he'd seek out here, Coach.
Well, Spencer Fano, I've always had number 1 because of what was just said. His ability to play all 5 spots.
Number 1, what do you mean by number 1?
My number 1 tackle on the board.
Number 1 out of everybody.
Yes.
Okay, because again, this is odd. It's rare because now we're seeing it more and more. Like Dane Brugler talked about him that way.
But I tried to so I've had him there just because of his versatility, and I like his length. So when I think of tackles, I like Francis Mauigoa, but I think he goes down to guard. I think he's more.
And we found out, by the way, with Mauigoa today that he's decided to be at the Combine rechecks on Friday for additional imaging on a minor back issue that caused him discomfort later on in the season. So if you loved Mauigoa, there might be an injury attached to this as well.
Yeah, and the thing you like about the 2 things I like about Fano and I like about Freeling as the tackles, not at 6, neither of them at 6. But
okay, wait, hold on. So he's your favorite one, but he's not at 6.
Not at 6, but he's my favorite tackle.
What happens if they take him at 6? What does that mean to you?
Well, I will say this. I have to stick true to my guns in terms of football is always won from the inside out. I believe they need a weapon, but the weapons you have get better when you can protect, right? So a receiver who is a C+ becomes a B+ with protection. A quarterback who's a C becomes a B if he's got 3.5 seconds. So there's some things that talk about all right, if we're not going to go get a weapon, then I'm going to improve my offensive line so my weapons become a little bit stronger. There's an argument there that I'd be okay with. But I don't think, for me, either of them. But I like the idea of being almost like a former tight end build, right? You're 6'5", you're 6'6", you're 6'7". You're 240, 250 going into college. You grow into 300 pounds, but you still have those light feet. And for me, what I like about Fano more than anything else is his feet. His feet are, when they say go from right side to left side, he's the type of athlete that Andrew Berry's talking about. The type of guy where the footwork of driving off your left or driving off your right. And it really comes down to, can you kick back and block the speed rushers.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody in the offensive line steps right and left, regardless of what side you're on in the run game. You step right, you step left, you do all. But as a left tackle, you got to push off that right foot. You got to kick back. You got to do those things. Your individual hands. Some people don't do that as well. Fano is a guy who has great light feet. So and Moreau Fielding's the same kind of guy. Really light on his feet. Doesn't have the experience. I think Fano plays earlier, but Fano is a really, really good athlete for a tackle.
All right, but what do the Browns do in the idea that, like Freeling's obvious, you take a left tackle, he's your left tackle. But in this instance, and I've related Spencer to Joe Bitonio. Mm-hmm. And I see the parallels there. Right tackle in college, Bitonio, right tackle in college, kick him inside the guard, has a really successful career as a guard. And that's how I kind of see this for Spencer Fano. If you take him, though, and you're going to try to play him at guard, it does kind of run against what they try to do this offseason and the guys they've already acquired.
Well, the two things is if they think he's the best guy, go get him, right? And regardless of what position he plays, because you just said Joel Bitonio, you'll take that, right? You'll take a guy 10, 12
pro.
years.
I mean, that's one of the.
But I think Fano is a little bit leaner. I think he's a little bit longer in terms of now. He's not obviously the measurements. I'm not talking that, but the way he plays, he's athletic. He's more of a tight end kind of guy with a big frame. Where if you look at Joel is a big lineman. You know, Joel's a lineman, even though he's very fit. I think Fano has better feet now. Can he be, for me, I still think if they think he's the best guy, you can still bump Jenkins. Elton Jenkins can play left tackle. I'm telling everybody because of his feet. Same kind of thing, his ability. So if you like him inside at guard and you think he's the best guy for sure, all right, then you have the ability because you know he's versatile. He'll find his kind of home, and, you don't go wrong with stack good players. That's how you get a good roster.
Yeah, it's incredible. Some of the stuff he did at the Combine. His 40-yard dash, I mean, he had the best 40-yard time for an offensive lineman you can have. 4.91, that's the 100th percentile there. His 10-yard split in the 89th percentile. His vertical was incredible as well. I mean, I get what he's saying. The three-cone drill, 95th percentile.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand why people like Dane went to the Combine and walked away thinking, oh, my gosh, why don't we have this guy even higher than what we have him as? But what I'm wondering for the Browns, and this is for the Browns' purposes alone, if you say you can't take him at 6, I said, all right, fine. How risky are we going to get with this pick, though? Like that's what I want to know. Like when we're talking about 6 and we're talking about some of these other spots, and even like with Mauigoa popping up with this injury, and we'll find out how serious or non-serious this is. But like, who are the doubles in this draft to you at number 6 overall? I feel like the Browns are constantly trying to hit home runs. Who are the doubles? What are the safe plays for the Browns where you walk away and it's like, I don't know that this is going to be the greatest thing we've ever done, but what I do know is this is going to be good.
I would say if you had to say like what is going to be good right away or eventually, I would say it's Fano. I would say he's the most Fano and Freeling are guys. I think Fano plays earlier, but I think those guys are the best bets in terms of you're going to get a B. You're going to get a B. That's going to be the least you get. You could get an A.
Why is that such a bad thing with this draft, how it's set up? I know it's 6. Everyone wants the world. But, like, this is not the draft to get the world at 6. Why is they double against the wall such a bad thing?
See, for me, because I'm hitting a bomb. I'm hitting dingers.
I know you like to hit bombs. I know you like dingers. But
I'm not hitting doubles.
I feel like the Browns constantly in their time in the draft, they're trying to go for these home runs. A double off the wall scores a lot of runs.
I'm hitting bombs. So for me, if I'm there, I don't think about what's on my roster when I'm picking guys who I think are game changers. I don't care what's on my roster. I'm taking guys that when I watch the film, they are better than the other team by a lot. Caleb Downs, Jeremiah Love are better than everybody they played by a lot, in my opinion. So if those guys are there, I'm taking them because those guys will, if it's Downs, he creates short fields. It's Jeremiah Love. He's a weapon. He's not a tailback. He's a guy that will make everybody else better because now they have an alpha.
Well, I'm trying to weigh it against the guys that we're talking about at 6 overall that have actual problems and things that you'd be worried about, right? Like Tyson, for instance, in the medicals. That's not that. Yes, it might be a home run. It might also be striking out on 3 straight pitches. And so, like, I'm looking for the guys that are the simple doubles, the easy off the wall doubles that does a lot of damage.
Maui Noah's a double for sure.
Apparently not with his medical problem that he has to go back and retest at the Combine for. Like even like Kenyon Sadiq, who's not going to go at 6, but the Browns had in today for a visit. It's like that guy's got medical problems like you wouldn't believe. Like I'm dying to find out whether or not they play it safe or whether or not they really do go for that boom or bust, and whether or not the Browns have the flexibility, because I feel like in years past they've just consistently gone for that boom or bust. Really not that much wrong with just taking a guarantee, taking what you know is going to be really good and adding to the roster.
Is there really a guarantee?
Well, it seems like you and Dane Brogler seem to think that Spencer Fano is that.
Yeah, I will say that.
It feels like to me, Carnell Tate might not be a guarantee, but Carnell Tate's about as much of a guarantee as you can find.
I was just going to say he'll be a good football player.
I don't know anybody that's going to say Carnell Tate's just going to fall flat on his face.
I agree with you. Carnell Tate's a good example. Fano is a double, high off the wall though. Double. It's a. You thought it was going to be a home run. You thought it was going to be a home run.
Wind
knocked it down. But he's a guy. I agree.
Said one more biscuit in the morning, it would have been gone.
But for me, if you have a chance to take a home run, obviously you take a home run, right? I mean, who's the best offensive player?
No, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
Let me ask you a question.
That is the question, though. The question is, can the Browns afford to be trying to take these swings for home runs? Or are we in the spot where we just need to acquire a good amount of doubles? We need enough good players.
Yep.
And then once you get enough good players and you get the roster stabilized a little bit more, then maybe down the line you get to take the swing for the home run. But at this point, we need some certainty.
I'm not afraid of myself. I'm never taking a double when a home run's there. If a guy's throwing me a meatball, I'm cranking it.
All right, be scared. All right, don't worry then. If you're striking out on 3 pitches and going back to the dugout, it's going to be a long walk.
I'm not choking up on with 2 strikes.
Look at this mentality from you.
I'm digging in and I'm hitting a bomb.
Yeah, only way to stop living in your shadow. Step outside in the sun. Might get burned though. I'm going to be honest with you. Daryl Ruiter, he joins us next with the latest on this and everything that Todd Monken did or didn't say at his press conference. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Coach Riz right here on the Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
Ryder joins the guys next to talk all things Cleveland sports. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
All right, back out of here on The Fan of this Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Coach Riz with you guys. Do we ask him about Diana Rossini?
Yes.
No, we don't. No.
Yeah, we do.
No, there's like a reporter thing that I don't know that he's going to actually play along with. I thought you'd be like, no, don't ask him about that.
Word it in a way that he's got to answer it.
No, I don't think he's going to give us anything.
All right.
Should we ask him when's the last time he's been to Sedona?
I'm going to say no on that one. I'll go yes.
I don't think he's ever even been to Sedona.
No.
So basically he's not selling these photos to TMZ is what you're suggesting. I'm not sure. All right, let's talk to our guy, Daryl Ryder. He's our Browns insider. He's brought to you by Shabin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, how we doing today?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good. Coach wanted me to ask you about your thoughts on Diana Rossini.
What?
He goes, what? I told you he wasn't going to answer that. That's not something. Is reporter versus reporter code. He can't answer about it.
I will take that bus. Let me drive the bus off me.
Daryl, can I tell him about the code? You can't break the code, right?
Well, I don't get into speculation in that particular arena. I really don't feel like dealing with this thing called billable hours. So.
Oh, hey, well, I mean, my rule on it was pretty simple. Is one, we just don't know what's going on is one part of this, and so obviously it is what it is. But also, we don't know what their significant others are allowing them to do either. If that is the case, if we go down that road, like I don't kink shame around here, Daryl. Maybe they both have open relationships, and we're just none the wiser.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right. He's open to that logic. I like that.
I'm staying out of it.
Listen, I told him not to ask you, but Coach Riz just kept insisting.
Yeah,
he
I was insisting.
He said you have to ask him about Diana Rossini. I said Daryl's not going to answer that. I said don't do it. It's a waste of our time.
It's like the Bubba Ventrone, right? When Bubba Ventrone broke the rules, that was it for me.
It was pretty simple. I told you about this code. You just can't. You got to abide by the code. All right. Let me ask you about what you did see today, and that was Todd Monken at his press conference. Daryl, the Myles Garrett story continues to get all sorts of traction. In an interesting way, there was definitely ways you could have answered if you're Todd Monken that let Myles off the hook. I thought his way of answering was rather peculiar, all things considered. Do you feel like after hearing him talk about not only the people that he thought could be there and could benefit in particular from being there, did you think any part of that messaging was actually about Myles Garrett?
Yeah, I mean, you want your best players to participate in the off-season program. But here's the thing. Myles Garrett never participates in the off-season program. Myles Garrett is there when he absolutely has to be there. And when he is there, he's the absolute best player on the field. So I don't subscribe to the Myles Garrett is a leader of this football team, so he has to be at everything, because I just don't think that Myles is a leader. And I'm not throwing shade at Myles at all. That's just I just don't think that's in his personality. He leads on the field by being the best player on the field, and a future Hall of Famer. So I kind of just shrugged my shoulders at the whole thing because this is nothing new. In other news, water's wet. Myles Garrett didn't show up for the offseason program, right? But look, I do understand the coaching point of view, but obviously Todd Monken can't say he wants Myles Garrett there because it is a voluntary program. So he has to be careful in what he says and how he says it when it comes to not just Myles, but any player's absence from the offseason program. For me, the players that are supposed to be there are there, and that's quarterbacks. Those are the players that need to be there, the quarterbacks. So I'm not all that concerned about it. And I thought Todd handled that about as well as you. Let's put it this way. Todd Monken handled the Myles Garrett question a lot better than I handled your Diana Rossini question to me.
That's a fair response.
Daryl, question for you. So, obviously when the Browns are picking at 6, and I've been a proponent of taking the best player available, and I've been big on Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs. Have you gotten any insight of kind of where the Browns are leaning, and what are your thoughts, and where would you go with that pick?
Well, no, I don't have any insight, and I don't think the Browns have any insight right now. I think they're still sorting through it. And they got 5 picks in front of them, right? You got to see who falls to you. But I have maintained consistently that if Caleb Downs is there, Jeremiah Love is there, Tate is there. Like, if those 3 players are there, that's like the jackpot for Andrew Berry, because then he can trade out of the pick very easily and let someone come up and pay to select one of those 3 players. And there's a couple other guys that if they fall to, you're in a similar situation. I would have no problem with Caleb Downs. Grant Delpit's contract is up this year. You've got to recycle your roster. He is an impact player defensively. So is Grant Delpit. So, if they intend to re-sign Grant Delpit, I don't know that I would take Caleb Downs there. I might go a different direction. But if they don't have any intention of extending Grant Delpit again, then, yeah, I think that Caleb Downs, between him and Jeremiah Love, I do feel like those are the 2 best players that are available in this draft class. And it is a little crazy to me think that the 2 best players in the draft class might get drafted outside the top 5.
Let me go back to the Monken stuff really quickly, Daryl, because between Schwesinger's comments that Monken had said and he brought up Super Bowl in the big speech that he was giving to everyone, do you feel like that was the right tone? Do you feel like that was the right message, or is that just that's a pretty big statement, all things considered?
That's a coach just being a coach. I am trying to keep I tried to keep a straight face.
I just wanted, I wanted your reaction on that, because we had Ashley on earlier, and Ashley was like, that was pretty telling that he brought up Super Bowl in that conversation in that moment.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anyone on this planet other than maybe Todd Monken that thinks the Browns have a realistic chance at the Super Bowl this year. They'll be lucky to be 500 this year, let alone they'll be lucky to make the playoffs. They'd be lucky to win the division. There's so many things that would have to come before the Super Bowl. But look, that is the quintessential coach giving your, initial speech. Yeah, of course he has to have that mindset. So I'm not going to criticize Todd for doing that because that's the mindset he has to have. Coach Riz and I talk about that all the time. You don't hand out losses until you've earned them, type thing. But you're playing to win every single game that you're competing in. They don't have the talent to win the Super Bowl. Okay, they just don't. Especially on the offensive side of things. Maybe defensively they do, but offensively they don't even have enough talent to compete for their own division. So unless Andrew Berry works miracles in the next 3-4 weeks or so here to infuse this offense with elite blue chip talent at multiple positions, including the quarterback position, I think that's a and also too, this is his first head coaching job. This is his first real introduction to the team, right? So clearly Todd Monken went into that room guns blazing earlier this week. No question about it, right?
Daryl, let me ask you a question about Todd Monken compared to the previous staff. Is he going to be a guy when you guys ask him questions, do you think he's going to kind of wear it on his sleeve a little bit more than Kevin did and give you more information of what's like?
I think it's impossible not to wear it on your sleeve any more than Kevin did, because a little bit is going to be more than what Kevin did.
So, I'm saying, will it be the opposite of that, though? Will it be too much, you think? Or will it be, will he be a lot more too emotional as where Kevin had no emotion whatsoever?
I'll say this, that every time we carry a Todd Monken press conference, fingers need to be on the dump buttons.
He did curse today. Yeah.
He did. Yeah, okay. So, I think he gives a little more than Kevin Stefanski ever did in 6 years. He's very honest when he answers the questions, which I think is going to make criticizing him at times difficult because, hey, he's answering questions honestly. What do you want from the guy, right? I do think that he's going to carry it on his sleeve a little bit, and that'll be a good thing, but also too, that could be a bad thing as well. So he's going to have to learn to kind of ride that fine line. But from my perspective, I certainly appreciate and respect anytime a coach is very open, honest, and candid when given answers, even if it's the answer we're not all looking for. And he did that a couple of times today when he was asked things. So he did it when it came to Miles. He did it when it came to the quarterback situation. He did it when it came to like the offseason program and what they're trying to accomplish. So he did it when asked about the haircut stuff and the perception of the Browns, right? He's going to be very quotable, I think is how I'll put that.
All right, Daryl, we know you're at the Cavs game. I want your thoughts on what Atkinson had to say coming up in just a second. But final Browns thing for us here. One of those jersey sites or, with the jersey Twitter accounts that tweet out when a player takes a number, et cetera. I had that the special teamer, Daniel Thomas, the defensive back, he's going to wear number 24 this year. Obviously, last assigned to Nick Chubb. Should Chubb's number have been off limits?
No, and here's why. Because in the NFL, it's very hard to retire numbers now. The Browns, I believe, have I forget how many numbers specifically that they have retired, but it's hard to retire numbers these days in the NFL. I know Nick Chubb's a fan favorite. I know there's some fans that say nobody should have ever wore 19 for Bernie Kosar, right? No, I think it's.
So the Browns, I looked it up. The Browns have 5 jersey numbers retired. You're not wrong about that idea, though, and I think a lot of people don't know that. Like the Bears, for instance,
you got to be
Daryl,
a Hall of Famer. Yeah, you got to be a Hall of Famer, I think, to have your jersey retired, right?
Yeah,
I think
the NFL came out and legitimate was like the Bears can't retire any more numbers. Like it's a real thing they monitor and they keep track of. But it's never been established that's the standard, though. Like for the Indians / Guardians, that's been the standard. It's been like we don't retire a number unless you make it to the Hall of Fame. It doesn't matter who you are until you make it to the Hall of Fame. We won't retire the number, and when you make it to the Hall of Fame, then we can have that discussion. The Browns.
Meanwhile, the Cavs, if you make a couple All-Star games, they'll hang your number.
They got Bingo Smith up there. They got all sorts of people up there, and it's like so. It's always interesting where that line crosses. And for someone of Nick Chubb's stature, I feel like the sad part for myself, Daryl, is I feel like, first off, he's not eligible to be in college football's Hall of Fame because he never made an All-Pro, so he's not in that. I think he's going to just miss out on the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's ever going to get the amount of votes. I think he's a very, very close to fringe, and it's just not going to be enough. And then it's like, all right, the Browns, you can pick up the slack and make him an all-timer, but I don't think they're going to do it either. I think he fell just short for the Browns, too, and it's just kind of a sad realization that for as great of a career as he had and as memorable of a player as he is, he's going to get lost in the shuffle here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll make him a Browns legend. That absolutely will happen. So they will honor him in that way, okay? But no, I think that the retiring of a jersey is for the greatest of the great. I mean, there are players in the Ring of Honor right now, which, by the way, are only Hall of Famers with the exception of Clay Matthews Jr. Okay, those are the Ring of Honor guys. There are guys in the Ring of Honor whose jerseys are not retired. So
yeah, I guess I wondered if they needed to at least show a little bit more tact in this moment. You know what I mean? It's obviously never going to get retired.
Trump's been gone a while, though. He's been gone for a couple years. So, I have to go back and look off the top of my head. I can't remember they gave his number away right away. But, I mean, you see that all the time, that when once players leave, that no matter how popular are, you see their numbers are given away right away. I remember when LeBron left the first time, the Cavs gave 23 away, almost immediately.
Which is a crime. Now, it's an absolute crime.
Right. Now, the second time after he left, no Cavalier has worn 23 since then, and I don't anticipate any Cavalier will wear that ever again because they will retire that. But at some point, Kyrie's number 2 will get retired. The 0 will get retired. But yeah,
I agree with that.
In the NFL, I just think it's the standard has to be just, and look, we all love Nick Chubb, okay? And it's unfortunate that his career did not have the longevity required for him to, reach those specific marks. But, yeah, I don't think that retiring his jersey would be the right thing to do.
All right, Daryl, final question. I saw you post some of Atkinson's quotes. We have not heard it yet. We're going to play it coming up next segment. But it does seem as if he gave off the impression tonight that the Cavs are going to be essentially a full go in trying to win this game.
Yeah, and also, too, very important, they've only had less than 80 minutes of floor time for their new core four. That's Harden, that's Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. They're going to get a look at that tonight. Very, very important tonight. So he's going to play this straight up like a normal game, not worried about playoffs or hiding anything or playing vanilla or anything like that. Full go, going to try and win this tonight. Really get a look at those guys. And then they'll make a decision about, I think it's Friday they play, and then they'll play again to wrap up the regular season on Sunday. They'll decide what they're going to do for those final two games when it comes to playing time and whatnot. But tonight is very, very important for him to get a look at these guys together because they just haven't had a lot of floor time. So straight up tonight, and then we'll see what they do for the final two games.
All right, Daryl, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you.
You bet.
All right, good stuff. Daryl Ruiter right there, brought to you by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You'll hear what Kenny Atkinson had to say on that and whether or not they're making the right call in basically saying, seeding be damned, we don't care. We're going to try to win this game, and we care about the experience of having those core four play together in this game against Atlanta. Do you guys think that's the right call? 216-474-0092. It's Jonathan Peterlin. Coach Riz with you guys right here on Afternoon Drive on The Fan.
Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
With the first pick,
the build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Pino and Coach Riz with you guys. Audio from Kenny Atkinson you have to hear. We have debated, and it's been like weeks that we've debated this. I've said the entire time what the Cavs should do, Coach, and I believe that they should make sure they get the 4 seed. They should be able to take the Celtics on in the Eastern Conference Finals. And in this entire time, I think people have thought that the Cavs have been going along with it. I've made the response back, they haven't paid attention. They've won 9 out of their last 11, Coach.
I'm very happy that they didn't listen.
They haven't listened.
I know I'm good. Again, can't turn it on and off. You cannot do it. I'm loving with Kenny what he's doing tonight. I love it.
Well, and so that brings us to tonight, right? Because even though they've ignored everything that I've said now for weeks on end, and Donovan's worried about upsetting the basketball gods, which is just a weird way to describe things, because basketball gods aren't real, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, no pushback from you.
Mm-mm.
Do you agree that basketball gods are phony?
No, I think it's more of like how you think, right? How your thought process of making
but the basketball gods in general, not real.
Not real.
Okay, good. I like this is why we get along.
Yeah,
I knew I could rely on you within that. There's some things I'm not so sure about.
But I'm not with they should try to get a seed. No, go win games.
Okay, so my problem though has been make life easier. That's the whole synopsis of all this. Make your life easier. Make it so you don't have to take on the Celtics until the 3rd round. I think getting out of the 2nd round is valuable for a couple different reasons. One, you don't know what injuries could pop up, and in the NBA, injuries pop up all the time and absolutely sink teams. So the longer you have of these other teams playing in other postseason rounds, the more opportunity you have for them either to take themselves out through elimination or to take themselves out through injury. The other side of that is, and it's very specific and unique to this Boston team, but when it comes to Tatum, I believe that Tatum playing more games can't possibly be good for him coming back from his ACL injuries, okay? Like, there's no way him playing that type of hard basketball is going to make it easier on him when healthy people have a harder time as these series go on. But Kenny Atkinson has decided. He has cast his die. He says they're going to play tonight hard against the Hawks. They're going to play everybody, and this is the head coach.
Let's hoop tonight. Let's see where we are. Compete tonight. And then, we got to read the tea leaves too, right? And be smart about this. Again, thinking about player health, but also thinking, let's keep winning. We'll have those discussions, post-game tonight. But tonight we're going to play it normal.
Now, they have room. And so maybe that's what he's kind of leaving open, the idea that you can play hard tonight, and if you end up, it's an interesting spot. So if the tiebreaker still goes, it goes to the Knicks technically, but that in this scenario, what you want is to have the 4 seed, it goes to us. So like the idea that if it's a tie at the end of the season, the Knicks are the 3 seed, Cavs are the 4 seed. That's the idea, right? If they win tonight, and then the Knicks lose tomorrow night against Boston, you're still in the driver's seat. And so I don't know that he's fully committing to what we've discussed necessarily, but at least for tonight, they're going to play hard, their coach.
Well, I think here's the thing, though. They haven't played together very much, right? The core 4 has not been together very much. So I don't care what round you play anybody. If you're not playing at your best, whoever you play, you're going to lose. So for me, because everybody's been hurt all year, I understand everything you're saying about injuries, but you got no chance unless you're clicking, right? In my opinion.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
So do you think they can win if they're playing?
Listen, the only example I can use is a most recent example from last year. How many total games did the Thunder play? They're starting 5. What we know they're starting 5 to be. How many games did they play last year before ending up into the playoffs and winning the title? They played 14 games last year together. They played 7 total games this year so far together. So, like the Thunder are the example A.
Are they an outlier, though? I mean, in sports, that's really... It's like for me, that's an outlier.
Say it's an outlier, but it's like the most recent example we have of an NBA champion.
I mean, don't you say like when people lose, you go, they were together, they practice together.
Obviously, it's better if they can be together. No one's denying that. The obvious mark there is if you can spend more time playing together, that's obviously going to be more beneficial. I just don't want to hear it's impossible. Okay. That's where I draw the line. That's where I think it's a little silly because, like, again, the most recent NBA champion They spent 14 games together last year. They've played 7 games together this year. They don't have the experience playing together, and yet all they did is get to the postseason and then watch themselves dominate in going to the postseason and winning the NBA Finals. So, I just don't want to hear it can't be done. Obviously, we'd all prefer if they could play a bunch of minutes together. But do I think playing this one game is going to be more worth the idea that you could play Boston in the third round instead of the second? No, I don't think this one game is drastically changing anything when it comes to the cohesion they have on the court. I think that was either going to exist or not exist, but ultimately what the Thunder showed us last year is it's not the end-all, be-all.
Well, for me, that's very true. The Thunder, for me, that's an outlier, though. So you are banking on something that in sports in general – over a long time.
But you're banking on the idea that one game is all of a sudden going to give them a bunch of hey, we got this.
You are what you repeatedly do, right? And you can't go up and down these valleys and mountains and be good, right? You have to. And once again, the Cavs they don't have Shea. They don't have the guys the Thunder have. They have to do it as a team. They have great players, don't get me wrong. Donovan Mitchell is outstanding, but as a whole, as a team, as a coach, you got to be playing at your best, regardless of when that is. And you can't look at other people and say, well, they did it, we can do it too. I just don't think that works that way. For the most part, you got to create some chemistry, and that comes with playing together.
I just don't think this game is going to make or break chemistry for them. I think they have enough good basketball players; they'll be able to figure it out the same way the Thunder figured it out. But the problem or the difference here is that just because they're saying it for this game, you heard Atkinson. That does not mean they've closed the door for then resting everybody in game 81.
Once again, there is proof that I don't agree with that. I think you just get it rolling, right? You've played all year. This is when you got to be clicking. And I don't know, the rest a week, rest game, that's, for me, that doesn't necessarily work all the time. When you rest, get your guys ready, and then you go, oh, we come back, we're a little rusty. Right? Come back. I know the playoffs are long. I understand all that. I don't know. I just think you got to be clicking. This is a team that seems to have to be clicking to win, and I don't see it any other different way.
I just don't think they were forced to yet is the answer that I got away from that Atkinson clip. I thought he was going to come in here and say, I listened to Donovan. Donovan is telling us we want to play hard. I'm going to listen to my best player, and this is what we're going to do. What I heard instead was, we're not forced to yet. That's my takeaway. If they become forced to, and if it gets tied up as far as the win-loss concern, and you still have the advantage, all things considered, because of the tiebreaker, and you have to finally get to a spot where you have to lose games, I think they'll still lose the final 2 games of the season. I think they're doing everything in their power to make sure that they don't wave that flag and they don't go down that road until it's absolutely necessary, though.
I just hope they never waive it.
And I
hope they never waive it. And that's just for
we'll
me.
Find out Friday.
I want my guy. If I play you in Tiddlywinks, I want you to try to destroy me.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to let you win. That just makes no sense to me. I see the logic. I'm not in on it.
Now, also, the other thing about this is that you're probably going to take on the Hawks in the first round of the season, right? First round of the postseason. If you play these guys the way that they're doing it tonight, where it's all 4 players, the core 4 and everyone else, you are tipping your hand a little bit into what you're going to offer the Hawks in the first round.
Absolutely,
of the postseason.
Let them know you're going to beat them down.
I mean, I'm not worried about it.
It's like
it's the Hawks.
You're right. We're not
really concerned about it. You're tipping your hand.
We're going to run one in, 4 out. We're going to dominate you. That's what's going to happen.
Okay,
you're going to see it.
And they're getting a lot more tape on him right now, Coach. A lot more tape tonight out of this game.
Better players win. Watch the tape. Know what we're running. You win with better players.
I agree with that. All right, more from Atkinson on why he decided to make the decision tonight to basically go full steam ahead. Here we go.
Getting us ready for playoffs, got to see our, that big 4 together, and then, hopefully Dean's back. We see that, see him in the mix, and where does that fit? So it's mostly about us. Forget Atlanta, forget whoever. I'd love to see more because the sample size is so small. I know the numbers are through the roof. I know that 4-man group, but we need more minutes together to get a better feel how we want to deploy them on both ends.
It sounds nice. Call me on Friday and see what happens.
Are you? Let me ask you a question. Are you worried about toughness as we get into the playoffs?
I'm always worried about the Cavs' toughness.
So if you're worried about toughness, there's nothing that says lack of toughness.
In Game 80 is going to show me that they're tough.
But there's nothing that shows lack of toughness than not trying to win every time you play. There's no lack of. That's the softest thing you can do. my opinion.
It's smart. It's not a matter of like brawn. It's brains over brawn. It's an intelligence thing. I mean, I'm using this as an intelligence metric on everyone involved because it's an obvious thing. You don't want to play the harder teams earlier. You'd rather play a team like Boston, the one team that I feel like can actually knock you out of the postseason. You don't want to play them earlier. You want to play them later.
Well, to your logic, you're talking about injuries and all this stuff. Wouldn't you want to play them when you're as healthy as you're going to be?
I'm talking about injuries for Tatum and recovering from an injury, but yes, you obviously can't predict injuries. If Donovan Mitchell gets injured in the first round, you're sunk anyway. That's just your reality.
I hope the mentality is bring it on. Hopefully that mentality is I don't care who.
I mean, I'd rather get injured in the Eastern Conference Finals than not ever appearing in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I don't know. I'm not celebrating second place. I'm not a participation person. I either win it all or.
Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a participation trophy guy. Give me the W or I don't want it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So you NBA Finals trip isn't fun for you?
It is fun for me, but
you just said not participation
but
trophy.
I'm just saying, like, I don't care. Like the idea of getting to it's the second round or third round because I don't want to see a team. I just think obviously getting there. When you look back at it, it'll be something you think about. But right now, they should be thinking about let's get it on. Whoever's there is taking it, what we're giving to them.
You gave me a Marvin Gaye there.
I did a little bit. Old school.
All right. In case we missed it, coming your way next, it's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
What's
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Beadle and Coach Riz. Obviously, Odyssey Rewind. Go back and check out. Dave Ruger joined us at 5:20. He was fantastic. Ashley Bastock joined us at 3:20. She was fantastic as always. And then Daryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. Also fantastic.
Yep.
Wanted nothing to do with that Diana Rossina story.
No, he shut you down quickly.
I told you he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, I like how you set that up, too. It was really nice. Right under the bus. I barely could get the bus off me. Well done, though.
The only way to make it work.
It's the only way to make it work.
I did ask you. Did I not? I asked you before.
I
And I said, do you want to know what Daryl's thoughts on Diana Rossini are? If you said no, it never comes up. You said yes, and so I guess you just really wanted to know.
Yeah.
I knew he wasn't going to go for it.
He didn't budge at all.
No, he didn't budge at all. But now it is time for In Case We Missed It.
All right, so Raiders new quarterback Kirk Cousins joined Good Morning Football today and kind of talked about
That's a great program for him.
the idea of playing alongside potential #1 pick Fernando Mendoza.
I don't want to start unless I'm the best option. So, and I told Clint that best players should play. Certainly, as long as that's the case, I have no qualms with however it plays out. But I do think Fernando is going to be a great addition to our team. I think he's going to have a great future in the league. I have no problem, being a voice in the room to kind of help him to the degree that I can. He's going to have great support all around him from the coaching staff, but to the degree that being able to watch a veteran quarterback, go through his habits and routines and process, I think. That can be a great asset for him. And he was here yesterday on his draft day visit. We were able to watch film together. So, I think he'll be a great addition to the room.
Either he's got great awareness of what this actually is, or he's just not worried about it because he's already been promised to start week 1.
Are you buying that? Are you buying what he said right there at all?
Well, I'm buying the idea that he thinks he's going to start week 1. So that's why he's comfortable saying that. How this has been positioned through the media the entire time is that they're not starting Fernando Mendoza week 1. They have not gone to the lengths of saying, is it going to be Drake May and Jacoby Brissett, where Brissett plays for like 4 weeks and then they hand off the keys. But the way that they've been doing this publicly has been the idea that it will be somebody else, and now that somebody else is Kirk Cousins, and Mendoza is going to have to wait. They want to wait to get him out there. And so I think it's an easy thing for Kirk Cousins to say right now because Kirk Cousins thinks he's starting week 1. So you seem like the bigger guy. You seem like this great teammate. You seem like you turned over a new leaf from what happened with the Falcons situation, and you seem like you're mature about everything, when in reality, I'm not buying it. I'm buying that he thinks he's starting week 1.
Let me ask you this. Is there a better agent in any sports than Kirk Cousins' agent?
Now, he just made so much money. I mean, incredible contracts all throughout his career to win 1 playoff game in his life.
I mean, he's very mid kind of guy, but he has his agent has hooked him up. My goodness.
Well, this one's fun because this is the relationship with Kubiak that got him this. And so like a lot of this goes back to like a life mantra of if you're just good around people and people like being around you, then all of a sudden things open up and doors open and you can go to different places and extend your career the way out that Kirk Cousins is. The only reason why he has this job is because him and Clint Kubiak got along really well in Minnesota. There's no other reason behind it, and it's a good life lesson for kids listening out there. All right, next up, Coach.
All right, we saw baseball.
Oh, no.
You got it. Okay,
we rotate here.
I didn't know where you're going there.
Welcome to the show.
All right, here it is.
We rotate.
I like to just take it all.
That's a drop now. Okay.
All right, I got you.
All right, phrasing coach. Phrasing coach. All right, I wanted to ask you this about this one because this involves a quarterback coach, the Oregon quarterback coach. I don't know how to say his name, and I'm not really going to try because it's Hawaiian and I'll mess it up.
Yeah, I saw it. I don't know it either.
I think Koa Kai. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is his way of evaluating recruits with a simple question. I'll let him take it away.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000. He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect is really what we're after.
As a coach, what's your thoughts on this?
I'm not on board with that. I understand what he's saying about the conviction, but I would actually want my quarterback to think about it a little bit. I would like him to have a reason for with the things he's doing. And, when we used to say you make a good throw, I would always ask my quarterback, what'd you see? Good or bad throw, what'd you see?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm asking you what type of ice cream you want, am I on a date? Am I going with my parents? Am I going, where is it after a baseball game? Like, I want some context to it because that's important when you're talking to a quarterback. I want him to think about, I want to take almost a breath and think about what he's doing. So, no, I'm not on board with that.
I'm trying to think of what context would make you change ice cream flavors now.
I
agree with what you're saying, but if you're like a chocolate guy, aren't you just always a chocolate guy?
Well, no. I mean, what if you get like accoutrement? You get a little sprinkles. You get a little, what it comes with it.
Does that change? Like, if you're a chocolate guy, aren't you always a chocolate guy?
No, because
if you're a vanilla guy, aren't you always a vanilla guy?
No, because if you can give me vanilla with chocolate, little chocolate drip on there, that's
not
what
the
I'm
options.
Going.
The options are so it's just.
See what I'm saying, though? This is what I want, though. This is the banter I want.
So you wouldn't do chocolate on chocolate, is what you're saying? You would
I
only
would do chocolate on chocolate, but I got to know what day it is and where am I at.
I think it's a pretty standard question. Chocolate or vanilla doesn't have many moving parts on it.
But to say that you're not,
it's chocolate, it's vanilla.
But you could. What is it in a cone? Is it in a cup? Is it?
Does that matter for chocolate or vanilla?
Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
If I like chocolate, I'm going to like it in a cone, and I'm going to like it in a cup. I'm going to like it the same way.
Like the hard dip.
That doesn't change my chocolate or vanilla. I'm a vanilla guy. I always choose vanilla when it comes to ice cream flavors. I love chocolate in general, but as far as if you give me an option for a dipped cup, for a regular cup, I'm always choosing vanilla. That doesn't change based off of the other requirements. Or the other accoutrement?
I disagree. I just think I want to know if I'm asking my quarterback, I want him to have some thought behind it. I don't just want a random chocolate. Oh, he's got conviction. No, he doesn't. He didn't think about what he's doing. He didn't think about where the flat defender was. I want him to think about it a little bit.
I agree with all that. I want him to think as well. I do. But when it's chocolate vanilla, there's not many other options we can go with there. Mac, am I wrong here?
No, because I'm with you. I'm vanilla every time.
Yeah, why does the cone or the cup or the bowl or any sprinkles? Why does that change the answer?
If it's between it, I just don't like chocolate in general.
Which one are you choosing, chocolate or vanilla?
If I had, I'm going vanilla.
So you have an answer,
but I'm going with. But it's got to. But that's what I need. I need some context. Am I getting it in a cup? Do I have?
There's no context.
Am I putting other things on it?
You suggest it's vanilla in a cup, but if it was chocolate,
vanilla in a cup.
If it was chocolate, then when does chocolate get played for you?
If I'm getting just vanilla in a cup, I'm saying where are you taking me to get vanilla in a cup? I want something
Any
else
ice cream
in the
store
cup.
in the country. What do you mean?
No one ever gets. Can I have vanilla in a cup? Nothing. You don't want anything. No, just vanilla in a cup. No one does that anymore. There's stuff. There's stuff you got to put on. There's stuff.
I'm over here.
Oh, are you just straight up vanilla guy?
No, you do not order that. You say, can I have vanilla in a cup?
This is like when I said anyone that has a hot dog with just ketchup is a psychopath, and then Jake Murren and Mac came in and was like, I like my hot dogs with just ketchup.
Just ketchup? So you go, you're like, I want for dinner, you're having a hot dog with just ketchup, and then you want vanilla in a cup. That's your dessert.
That's what he said.
Depends on the night.
Go ahead, call him a psychopath.
No, I go home and watch some murder documentaries or something. I don't know what's going on in there, Mac.
It's a good dog. I shouldn't need a bunch of stuff on top of it.
All right.
Oh, coleslaw.
Thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murren, as always, producing today's show. Thank you to Matt Corrali doing the updates as well. Thank you to you, Coach Riz. I appreciate you coming and hanging out with me.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. We had a fun time. Nick is expected to be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow regardless, and we'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.